that's what they do, right?
That's correct, depending on what level.
And sometimes you get to know these guys because you're fighting with them, right?
Yeah.
You're training with them, and they tell you a little bit about their lives, right?
Sometimes, I mean, we just build a brotherhood of the gym. You know, some people interact outside with personal life. Some people just interact in the gyms, you know, and build a relationship. So I see you on an everyday basis. Like at work, I go in, I see you every day. I interact with you there. Then I'm going to interact with you outside of work, you know.
Right.
And then
Okay.
there's some that I interact with outside of
Okay.
the gym.
But I just want to make sure, you've never officially been invited to go to like the Minneapolis Police Academy to train law enforcement in the use of the force
No.
or the use of these chokeholds,
No.
and or any other police academy for that reason.
No, I witnessed my sensei, Greg Nelson.
I'm asking
train.
about you, sir. Have you ever officially been asked to train police officers specifically in the use of chokeholds?
No, just witnessed it.
Okay. Now, air chokes. You described air chokes yesterday. Air chokes are from the front, correct?
Correct.
And that's because what you're doing is you're actually cutting off the air
Correct.
to the trachea,
Correct.
right? So you can render someone unconscious by coming from the front of the neck and cutting off their airway, which renders them unconscious.
Repeat that.
Sure. An air choke is a front choke, agreed?
Yeah.
And what you're doing in an air choke is you're cutting off the air supply or the oxygen supply from the front of the neck, correct?
Correct.
And in doing so, you can render a person unconscious, correct?
On an air choke, I'm not a medical person, so I won't answer that.
Okay. On a blood choke, right, what you're doing is you're cutting off, and you described yesterday, the blood supply to the brain, right?
Okay. Side choke. Correct.
A side choke. And you described several different types of chokeholds, like the reverse or the rear naked chokehold, I think it's called, or the triangle. What you're doing is you're actually cutting off the blood supply to both sides of the neck in those.
Repeat that.
When you do a blood choke, what you're trained on generally is to limit the blood supply to both sides of the neck.
No, a blood choke is attack one side of the neck.
It's just one side of the neck. Okay?
A blood choke is attack the side of a neck. So my choke's from here, side of the neck.
Right, but you're using your weight and you're actually cutting off both sides. You're using your body and your arm, right? And you're actually protecting the trachea or the airway in the crux of your.
You're mixing chokes up. You're mixing your air chokes and your blood chokes together. Air choke is to attack the trachea. A side choke is to attack the side of the neck.
So if I have someone in a chokehold, right, and a blood chokehold using my arm, I may have my hand behind that person, right? No,
it's not. I'm attacking the side of the neck, not the trachea. You're attacking the trachea. I'm attacking the side choke.
I'm saying that the trachea is protected by the crux of the elbow. And so you're using the forearm and the bicep to cut off both sides of the blood.
Correct. From here to here. Right. You're cutting off one side of the neck on the choke.
Okay. How long does that usually take in your experience to render someone unconscious?
You go unconscious on a blood choke within seconds. Some people don't even know that they're about to go unconscious.
Right. You were interviewed by the FBI, right?
That is correct.
Right. I believe it was Agent Garvey of the FBI, right? Are you looking at some notes to refresh your recollection?
I have it in front of me. That's correct.
Would that help? Would that help you refresh your recollection?
I mean, yeah, that's why I just opened it up.
Yeah.
That's correct.
It's kind of weird. We have rules in court. You have to testify from your memory, not your notes. But if
It's
you need
not notes. I'm just the name is on the front of the page.
What I'm saying is, if you need to refer to your whatever it is you have in front of you to help you refresh your recollection, we need to get permission from the court to do that. So it's a weird procedure that we
I
have
don't
to
know his name, so I looked to see what his name was.
Okay.
Correct.
Would it help you remember his or her name if you looked at your paper in front of you?
That's correct because it's in the paper. Same paper.
Your Honor, may he refer his notes?
And Mr. Williams, refer to your notes silently.
Correct.
And once it's refreshed your memory, then close the notes back up and testify
Correct.
from your memory.
Yeah, definitely.
Mr. Nelson.
Thank you.
What was the name one more time, sir?
I believe there were two agents
Correct.
there, right? One was from the BCA named Angela Garvey,
That one's correct.
and then Eckert is the last name of the other?
I believe that. Yep, that is correct.
Okay. And you were interviewed by those agents on May the 29th of last year, correct?
Correct, I believe so.
All right. You wouldn't, we have a transcript of that statement and the reports about it.
Yeah.
Would you dispute me if I told you it was May 29th?
I don't recollect the dates.
Okay, fair enough. And do you recall them asking you about blood chokes and how long it takes to choke someone out?
Correct.
And you told them 3 to 5 seconds.
Correct. Just like I just told you, within seconds.
Right. And an MMA round is 3 minutes, right?
No, that's for amateurs. MMA round is 5-minute rounds.
Okay.
3 minutes for amateurs, 5 minutes for pros.
All right. So 3 to 5 minutes are per round of an MMA fight.
Of an MMA fighter.
Right. Okay. Have you ever, whether it be in your training after you have rendered someone unconscious, where they come back to and they start fighting again?
Inside of a fight?
Mhm.
Have I choked someone out and they came back to? No.
Okay.
Like, finished fighting, the referee will.
Have you seen that happen in practice?
Rephrase it, or
So
please
some,
repeat the
so
question.
I will do so. Well, you rendered someone unconscious, right? You're fighting with them. They've gone unconscious. You've released your chokehold from them. Have you ever experienced someone coming back and starting to fight you again right away?
Yes, and personally, no. Have I seen it? Yes.
Okay, fair enough. So you've seen after someone is unconscious, they come back to consciousness and they start fighting right away again. You've seen that happen.
I've seen it on the UFC multiple times where when someone gets choked out, they come back to and they continue to try to fight, and the referee has to explain to them that they've been unconscious. I've been knocked out, and I had to come back conscious, and the first thing I wanted to do was continue to fight. And then when I was in the locker room, they told me that the fight was already over, so I have no recollections of what happened in that moment.
Okay, great. Now, you testified that one of the things that you do and have done in your career is to work as a security guard, right?
That is correct.
And you've worked as a security guard in a variety of contexts, right?
That's correct.
So you've done some personal security for people,
Correct.
and you've done some like kind of doorman stuff, right?
That's correct.
Bouncing, I guess, is what
Correct.
you would call it. And you said that you have worked alongside the Minneapolis Police Department in those club type situations with off-duty officers and on-duty officers.
That is correct.
Okay. The in that capacity, have you ever had to deal with a crowd of people?
That is correct.
Have you ever had to deal with a crowd of people that was upset?
Definitely.
Is it easier or harder to deal with a crowd that is upset?
Each person's different. Me, I'm able to deal with the high capacity of distractions, different things going on, and still be able to be professional and focus on what's going on in front of me.
Okay. And have you ever been involved in a situation where there's a crowd that's upset and you were afraid of them?
Correct.
I'd like to direct your attention to the incident on May 25th of 2020 that you've testified about. You were shown an exhibit yesterday that shows that you arrived at the Cup Foods on the 38th Street side of Cup Foods at 8:23 and 12 seconds.
Don't recollect the time, sir.
Okay. Would you like me to show you that exhibit, or would you agree that that's probably correct? I can show you the
Yeah,
exhibit.
show me the
All right. I am showing you Exhibit 18. Yeah, you can see that?
Yeah, correct.
This was already admitted into evidence yesterday. You would agree that Exhibit 18 shows you walking along 38th Street on May 25th, 2020 at 8:23 and 12 seconds.
Correct.
Okay. So, not trying to trick you, all right?
That's fine.
All right. And it's fair to say that prior to your arrival there, you had no idea what had been going on in the area.
No, not at all. Like I said, I just seen squad cars and didn't know what was going on.
Right. And you testified that as you kind of came around the corner, your energy sort of pulled you towards that incident, right?
Yeah, that's totally correct.
So you would have absolutely no idea that an ambulance was called 3 minutes before you arrived.
Don't know anything about that.
You would have had no idea that an ambulance was stepped up to code 3, which means get here quick, 2 minutes before you arrived.
No recollections of any of that.
You weren't there, you wouldn't possibly know, right?
Wouldn't know at all.
You testified that kind of based on your experience as a security guard, your first inclination is to just sort of observe everything that's going on, right?
Totally correct.
And that's what you did.
That's why I felt like I did correct.
So it's fair to say that you had not observed any prior contact between the Minneapolis Police Department and Mr. Floyd.
Only what I seen.
You would have no idea that they had been dealing with him for 15 minutes prior to your arrival.
Objection, Your Honor.
Not mine.
No, right?
He can still answer that question.
You can still answer it.
Oh,
If you'd like me to state it again.
repeat that question.
Sure. You were not aware that the police had been dealing with Mr. Floyd for 15 minutes prior to your arrival.
Not at all.
Now, you testified that as you were observing Mr. Floyd on the ground, you observed blood coming from his nose or mouth area, right?
Correct. And someone actually stated that if you watch the video.
Right. I've watched the video. But you would not have been aware that 3 minutes prior to your arrival, an ambulance was called specifically because he was bleeding from the mouth.
That had nothing to do with me, sir.
But you made certain assumptions.
What was your answer again?
I didn't have nothing, recollections of that, nothing to do with me.
Just
Sometimes the court reporter can't hear, so that's the only reason for the
No,
stop.
that, Your Honor, appreciate you, man.
Okay.
Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. But you yesterday testified that you assumed that the blood coming from Mr. Floyd's nose and mouth area was from his face being pushed into the cement.
I didn't say that. I don't. Can you? Yeah.
There's no question.
Yeah.
You answered my question.
Right. His blood coming through his nose. I said blood's coming through his nose. I didn't say how I got there or where.
I'm
it
going
came
to
from.
ask him. That's non-responsive objection. You've
Yeah.
answered my question, sir.
All right. Stop.
Objection is sustained. Jury disregard the last remark that was not in response to a question. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. You testified that after the ambulance came, you saw 2 additional officers, right?
Correct.
And you, prior to that happening, had no idea that those 2 officers were back there, right?
Correct.
So it's fair to assume that you did not hear any of the conversations between the officers, correct?
Tower didn't let me get close enough. Correct.
The question is, did you hear any of the conversations between the officers? Yes or no?
Please repeat that because you said it different the first time.
Sure. Did you hear any of the conversation occurring between the 3 officers with Mr. Floyd? Yes or no?
No.
It's fair to say that as you were there, you grew angrier.
Correct. That's what you perceive.
Pardon?
I said, is that what you took from the video? Correct.
As you were there and interacting with Officer Tao and Officer Chauvin, you grew more and more upset. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
You grew angry, right?
I grew control and professionalism.
Okay. Again, you made a statement to Agents Garvey and Eckert and in that statement you said,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this form of cross-examination.
Overruled.
Which one, Your Honor?
Overruled.
Proceed.
Proceed.
in that statement you said, like, I really wanted to beat the shit out of the police officers. You said that.
Yeah, I did. That's what I felt.
You were angry.
No, you can't paint me out as angry. I was in a position where I had to be controlled, of control professionalism. I wasn't angry because I stayed
You
on the curb.
object as non-responsive.
Well, I'm objecting.
Overruled. Overruled.
Answer will stand.
Next question.
Thank you. You started calling them names. Yes?
You heard that? Yeah, you heard the
Right?
video.
You called him a tough guy, right?
You watched the video.
You call him a real man, right?
You watched the video.
Okay.
You do have to answer the question yes or no based on what he's asking.
I'm going to ask you that again, so your answers should be yes or no, okay?
Yes,
You called him a tough guy.
I did.
You called him a real man.
I did.
You called him such a man.
I did.
You called him bogus.
I did.
You called him a bum at least 13 times.
That's what you counted in the video,
That's what I counted.
and that's what you got, 13.
And that was early on, right? Those terms grew more and more angry. Would you agree with that?
They grew more and more pleading for life.
All right. After you called him a bum 13 times, you called him a fucking bum.
That's what you heard?
Did you say that?
Is that what you heard?
I'm asking you, sir.
I'm pretty
Did
sure
you
I
say
did.
that?
You heard that. I'm pretty sure you did.
You call him a fucking pussy ass bitch.
If that's what you heard, I'm sure that's
I'm
what I did.
asking you, did you say that?
If that's what the video recalled, that's what I did.
You called him a bitch.
If that's the video you heard from the video,
It's
that's
a
what I
yes or
did.
no, sir.
If that's what was heard in the video, yes, I did.
And at one point, you said that Officer Tao pushed you.
That's correct. He didn't. He put his hand in my chest, is what I said.
And you observed Officer Tao push someone else, right? Or feel like he pushed someone else.
I didn't let him touch anyone else.
Do you recall saying, "I dare you to touch me like that. I swear I'll slap the fuck out of both of you"?
Yeah, I did. I meant it.
So again, sir, it's fair to say that you grew angrier and angrier.
No, I grew professional and professional, and I stayed in my body. You can't paint me out to be angry.
You were not standing, you were walking around, right?
Correct. Patrol.
And at times, you would go forward towards where Officer Chauvin was, right?
Correct.
And at times, you'd walk to the side, correct?
Well, I didn't really get too close to Officer Chauvin, actually. Tao did not allow me to get all close to Officer Chauvin.
You
So,
attempted to walk closer
I stepped off the curb and I stepped back on the curb.
because Officer Tao didn't permit you to go forward.
He said, step back on the curb.
Your voice, right? You weren't just saying you're a bum. Would you agree with that?
You said I wasn't just saying.
Right.
He was
The
a bum.
tone of your voice.
Tone of my voice was loud so people could hear me,
And it grew louder and louder.
so I could be heard.
And after Mr. Floyd was taken by the ambulance, you continued to interact with Officer Tao as well as other people on the scene, correct?
That's correct. After they retreated, I know that to retreat. I said what I said. I know they can say more to me.
And you continued to yell these types of things after Mr. Floyd was gone, right?
Me and Mr. Tao had words back and forth. Correct.
And I think you said something about hoping he would shoot himself.
No, I didn't say I hope he's going to shoot himself. I said within the next 2 years, you will shoot yourself in your head for what you did. I didn't say hope. I don't hope death on anyone. The Bible doesn't allow that.
So again, you continued to engage with these officers, right?
Tao,
And your voice was loud, right?
yeah, he tried to intimidate me. So
The officers, most of the officers were on the other side of 38th Street.
me and Tao were standing in front of each other.
At one point, Officer Tao goes across the street as well, right?
They both had to retreat. Correct.
And you continued to yell these same types of things.
Probably would. Correct. Yeah. Wasn't being heard.
And it was over and over and over and over again, right?
Because I wasn't being heard.
It's a yes or no question, sir. Was it over and over and over again?
Yes, because I wasn't being heard.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Williams. I have a few more questions for you.
Yes, sir.
In MMA fighting, do you ever have a situation where your opponent is handcuffed behind the back?
Never.
Do you ever have a situation in MMA where there are three people fighting against one?
Never.
And when you were on the scene at 38th in Chicago on May 25th of last year, when you were watching this interaction between these four Minneapolis police officers and Mr. Floyd, were you watching a cage match at the time?
Well, I only seen two of them, the animals. So I was watching more of a humane shit show.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
And
Sorry about what you said.
That's okay.
Okay.
so you weren't watching a sport that day, were you?
Not at all.
Mr. Nelson asked you a couple times about this kind of blood choke around the throat. Are you, based on your training, your experience doing this yourself, can you apply a blood choke to one side of the neck?
Correct.
And is that done in mixed martial arts?
That is done. Correct.
So whether Mr. Nelson wants to ask you about doing it on both sides of the neck, you've seen it done on one side of the neck.
Correct.
And when you were on the street there at 38th and Chicago on May 25th of last year, watching Mr. Chauvin and Mr. Floyd, was it that kind of blood choke you thought you were seeing on one side of the neck?
Objection,
That is correct.
Overruled.
Mr. Nelson asked you about seeing times when somebody has been unconscious in a mixed martial arts fight and come to and try to wrestle again or fight again. When an opponent is rendered unconscious through something like a chokehold in a mixed martial arts fight, is the fight stopped?
Right away, immediately, medical attention, right away.
Mr. Nelson asked you about dealing with crowds that are upset in your experience as a security guard. When you're dealing with a crowd that is upset, are there ways to try and de-escalate the situation without using force?
That is correct.
Like what kinds of things can you do?
Really staying calm, being humane, talking to the person, trying to talk them down, just getting the person away from the situation, just being humane with the person. What worked for me in downtown Minneapolis as a security guard and with drunk people that I'm babysitting pretty much. Like I have to come to and try to figure out a way how to solve this problem without putting physical force to them unless they are trying to physically enforce on me.
So while you were on the street there on 38th in Chicago on May 25th of last year and watching Mr. Chauvin hold Mr. Floyd down, did you see Officer Tao try to de-escalate that situation at all with the crowd?
objection, calls for legal conclusion.
Sustained.
Well, based on your training and experience as a security guard and your testimony just now about ways to de-escalate the situation, did you see Tao doing anything like that while you were there on that scene?
Same objection.
Sustained. Sidebar. Mr. Frank.
When you're dealing with a crowd as a security guard,
Objection.
Overruled. He hasn't finished the question.
and you have, as Mr. Nelson described them, a crowd that's upset, would it help in your situation as a security guard to have other security guards present?
Yes, it does. More presence, the better.
Move on, Mr. Frank.
During your cross-examination, you were asked about the time that Officer Tao touched you, put his hand on your chest.
Correct.
And your reaction was what?
Immediately swiped his hand because I felt threatened, and then I stepped back and I put my hands forward, and I really was threatened by his presence. So again, I put my hands up, didn't know what else was going to move forward, and I proceeded to step back.
So,
I know you backed up to demonstrate, but if you could move back up.
Oh,
to the
sorry,
microphone.
yep.
Oh, no problem. I think we heard you, so you're fine.
just got to stay close to the microphone. So you didn't want Officer Tao touching you,
Not at all.
and other than pushing his hand away, you didn't touch him.
Not at all. We kind of just,
And then you went back up on the curb.
that's correct.
During your cross-examination, you used the term the officer's retreat.
Correct.
What did you mean by that retreat?
What I mean is I'm not a law enforcement or by any means, but I know I see when certain cases happen when it comes to certain things like this, most of the officers retreat away from the scene until all the right authorities come on scene to take care of everything. So and that's what I noticed that they did. They retreated away from the scene to the other side of the street, and that's where they stayed until whoever came and deal with them.
Okay. Also, during your cross-examination, Mr. Nelson asked you about things that happened before you got to the scene.
That's correct.
You weren't at all trying to tell the jury in your previous testimony that you knew things that occurred before you got there.
Nah, not at all. I was deer in the headlights.
But when you got there, for that time period after you arrived and saw Mr. Chauvin with his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck on the ground there, until the ambulance took him, you watched that entire time.
I watched. Yeah, I watched everything.
And so during that time that you were watching, did you see anything that you thought justified holding Mr. Floyd down that way?
No, at all.
Sustained. Answer is stricken.
Did you see Mr. Floyd fighting back to the officers?
No,
Did you see whether Mr. Floyd lost consciousness while you were there watching?
correct.
Your Honor,
Yep. No argument on objections. I'll ask for sidebar if I want objection, or if I want argument. The objection is overruled. You may proceed. Ask the question again so Mr. Williams knows what it is.
while you were there watching, was there a time when you saw Mr. Floyd lose consciousness?
That is correct. We are referred to the fish.
That's,
Yeah.
you were asked multiple times about being angry
That's correct.
and more upset as time went on.
Correct.
So why? Why did you get angry and more upset as time went on?
Because again, they were not listening to anything that I was telling them. I felt like I had to speak out for Floyd because he was speaking out to the officer, and there was no feedback, no emotion, no nothing. Like I literally looked in his eyes and had, as I'm talking to him.
I'll just
Yeah.
stop you there.
We're going to stop the answer there. Next question.
What did you think was happening to Mr. Floyd?
He was under distress.
That answer will stand, but move on from that.
You felt he was in danger?
Correct.
In danger of what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Counsel sidebar.
So, Mr. Williams, why did you think it was so important that you were not being heard?
Because I felt like with the side choke, you lose consciousness, and I felt like he was in the process of losing consciousness, also from the condition of my fish in the bag.
So,
So,
Is it overruled?
you can continue.
so like I said before earlier, he reminded me of my fish in the bag.
So let me ask it this way then.
The last no will be stricken about the fish in the bag.
And so then, I'm sorry. Your Honor. So you were concerned about Mr. Floyd losing his life?
Correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
And you recross.
Very good.
You were asked a series of questions on redirect about your experience in mixed martial arts, if you recall.
Correct.
Can you tell me about any of the conversations that you had as you were being rendered unconscious in any of your fights?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. You're stating.
What did you just ask me? What did you
No,
just
just wait. Let me rule on the objection first. The objection is overruled. You may answer if you have a recollection as to any time. Ask the question again, but don't answer until I say so.
When you were engaged in mixed martial arts, in your fights, in your competitive fights, can you tell me, were you able to have a conversation with your opponent as you were being rendered unconscious? Yes or no?
We don't talk to each other, so no.
Nothing further.
Yes, Your Honor. You said earlier you're not a medical doctor.
That's totally correct.
If Mr. Nelson is asking you whether a person can,
Objection, Your Honor.
Stop. You're not allowed to give a medical opinion. Mr. Frank is going to ask you about your personal experience. If you have such a personal experience, you can talk about your personal experience. Nothing more. Mr. Frank, please phrase it in terms of his personal experience, not an opinion.
I will, Your Honor. In a mixed martial arts fight, when you are being rendered unconscious in a chokehold, you tap out, correct?
Correct.
And that's to prevent it from going too far.
Correct. Losing consciousness.
And the tap out is the communication you use to your opponent to say, hey, let up.
That is correct.
And your opponent has to follow that communication.
That's correct.
That's the rules of the fight.
That's the rules of the fight.
And so when you tap out, they know it's done and it stops.
Correct. And only time you go verbally.
That's an answer to the question.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Any further recross? No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Williams, you are excused. Thank you. All right. Members of the jury, our next four witnesses are going to be persons who, because of their age, I am allowing them not to be on the video broadcast. Obviously, you will be able to see them in the courthouse. But just so you know what is going out beyond this courtroom, their video will not be shown. Further, when they give their name and spell their names for the record, that will be off the audio that is being broadcast outside this courtroom. Just so you know what the general public is seeing, you will of course see and hear everything. I'm also allowing, contrary to what is often in the rules of decorum that we operate under, that they can refer to other people who are at the scene by their first names, as opposed to Mr. or Ms. So that's with court permission. They're not violating anything by doing so. So with that, the state will be bringing in its next witness. There will be four in a row probably. We're not going to get to all of them before we take a break, probably one at most. Okay, thank you. Okay. Five minutes? Okay. Well, why don't we just take our morning break for now, and if we have to take another one, we can do that as well. Let's break for 20 minutes. We'll be back at... Okay. Change of plan. All right. We're ready to go with our first witness. It sounds like you've got a nice loud voice that we'll be able to hear with the microphone. If there's any problem, I'll maybe move you up or back, but it seems like you're doing just fine. So I'm going to turn it over, going back on audio, to Mr. Blackwell.
Good morning, Darnell.
Good morning.
Are you a little nervous up there?
Yes.
It's understandable. I'm just going to take a few minutes this morning to talk with you and give the jury a chance to hear from you about what you saw, how you reacted, and what happened on May 25th, okay?
Yes.
First of all, Darnella, would you tell us how old you are?
I'm 18 years old.
And 1 week ago, were you 18 years old?
No.
So you just had a birthday.
Yes.
And so when we talk about May 25th of last year, you were,
17.
are you a student?
Yes.
Tell us, where do you go to, are you in high school?
Yes.
Where do you go to high school?
9th through 11th, I went to Roosevelt High School. Then made the decision to switch to Augsburg Fairview Academy for my 12th grade year.
So you most certainly remember the date of May 25th of last year.
Yes.
I want to take you to a certain time period on May 25th at around 7 o'clock p.m. on May 25th. Do you recall walking to Cut Foods?
Yes.
And were you by yourself?
No.
Were you walking with a cousin of yours?
Yes.
Do you recall how old your cousin was?
Maybe 12. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Maybe 9?
Maybe.
Now you're walking to Cup Foods. Where were you walking from?
Home.
So you live nearby.
Yes.
Would you describe Cup Foods as the neighborhood store?
Yes.
Now the jury may have heard something about this being a dangerous neighborhood. Were you concerned for your safety in walking with your cousin to Cup Foods?
No.
If you had to estimate, how many times would you say you walked to Cup Foods from your home in the neighborhood?
Hundreds to maybe even thousands.
So you and your cousin walk into Cup Foods. What were you going there for? Do you remember?
I was taking her to get some snacks.
Your cousin loves snacks.
Yes.
So let's go to May 25th of 2020, and I want to show you a couple of things just to set the scene for our discussion. I want to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, for our purposes, as Exhibit 13. Your Honor, I think I need a handler. Okay, I got one. Now, in Exhibit 13, do you see two people in that, in what is a photograph?
Yes, but I also see two people back there, if that
I see.
counts.
Right, you see two people in the front of the photo and two people in the back.
Yes.
Is this photo a true and accurate depiction of you and your cousin in the
Yes.
front of the photograph on May 25th?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll offer Exhibit 13 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
13 is received. Would you like me to publish?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. All right, now the jury can see it too. Now this is a screen that you can actually mark on. And so if we see the two people that are right here in the front of this picture, there's a little girl with the word love on her sweatshirt, and there's another person next to her. One of those persons you?
Yes.
And which one, the bigger one or the little one?
The bigger one.
And this is your cousin next to you.
Yes.
And is this as you walk into to Cup Foods?
Yes.
I want to show you what we've marked as Exhibit 16 for the trial. If you could pull that up, Brad. Now, is this a video that you've seen before?
Yes.
Do you have personal knowledge of the scene that's depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
Is this video a true and accurate depiction of the scene as you saw it on May 25th of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers Exhibit 16 in evidence.
Any objection? 16 is received.
So, Mr. Eltiste, if you could play this a little ways, I want to ask you some questions about it. So we can see with the jury, two people walking from the left to the right. There's a little girl in a green shirt, and there you are. Do you see you?
Yes.
And is this as you all were approaching Cup Foods on May 25th?
Yes.
Now, see there, your cousin goes into the store. Why did she go into the store and then you turned around and then came back toward the squad cars?
I wanted to make sure she got in.
You can stop there, Brad, for a second. When you walked past the squad car there, did you see anything happening there on the ground as you were walking towards Cup Foods with your cousin?
Yes. I see a man on the ground and I see a cop kneeling down on him.
Was there anything about the scene that you didn't want your cousin to see?
Yes.
And what was that?
A man terrified, scared, begging for his life.
Is that why you directed your cousin to going into Cup Foods?
Yes.
And then when you saw what was happening there at the scene, what was it about the scene that caused you to come back?
It wasn't right. He was suffering. He was in pain.
Let me stop you there for just a second, Darnell. And so when you say, first of all, he, are you referring to the person you come to know as George Floyd?
Yes.
Did you know anything about Mr. George Floyd before May 25th?
No.
Had you ever met him before?
No.
Ever seen him before to your knowledge?
No.
So when you came back to this scene here that we can see in Exhibit 16, what did you do when you first got there and we see where you're standing? What did you do?
I pulled out my phone,
And what were you doing to pull out your phone?
recording, capturing what I was seeing.
And we have already admitted into evidence in this case the video which you had done, which was our Exhibit 15 that's in evidence. So tell the jury what you observed, what you heard when you stopped to look at what was happening there at the scene.
I heard George Floyd saying, I can't breathe, please get off of me. I can't breathe. He cried for his mom. He was in pain. It seemed like he knew. It seemed like he knew it was over for him. He was terrified. He was suffering. This was a cry for help. Definitely.
Yeah. You'll disregard any opinions about how Mr. Floyd was feeling, but you can rely on her observations.
To the extent that you deem appropriate.
Mr. Blackwell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Donna, let me show you for a moment. We'll come back to this discussion. Let me show you Exhibit 17. That's also already in evidence. So can you see the person depicted on Exhibit 17? Darnella, are you able to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you know who this man is? You can take your time.
Yes.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen, who is this?
This was the officer that was kneeling on George Floyd's neck.
On May 25th.
Yes.
Is this the way he appeared when you saw him on May 25th, kneeling on George Floyd's neck?
Yes.
When you first arrived at the scene, you can take that down, right? When you first arrived at the scene and you started recording with your phone camera, were there other bystanders or others there present at the time?
No.
About how long before other people started to gather with it?
Not even a minute in.
And could you estimate roughly how many others were just there around you who were also observing what was happening?
Maybe about 12, 14, something around that maybe.
If I showed you a picture of those who were there, might you recognize those who might have been present with you? Let's see. Brady Full Exhibit 184.
For the record, that's not been
Thank you.
His name is to refresh memory, is that correct?
Yes, John, just one moment. Let me make sure it's just that only that she can see.
I've already got it.
All right, thank you, Judge. As you look at Exhibit 184, do these look like in this exhibit the other bystanders who were with you at the scene on May 25th?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll offer 184 now.
Any objection?
no objection.
184 as you see.
So looking at this picture, photograph at 184, can you identify for us any of the other bystanders? We know that you identify your cousin to the right. How about any of the people, others here in the photograph?
This is a former friend. This is a friend I went to school with, Alyssa.
Would you just point her out so that you can mark on the screen, actually?
Right there.
I'm sorry.
The arrow's on.
I'm sorry, Judge, could you repeat that?
The arrow is on the screen.
The arrow's on the
Where's she
screen.
pointing?
Far enough.
Yeah, just one moment. Is she able to mark from where she is?
She did. She put the arrow.
She put the arrow on the screen to
Okay.
mark where her friend is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
You see the arrow, Mr. Blackwell?
Yeah, no, I can't see anything on the screen here at all. Yeah, all right. You mentioned there's another one of your friends in the picture,
Yes.
and what was the friend's name?
Alyssa.
And could you again point out Alyssa? Okay, now I see it. Thank you, Alan. And what about any other persons you know here?
Not on the scene, but I do know people that was there at the last minute. I know some of the workers because I've lived there for a while.
But you were there the whole time as these various group of bystanders gathered together on May 25th.
Yes.
If somebody were to tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury that you and the rest of the bystanders who were there were an unruly crowd or mob, I didn't finish the question yet. Hypothetical.
I don't think it could be not leading.
So let's rephrase as a non-leading question, please.
All right. I want you to describe the nature and character of the persons gathered together there. Would you describe yourselves as an unruly mob or an unruly crowd?
This is Dan. Now, overruled. I think it's the only way to get an answer is
However, I would like to say
right after this answer. Go ahead.
No, I would say everyone were reacting multiple different ways from what they were seeing, which it wasn't right. We all know it wasn't right.
The last part of the answer is stricken. I'd like a sidebar with counsel.
Yes, sir.
All right. Sorry, the technical difficulties are sending shooting pains into all of our ears.
Yes.
Mr. Blackwell, if you would.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you. So as you were there with the other bystanders, did any of these bystanders ever threaten the police?
No,
Did any of them ever physically get violent with the police?
no,
Did you at the scene on May 25th see any violence at the scene at all anywhere?
yes, from the cops, from Chauvin, and from Officer Tao. I think that's his name.
Other than the violence you saw from Mr. Chauvin and the other police, did you see any act of violence from the bystanders who were there?
No,
Did you see any of the bystanders that act in any way that you would describe as unruly?
no,
Do you think it's fair to call them a mob?
no.
Amongst the bystanders who were there, did you see any of them make an effort to actually offer care for Mr. Floyd?
Physically,
Yes.
I heard them say, "Get off of him. You're hurting him. He can't breathe. He's not moving." But anytime someone tried to get close, they were defensive, so we couldn't even get close.
So first, let's just stick with what you heard the bystanders. The bystanders were saying things to Mr. Chauvin.
Yes.
What things did you hear that were being said to Mr. Chauvin by the bystanders?
You're hurting him. Are you enjoying this? He can't breathe. He's not moving. His nose is bleeding. You're a bum. Pretty much words around that category.
And when you arrived at the scene, can you describe for us, first of all, what was the position of Mr. Floyd when you arrived at this scene and saw him by the squad car?
He was laid down on the ground, restrained. It didn't look like he could move much, but his head.
And by restrained, was he in handcuffs?
Yes.
By restrained, where was Mr. Chauvin in relation to Mr. Floyd?
His knee was kneeling on his neck. It was two other officers holding him down as well.
And what did you hear or see Mr. Floyd doing while he was being restrained underneath, as you described, the knee of Mr. Chauvin?
He was he was stating that he was in pain. He said his neck, his back, everything hurts. I can't breathe. Mom, he said, I would get up if I could, something around that. I wouldn't say that's his exact words. But yeah, pretty much he was saying how much in pain he was. He couldn't breathe.
At some point, was there a person who came to the scene who identified herself as a firefighter?
Yes.
Are you able to see her in this exhibit 184?
Yes.
Could you point to her? Okay, and let the record reflect she's pointed to Genevieve Hanson.
Objective as far as the name. She's identified who she believes is the firefighter.
She hasn't testified yet. So,
The record will reflect that the witness has identified the person in dress.
That's why I felt
care to Mr. Floyd.
no.
Did he ever either let up or get up so that he could breathe?
No.
Did you ever see him try to administer CPR?
No.
Did you see him call anyone else to administer aid to Mr. Floyd?
No.
Did he call out and ask if anybody amongst the bystanders knew CPR who might be able to help him?
Not at all.
At what point did you see? Well, let me ask this: did an ambulance at some point arrive at the scene?
Yes.
And you saw the ambulance arrive there.
Yes.
Roughly, how many minutes after you first started watching what was happening to Mr. Floyd did the ambulance show up?
The end of my video, the video was about 10 minutes. I would say maybe somewhere around 9. I'm not sure.
So was there any point in your video, whether it's 9 or 10 minutes, that Mr. Chauvin ever let up or got up off of the neck of Mr. Floyd that you saw?
No. If anything, he actually was kneeling harder. It looked like he was shoving his knee in his neck. Like he was, yeah.
So was it your experience then, as the bystanders cried out, that Mr. Chauvin kneeled in even harder? Is that what you're saying?
Can you rephrase that?
You told us that it looked like Mr. Chauvin was,
I feel like he was feeding off of our energy.
Calls for speculation.
I want to know.
Counsel, should we take our morning break at this time?
Yes, sir.
All right. Members of the jury, we're going to break until 11:15. We're in recess.
You're a reactor, a mover, a slayer, a crier. Oh, let me tell you about this funny thing that happened. You know, all this talk about good things to come? Nah, you're the good thing.
But in your experience, you felt something was wrong here that a sergeant needed to know about.
Correct. If this was a form of use of force, I was calling to let them know.
Chauvin is charged with second and third degree murder as well as second degree manslaughter. His lawyer says he used necessary force, adding that the growing crowd of bystanders at the scene diverted officers' attention from the care of George Floyd and to the threat that was growing in front of them.
As the crowd grew in size, seemingly so too did their anger.
And right before we went to the questions, we predicted that there's going to be some fireworks, and there were. Eric Nelson certainly took off the gloves, so to speak, and tried to discredit some of the testimony with Williams. And how he did that was to say, you know, in wrestling, when you're in a chokehold, you can tap out, you can, you're basically functional. I think what Eric Nelson was also trying to do subtly is to say that, you know, sometimes people pass out in wrestling and you really don't know that's what happens. And he also says, like, look, you know, some people actually volunteer to be choked out in that particular sport to the point where they pass out, and it's all good. We'll see how effective that was to the jury. You know, of course, we can't see their facial expressions underneath the mask, but we soon will tell, we'll see if Eric Nelson's strategy was effective.
And during that cross-examination, as you mentioned, it got kind of testy there for a minute between Mr. Williams and the defense attorney, Eric Nelson. What did you think about that? Is that something that surprised you? Probably not as a trial attorney, but I'm sure it leaves an impression on the jury.
Absolutely. And I think Eric Nelson did that to be somewhat strategic. He started off very friendly, but very stern. But what Eric Nelson wanted to suggest is that, hey, look, the officers were being preoccupied with bystanders on the sidewalk that may have put the officers' lives in dangers. And in fact, it was you, Mr. Williams. And I think that's what Eric Nelson was trying to attempt. It says, look, you were coming off the curb. You went close to Officer Chauvin. You looked at as you were agitated. You said a bunch of naughty words when you were there. And then that discussion with the officers continued. And what Eric wanted to do was poke, 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 so the jury can see some of the toughness, if you will, for lack of a better word, from Williams, which takes them out on the scene, and somewhat for the jurors on the stand that definitely support Blue Lives Matter, and that said that officers have a tough job. What Eric Nelson was trying to bring that into the courtroom.
And so far we've heard from a Minneapolis 911 police dispatcher. We've heard from a young woman who worked at the gas station across the street from where George Floyd died. We've also heard from Mr. Donald Williams, who you just talked about. And then most recently we've heard from Miss Darnella Frazier. Can you tell me at all, can you elaborate on how the defense is really trying to connect with the jury, with these people that we've heard from so far?
Sure, and it's a very tough job for the defense because these are not their witnesses. So naturally, as a case starts, the state or a plaintiff or who, when they go first, they put in their case in chief. And so it's natural that the tendency is that their story is being told, so they have a little advantage in the overall conclusion. But that certainly soon changed. Eric Nelson, again, what he's trying to do is separate the individuals that testified from the causation of death. And he's saying, you're giving me all this testimony on wrestling moves, and there's been a lot of objections with his inability to conclude the death of George Floyd and also the officer's intent. And so Eric Nelson is going to be objecting probably even more. And of course, the judge has to balance those objections. There was one point in time where the judge sustained an objection, then he overruled, then we went to sidebar. And so you're going to see that a little bit more frequent as the litigation goes forward. But again, Eric Nelson is trying to detach the witness statements as only their observations, but really don't get to the core of the elements that the jury needs to attach to the elements of the charges.
And I want to get back again to the minors, because this is one of 4 minors that we will likely hear from today. When you are in trial and you are dealing with again to the minors, people who are testifying, possibly witnesses to a situation, I imagine that the defense and the prosecution, that they are a little bit more, this is like a little bit more delicate, that you have to approach the people on the stand who are of a certain age a little bit differently than you would of someone who was older.
You're absolutely right. When you get somebody who's nervous, and this is where Jerry Blackwell actually really asks very, very good questions. And so going back on replay, he asked the questions that elicit a really yes or no response. And then he grew into questions that asked for her narrative as the questioning went on. And she got a little bit more comfortable. And I also think that this is leading up to showing her the video, which will be very impactful for the jury, but also emotional for her. I will predict that Eric Nelson has to be very, very careful when cross-examining minors, to the point of it's most likely going to be a short cross-examination. Most likely it's going to be dealt with very gentle gloves, because certainly, even though that the witnesses are on stand, what the attorney's job is to do is, number one, be likable to the jury at all time. But number two is get the witness to tell the story through their questions, almost kind of an out-of-body experience where Jerry Blackwell is talking directly to the jury and just using the witness as a conduit. So we're going to see not the same cross-examination with Williams with the minors from Nelson.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting to see. And you addressed how the defense is looking to connect with the jury. How about the prosecution? How are they trying to connect and kind of speak their language?
Sure, absolutely, and you know it's interesting, and maybe by strategic that Jerry Blackwell is handling the minors. He did such a good job with a calm voice, with very what we call softball questions. What are your name? What is your age? You just had a birthday. You know, get the witness to relax. And I think when Jerry Blackwell goes up there, you can see some of the common courtesies every time, even if he loses an objection, he always thanks the judge. And he's from North Carolina and I'm from Texas, so there may be some Southern hospitality in there, but it's all strategic as well. And so they're trying to connect with the jury in a way that this matter is very important. They have a job to do, and they're doing it at the same time being forceful with some of the discussions, but also balancing the fairness to the defendant.
And we are hearing from some of the bystanders. We heard from Mr. Williams yesterday, and now we're hearing from some of those minors. Do you think that this is a critical point in this trial, to hear from people who saw firsthand what occurred that day?
Yeah, I do. And now looking back, I understand, at least I think I do, the state's kind of strategy in here. What they're doing is they're taking it to the scene. They're getting all the key witnesses with regard to that 9 minutes and 29 seconds, which was the theme of Blackwell's opening, and they're getting that information out first. And they want the jury to hear, and I wouldn't be surprised if we don't hear from the nurse or the firefighter, rather, other individuals that were there. I mean, they're going to state the impressions of those individuals right off the bat. And so what you're constantly hearing is the knee on the neck, the 9 minutes and 29 seconds from each and every witness. And that's being driven home over and over again. And then I think the state is going to then take a kind of outside macro look to presenting the evidence in a sense of what led up, and then they're going to go to the Mercedes and they're going to go to those aspects, but that's in the next couple of weeks. And so I understand the strategy, and of course the defense just has to sit around and kind of be thoughtful and be patient, and that's very tough. I've been on the defense side. It's very, very tough to be patient because you have something to say. And as you've seen, you know, Chauvin is doing a great job of just kind of remaining calm. I think it helps having a mask, because a lot of times you have clients that can't control their facial expressions, and that means a lot, and that can tell 1,000 words. But what he's doing, it seems like he's very interested, seems like he's in control. He's constantly taking notes. I'm pretty sure everybody's wondering, what is he writing down? It may be something of importance, it may be nothing, but he also is an officer, and the many cases are won because the attorneys listen to their clients, and certainly one of the experts in the room that knows police policies is Officer Chauvin himself. So I'm pretty sure he's a resource for Eric Nelson.
All right, Lee, thank you so much for your perspective and your candor, and please stand by. We definitely want to get back to you in our later breaks. And this is the first break that we've had so far this morning. Again, we picked up where we left off in yesterday's proceedings, where we heard from Mr. Donald Williams. He was one of the bystanders there at the corner of 38th and Chicago and South Minneapolis, who witnessed the death of George Floyd. And we before we ended the break, we heard from Darnella Frazier, 17 years old at the time that she actually shot that video, seen all across the world now, of the death of George Floyd. And right now, we want to get to Fox 9's Paul Bloom, who has also been monitoring this case. He has been on this case since day one. Paul, what were some of your biggest takeaways this morning so far?
Well, that cross-examination, Eric Nelson, Donald Williams, the MMA fighter, on the sidewalk there. Eric Nelson tried to go, forgive the fighting analogy, but tried to go toe to toe with him to get some concessions about what he saw, what he knows. Definitely trying to engage him on this idea that he was growing more and more agitated, more and more angry along the sidewalk, and this theme that has emerged about the crowd there, right? It kind of was a bombshell in the opening statement yesterday from Eric Nelson in defending Derick Chauvin, this idea that the crowd was growing angrier and angrier and more agitated as Derick Chauvin continued to keep a knee to the back and neck of George Floyd, and that created a threat, a stressful situation, almost to the point of losing focus on the subject underneath them. And you know, Nelson tried to get some concessions there. Also, Donald Williams having done security work and performing in front of a crowd that's upset. But you heard Donald Williams toe the line, if you will. You know, I can remain professional in those situations. You got to remain focused in those situations. So I thought he swatted back some of the defense attempts to poke holes in his testimony. And then, of course, now just hearing from Darnella Frazier, you and Lee spoke about how emotional she is. 17, just turned 18 years old at the time, reliving what she witnessed there at 38th in Chicago outside Cup Foods, and particularly emotional when she was basically asked to identify Derick Chauvin. They showed her that screenshot of Derick Chauvin's face while he's kneeling on George Floyd, and sort of asked her to connect the dots. Is this the officer you know? And she affirmed that, and it was very difficult for her. And as Lee points out, I'm sure we'll see her entirety of her video shortly. But she's on the stand now, powerful. And I think, as you and Lee were discussing, I think the state here is focused right now on establishing that scene, that 9 minutes, 29 seconds at 38th in Chicago. And then down the road, what they're going to have to do is get into medical experts, right? A lot of this case is going to come down to the cause of death. I think that's a separate area. We'll eventually hear and focus witnesses on that. And then, of course, police tactics. The defense, Eric Nelson yesterday claimed Derick Chauvin was just following his years of training by what he did that evening, Memorial Day last year. Remember, the state has promised they are calling Medaria Arredondo in. They are calling training experts in. They are calling the people who train MPD officers specifically to discredit the actions of Derick Chauvin that day. They are claiming that MPD will basically say there is nothing in the books that explains what Derick Chauvin did last year, May 25th of 2020. But, a few things I recalled from this morning, and then as we look ahead in the days and weeks to come.
All right, Paul, thank you so much. And we're going to head over to Hannah Flood, Fox 9's Hannah Flood, who's also been monitoring the situation there in court. And Hannah, we heard from Darnella Frazier. She's 18 now. She was 17 years old at the time of George Floyd's death. What Lee said earlier is that, you can hear some of the emotion in her voice as she was being addressed by the prosecution. What do you think the defense's, what do you think their approach is going to be? How their strategy moving forward? All right, unfortunately, we're having some technical difficulties there, but right now we are in break one of today's court proceedings. Judge Peter Cahill had mentioned before we went to break that this break would probably last between 15 to 20 minutes. So we're expecting for proceedings to resume pretty soon. But again, thanks so much for joining us for gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Derick Chauvin trial. Today is day 2 of the trial. 2 people have taken the stand today. That's Donald Wilson. We'd heard from him yesterday. He was essentially one of the witnesses, one of many bystanders there on the corner of 38th and Chicago and South Minneapolis, who witnessed the death of George Floyd. And we also heard from a young woman. Her name is Darnella Frazier. She's 18 years old, recently turned 18. She was 17 years old at the time that she recorded that video that has now been seen all across the world of George Floyd's last breath. Just to point out some of the things that were brought up during testimony today from Mr. Frazier during cross-examination. He was really questioned by defense attorney Eric Nelson about his background in wrestling and MMA, because he felt that what he saw was a blood choke, and he felt that that was something that he was witnessing that should not have been taking place. As we wait for court to resume, we're going to check back in with local trial attorney Lee Hutton. Lee, are you there? Lee, you're there?
Yes.
Okay, all right, great. Now I can hear you. So yeah, thanks again for being with us. Just recapping of everything that we've heard so far today. We talked about the defense attorney really honing in on Mr. Williams' background in wrestling and MMA. Why do you think that is?
Well, what he is trying to do is separate MMA and the sport, the recreation of that particular life. And I remember there were some questions where he said, "Look, that's a sport," and Mr. Williams said, "No, this is life to me." What Eric Nelson is trying to do is really separate the fact that that's MMA, but this is police work, and you know nothing about that. And so I really need to draw a fine line. Now, for the viewers, there's during this, there's a lot of objections that you see going on, many of them from Eric Nelson, especially with this particular witness. The reason why those objections were being made by Eric Nelson is because what Eric Nelson wants to do is keep the testimony within the yellow brick road of what Mr. Williams can testify to. It was just the MMA, it was just the wrestling. However, he could not give conclusions as to what effects certain things do on the body and kind of the medical mechanics of it all. And then a lot of times where attorneys do a sidebar where they put on those little headphones that looks like they're in a spaceship, they're really talking about why objections are made. There was one time where Eric Nelson, and every attorney falls subject to this, is that when he makes the objection, he will make argument at the same time. That's strategic a lot of time with trial attorneys, so the jury can hear while you're making that objection and kind of hear some of the legal conclusions as to the objection. And the judge kind of admonished the attorney, saying, "Look, you can object, but make no arguments. If you want to make an argument, pick up the headphone and we'll do it out of the ear of the jury." There's going to be more fireworks. There are going to be more objections.
Yeah, and I thought that it was, as you mentioned, everything when it comes to trial, it is all about strategy on both the defense and the prosecution. And during the prosecution's questioning of Darnella Frazier this morning, he asked her to describe, how did she feel with what she saw. And she said that she described Floyd as being someone who was suffering, and she said that he was in pain. And she stated that she felt threatened by the police officers. So that line of questioning, it's all purposeful, right?
Absolutely. And I think, Jerry, there was one time where the judge sustained an objection and he asked Mr. Blackwell, he said, "You need to rephrase it." And on your feet, trial attorney has to kind of be flexible, be a bamboo, bend but don't break, and kind of ask and rephrase the question in a different way to elicit the testimony. And this is where you can have good witnesses and you can have not so good witnesses, because the witness has to be really keen to really listen listen to the question, so you can really have a great back and forth communication, of which the jury is eavesdropping on. And so when Jerry Blackwell kind of did an about face and asked the question a little differently, he was able to get some very good testimony for the state with regard to the suffering, with regard to the fact that, and I think it diffuses the defense strategy a little bit, that the officers were in danger, but Jerry Blackwell masterfully kind of switched it, and he says, no, as a matter of fact, the people in the curve were in danger. And so that came out very effectively.
And today we are going to hear from 4 minors. We are hearing from one of them right before the break. Can you talk about just kind of that? I'd imagine that that's a delicate dance for everyone involved in that courtroom. I can just imagine how tense it is in there. And seeing someone who is of a particular age have to deal with something that's so traumatic.
Absolutely. Well, I can tell you, you'll see Jerry Blackwell as the minors get younger and younger. The questions are probably going to be shorter and more delicate. And that's not just strategy, is that you want an effective witness too. But to a certain extent, and this is where sometimes trial attorneys can be seen as emotionless, but you also want the emotions of a 12-year-old kid who just witnessed somebody die in front of officers, connected to Jerry Blackwell's theme that when you're in our custody, you're in our care. And so having a 12-year-old girl tear up or look scared in this masterful big situation that they're in, you need the jury to kind of relive that and hear it again. And of course, people on the stand, including Mr. Williams, were getting emotional, and we're a year from the event. So, this is what the state wants the jury to feel, is that particular emotion. Now, defense obviously wants to take emotion, the politics and the social out, which is kind of their theme in opening statement. But with these 4 individuals that are under the age of 18, it's going to be a different type of show. And I don't think they will be on the stand that long, especially the younger ones, the 12-year-old. It's always a tough dance for a trial attorney.
All right, thank you so much, Leah. Now we're going to check back in with Fox 9's Hannah Flood. Hannah, so far, what have been the biggest moments for you?
Well, I thought it was, really interesting, and Lee was talking about it, of Darnella Frazier getting up onto the stand today, and just the emotion, even almost a year later. We do have a little bit of a clip from her right when she got up on stand today.
I see a man on the ground, and I see a cop kneeling down on him.
Was there anything about the scene that you didn't want your cousin to see?
Yes.
And what was that?
A man terrified, scared, begging for his life.
Is that why you directed your cousin to going into Cup Foods?
Yes.
And then when you saw what was happening there at the scene, what was it about the scene that caused you to come back?
It wasn't right. He was suffering. He was in pain.
Are you able to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you know who this man is? You can take your time.
Yes.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen, who is this?
This was the officer that was kneeling on George Floyd's neck.
On May 25th?
Yes.
And so there you can hear that emotion in Darnella's voice as she's describing this. And BZ, I think is important to note there were some motions this morning that kind of solidified this. We're going to be hearing from a couple of minors today, and they're not going to be shown on video. So it sounds like court is back in session, so we'll take you back.
Let's take it. Thank you, Hannah. Let's go back to court. Or the break.
Darnella, before the break, time to time, Mr. Chauvin kneeled harder.
Yes.
You remember that testimony?
Yes.
Could you tell the ladies and members of the jury, how did you see him respond and react to the crowds calling out to him? What did you see him do?
He just stared at us, looked at us. He had like this cold look, heartless, He didn't care. It seemed as if he didn't care what we were saying. It didn't change anything he was doing.
In response to what you and the other bystanders were saying, did you see him do anything differently to the body of George Floyd?
Can you
Well, I'll just ask you the question. Yes. In response to what the crowd was doing or saying, did you see him at any time kneel in harder on George Floyd in response?
Yes.
Incidentally, do you see Mr. Chauvin in the courtroom
Yes.
today? Could you please point him out?
Right there.
Yeah, for the record, she's pointed to Mr. Chauvin. Thank you. Now, you had at some point told us that you were there when the ambulance came.
Yes.
Did Mr. Chauvin get off of Mr. Floyd when the ambulance arrived?
No, the ambulance person had to actually tell him to lift up.
So the ambulance arrives, and does an ambulance person get out right away and come over to ask Mr. Chauvin to lift up, or did something else happen before that?
He checked his pulse first while Chauvin's knee was still remained on George Floyd's neck.
All right, so paramedic checks his pulse with Mr. Chauvin still on his neck. Then what happened after that?
The paramedic he did like a motion, like get up, basically telling him to remove his knee. His knee was still there, even when they came, even at the end, even unresponsive.
Right. And did Mr. Chauvin get up at that time then?
Yes.
Right. As you were observing the entire scene, did you observe Mr. Floyd do anything that you felt was threatening to any of the police officers?
No.
Did you see him do anything other than call out in anguish?
No, besides maybe trying to get more comfortable. No.
Do you feel, well, let me ask the question a different way. When you arrived at the scene, you heard Mr. Floyd crying out, you told us.
Yes, from afar.
At some point during the period of time when he was under Mr. Chauvin's knees, did you see him go unconscious?
Yes.
Did you hear any discussion about whether or not he had in fact died?
No.
Did you have, when the paramedics came, they picked up his body, they took his body from the scene?
Yes.
Did they revive him there?
No.
Did you ever see him conscious again when he left the scene, before he left the scene?
No.
Incidentally, with the photograph here of the bystanders, the exhibit 184 that's in front of you, did the bystanders for the most part stay there on the sidewalk where they were?
For the most part, yes.
If they stepped at all into the street, was there an officer there telling them to get back?
Yes.
Did you see that the bystanders complied with what the officer was asking to get back?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll pass with it.
Mr. Mills.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Just have a few questions for you, okay?
Okay.
You testified that when you first came up to Cup Foods, you initially heard what was being said by Mr. Floyd, right?
Yes.
And you sent your cousin into the store, and you never went into Cup Foods yourself, right?
Correct.
You turned around, and you pretty much right away from the time you sent your cousin into the store, right away started recording, right?
Correct.
And ultimately, you recorded from that point all the way until the shortly after the paramedics came and left, right?
Correct.
All right. And so it's fair to say that prior to, well, as you approached them, Mr. Floyd was already in that position, right?
Yes.
He was on the ground.
Yes.
And anything that happened prior to that, you wouldn't be privy to or know what happened, right?
Correct.
But you, and so what we saw from your video that has been played was roughly 10 minutes of time, agreed?
Agree.
And throughout the course of your time that you were recording, you would agree that when we watch the video, there are times we can hear your voice, right?
Correct.
And we can hear the voices of the other people, the bystanders, so to speak, right?
Yes.
And I believe that you said there were about 12, by the end, there were about 12 to 14 people that were standing kind of right there on the sidewalk, right?
Correct.
Were you also observing people across the street?
No.
Were you observing people like down on the other side of 38th?
No. Mainly focused on what I was seeing.
Right. You would agree that that intersection is a fairly busy intersection, lots of traffic?
Certain days, yes, it could be.
Yeah. I mean, at times, right?
Yes.
It's a bus route, there's buses coming by.
It's
right?
been multiple times. It's been empty though, as well. But yeah.
Understood, right. It's a busier intersection. It's in the middle of the city, right? It's compared to like in a neighborhood, like where there's all houses. More traffic there, right?
Yes.
And in fact, in your video, we can actually see a lot of cars driving by because this was, you know, a nice spring night, right?
Yes.
And so, your video, in other words, sort of speaks for itself, right? What we see on it is what you were watching as you watched it.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. You were interviewed by, I believe, a couple of Bureau of Criminal Apprehension agents early on in the case, right?
Who?
The BCA, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. They came and took a statement from you.
Yes.
Okay.
The FBI?
Well, was there an FBI agent? Let's call them law enforcement, all right? There were a couple of law enforcement agents that interviewed you.
Closer to the situation, yes. It was I believe two white guys. I'm not sure if they were white, but they looked white. But yes, closer to the situation, yes.
Right. You met with them, you provided them your cell phone, and you allowed them to copy the video from your cell phone for purposes of their investigation, right?
Yes.
And at that time, they took a statement from you. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you understand that that statement was recorded, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I don't want to misphrase what you said before, but I thought I heard you say that you were aware that there were 4 officers on the scene when you walked up.
No. I didn't see the other officers until the end, and when everything blowed up, I've seen different angles. That's when I figured out it was two other officers on George Floyd when he was laying on the ground.
The question being, though, however, as you were filming it, you were not aware that those other 2 officers were there.
No, only officer I seen was Chauvin and Officer Tao.
Right. And those are the 2 that you primarily had interactions with Officer Tao, right?
Yes.
And you testified that Officer Chauvin didn't say very much, right?
Yes.
But it's also fair to say that you couldn't necessarily hear whether those other officers were speaking to Mr. Chauvin.
Objection, Your Honor, is assuming facts that are not established.
Overruled. You can answer if you know. You want me to ask the question again?
I heard him.
Okay.
No, I did not hear the other officers.
Right. And it's also fair to say that when you first started recording, you were one of the few people that were there, right?
I was the first person to record.
Right.
First person. Yeah, sure.
And by the end of the video, there were more people present.
Yes.
And would you agree that initially when you started recording, you weren't saying much, if anything, to the officers, right?
I don't remember.
But as time went on and more people showed up, voices became louder. Would you agree with that?
As we understood more what was happening.
I just want to know.
What we seen
Right.
is how we reacted.
Right.
Like you said, the video speaks for itself.
Understood, and I appreciate that. So you heard various people calling the officers names, right?
Yes.
And the volume of the people in that were bystanders grew louder over time. Would you agree with that?
Yes. More so as he was becoming more unresponsive.
And more people also started speaking at the same time, right?
Yes.
So we had, you said there were 12 to 14 people
Around that.
around that number. I think I counted 12 in the picture.
Okay.
And several of them were speaking. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And several of them were yelling.
Yes.
And they were becoming more and more upset based upon what they saw.
Correct.
Do you remember Officer Tao saying to you, if you can breathe if you can talk?
Yes.
Now, in addition to your initial interview with law enforcement officers, you've also met with the prosecution team a couple of times in preparation for trial, right?
Who would that be?
Well, like Mr. Ellison, Mr. Blackwell, Mr. Frank, Mr. Slisher, and a host of others, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you were you grew up in the nearby neighborhood, right?
I'm from here. I grew up near the suburbs.
Okay. But you were at the time living...
At the time, I've been there for years. Yes, correct.
For how many years, did you say?
Maybe, I don't know, 5+.
Okay. And you attended Roosevelt High School at the time?
Yes.
And you testified that you felt safe, walking to the store.
Actually, sorry. At the time of this, I'm not sure if I attended Roosevelt because I was in the process of switching schools.
Okay. I think it was during the pandemic, right? And so everybody kind of had, all of a sudden you had to study from home kind of a thing, right?
I was already at my other school.
Okay.
So yes.
You testified that you've walked to Cup Foods hundreds, if not thousands of times.
Correct.
And that you felt safe doing so.
Any time of the night, I would walk there.
Okay. Would you agree that you had previously told members of the prosecution team that at night the neighborhood can be a little bit more dangerous?
Some nights, I mean, wasn't really known for violence like every night or a lot, but I feel like any area has some type of crime.
Sure.
From here and there.
Sure, understood. And I'm not trying to disparage the neighborhood, right? I'm just asking what you had told the prosecution before.
Right.
All right. You ultimately ended up posting your video to social media, right?
Correct.
And it went viral.
Correct.
And was that a surprise to you?
Definitely.
Changed your life, right?
Your Honor, objectives beyond the scope of practice relevant.
Overruled.
Are you asking me?
Yes, it changed your life.
It has.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Blackwell.
Darnella, you had just been asked questions about the safety of your neighborhood at night. On May 25th, when you were you there at Cup Foods at night?
No.
Sun was out, you could see fine.
Correct.
You were also asked whether or not you were aware of what people were across the street from where the officers were, what people were on the other side of 38th Street. Remember Mr. Nelson asking you about that?
Correct.
Did you see anybody from across the street or from 38th Street do anything to either attack or threaten Mr. Chauvin?
No.
And do you think that if somebody came across the street to attack or threaten Mr. Chauvin, you had your camera going, you'd have recorded it?
Correct.
Now he asked some questions about, again, the bystanders who were there, and he talked with you about that, those bystanders. Did you see a single thing that indicated to you that Mr. Chauvin was afraid of you, your little cousin, or a single one of the bystanders?
No.
You were asked about cars on the street. There are cars and cars and cars going. Did you notice, was Mr. Chauvin trying to get out of the way of cars?
No.
You were also asked about what the officers might have been saying to Mr. Chauvin.
Correct.
Remember talking about that?
Yes.
Did you hear any of the officers tell Mr. Chauvin that Mr. Floyd didn't have a pulse? Did you hear him say that even?
No.
You didn't hear him say anything?
No.
And you were also asked questions about how, as the events went on May 25th, how you and others may have gotten louder.
Correct.
Darnell, are you the sort of person who, in response to seeing somebody being potentially harmed on the street, gets louder?
I'm more of I bottle things up. I feel things inside. I have social anxiety, so it's really out of my comfort zone to really be that out person. But, you know, when I seen what I saw, at moments I was loud.
Loud in response to what you saw?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Nelson asked you a few questions about your video going viral and how that's changed your life. Remember that at the end?
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen how your viewing, experiencing what happened to George Floyd has affected your life?
When I look at George Floyd, I look at my dad, I look at my brothers, I look at my cousins, my uncles, because they are all black. I have a black father, I have a black brother, I have black friends. And I look at that and I look at how that could have been one of them. It's been nights I stayed up apologizing and apologizing to George Floyd for not doing more and not physically interacting and not saving his life. But it's like, it's not what I should have done. It's what he should have done. He should have.
That's the answer. Thank you.
Okay.
Did you finish your answer, Darnell?
She finished her answer.
Yeah, thank you.
Proceed to your next question.
No, Your Honor, that's my last question. Thank you, Darnell.
Mr. Nelson. All right, thank you. You may step down. You can leave, thank you. All right, next witness for the state is coming. All right. And Mr. Blackwell, if you would.
Thank you. Good morning, Judea.
Good morning.
First of all, would you tell us how old you are?
9.
How old will you be by the end of next week?
10.
And you got a 10th birthday coming up.
Yes.
What grade are you in?
3rd.
Do you have a cousin named Darnell?
Yes.
Do you remember going with her sometime last year in May?
Yeah.
You have to let me finish my question, but do you remember going with her to Cup Foods?
Yes.
And you like going to Cup Foods to buy snacks?
Yes.
Did you go with your cousin Darnella sometime in May of last year to get snacks?
Yeah.
Let me show you what's Exhibit 14. No. No. Just a second. Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as our exhibit number 13 and asking, can you see the two people
Yes.
in the front of that picture? Can you?
Yeah.
Who are those people?
Me and my cousin.
And which one is you? All right. And so the little one with the word love on her shirt.
Yes.
Now, you that day, you went into Cup Foods to get your snacks.
Yeah.
And when you came out of the Cup Foods, do you remember what you did next when you came out?
I saw the officer put a knee on the neck on George Floyd.
Okay, now you mentioned someone named George Floyd.
Yes.
Did you know George Floyd before May 25th?
I can't hear it.
Could you say that again? You can't hear?
No.
Okay. Had you ever met George Floyd before
No.
going into Cup Foods that day?
No.
As far as you know, had you ever seen him?
No.
Now, when you came out to where your cousin was and you saw George Floyd, was there a policeman there?
Yes.
Do you remember what the policeman or policemen were doing?
Putting a knee on the neck with George Floyd.
If I showed you a picture of a policeman, why don't I just do that? Exhibit 17. Let me ask you if you recognize the policeman in what's marked as Exhibit 17. Do you recognize this man?
Yes.
Who is he?
I can't remember his name.
Okay. Do you remember what he was doing? How do you know him?
He was putting a knee on the neck with George Floyd.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
No.
Okay. How about him?
Yes.
All right. So is that the person then you saw?
Yes.
So you saw a knee being put on the neck of George Floyd. When was the knee taken? Did you see that the knee was ever taken off of George Floyd's neck?
No.
Were you there when an ambulance came?
Yes.
Tell us what happened after you saw the ambulance come.
The ambulance had to push him off of him.
And how did that happen? Did they simply come in an ambulance and then go up to push him off, or what happened?
They asked him nicely to get off of him.
And when they asked him nicely to get off of him, what did he do?
He still stayed on him.
And then what happened after he still stayed on him? What did the ambulance people do?
They just had to put him off, get off of him.
Are you able to tell us, having been there on this day and seeing the officer on top of George Floyd, how did you feel about that? How did it affect you?
I was sad and kind of mad.
And tell us, why were you sad and mad?
Because it felt like he was stopping his breathing, and it is kind of like hurting him.
Thank you, Judea. I want to ask you any other questions.
Mr. Nelson.
I have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Judea, you can go. You are excused, so you're done testifying. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, I believe this would be a good time for a lunch break.
All right. Members of the jury, lunches might not be here until 12:30, but let's shoot for 1:15 to reconvene. So we are in recess until 1:15. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us for our continuing coverage of the Derick Chauvin trial. Today is day 2 of the trial, and you just heard testimony from a 9-year-old witness in the death of George Floyd. She's actually the cousin of Darnella Frazier, the 17-year-old woman at the time who actually shot that cell phone video that has now been seen across the world. What was interesting, I thought it's important to note that the 9-year-old witness who's in the 3rd grade, she told the jury that she had no cross-examination from the defense. And so here we are right now. We are taking a break. Court is expected to resume at around 1:15, the judge said. I'm going to head to our local trial attorney, Lee Hutton, who has been offering us perspective on this trial throughout this morning and will throughout the day. Just curious to get your take, Lee. No cross-examination on the 9-year-old from the defense. Were you surprised?
Not at all. And it goes back to our earlier conversation that Eric Nelson strategically is saying, look, this is not someone that I want to appear to kind of push around or to even subject to very, very adult issues. And we may hear that in his closing. I think the second reason is when Jerry Blackwell did the redirect of the earlier minor, although she's 18, his redirect was really, really powerful. And he was able to kind of navigate around some of the objections and the questions. And he got some powerful, impactful statements when she said, I go at home and I apologize and I pray to George Floyd that I didn't do more. And I see my father, my brother, and these guys, and that I apologize that I didn't physically stop the officers. Why I think that is powerful, because that diffuses the defense's strategy to a certain extent that this crowd is agitated. And I think the state may shift and kind of piggyback on that, because you have people on the street that saying, look, we wish we would have put our own lives in danger in order to save George Floyd's.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's important to know to the viewers who may have tuned into that 9-year-old witness, we didn't see her because she's a minor. We only heard her audio. And I want to backtrack a little bit, Lee, going back to the cross-examination by the defense of Darnella Frazier. I thought it was really interesting how attorney Eric Nelson ended that questioning. He asked Frazier, did she post that video to social media? She said she did. And then he ended it by saying, did it change your life? And she said yes. Why do you think that's significant?
Yeah, I just candidly, I thought that was, at least for me, and watching it as a kind of a chair quarterback, is different than actually being in the courtroom. I thought that was kind of a rocky question for Eric Nelson to ask. I think he asked that to say, look, you had this video, you posted it for the world to see, and this is really where the emotions and your pain kind of is experienced, and not necessarily from the conduct that's being alleged occurred. And Jerry Blackwell came back in and said, look, let's really focus on what actually changed your life. It was witnessing somebody who looks like your father, looks like your brother, and that couldn't breathe and ultimately met his demise.
And defense attorney Eric Nelson, when he was questioning Frazier, he also made a point to kind of get out of her, what is that neighborhood like?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And, we'll have to wait and see if that was effective strategy, because what Eric Nelson is alluding to, and I think we'll hear more in the defense strategy, and we also heard it in kind of the 911 individual's testimony, that there's a reason why they have a tower camera. There's a reason why this is being very observed, and police officers have to proceed with caution. Because this is one of those high crime areas. And what Eric Nelson attempted to do was kind of paint the picture is that when officers go to that area, they're on high alert. And this kind of goes back to his totality of circumstances, that he wants the jury not to just focus on the video or the situation, but also focus on what the police officer's mind frame was as they're entering into this allegedly high crime area. and again, this is where the trial ping pong match comes into play, where Jerry Blackwell then tries to defuse it. Didn't you hear to the witness that attorney asked you about high crime at night? And then she says, yes, I remember that question. And he says, but this wasn't at night. Everyone can see each other. And if there was something unusual, you would have caught it on video. So I thought that was kind of what we call rehabilitation by attorneys. And I thought that was very effective.
Mm-hmm. And Lee, we started today's testimony where we left off yesterday afternoon, and that was with Donald Williams on the stand. He was out there on the scene. He was witness to what happened to George Floyd, and he was also very vocal. And what we've seen from video from that evening. We heard a 911 call that he made, that he placed, basically calling the police on the police. Mm-hmm. Why do you think that it was important to air that and have the jury listen to what Williams described that day?
Well, for two reasons. Number one, it connects into the opening statements of Jerry Blackwell that people were calling the police on the police. And so that engages with the theme that the jurors heard. The second reason that prior to playing that 911 call from Mr. Williams, attorneys tried to ask questions. I believe it was Attorney Frank tried to ask questions about kind of the things that he said, the conclusions of death that were being made, and that was objected to by Eric Nelson and sustained by the judge. However, all of a sudden we hear this 911 call where we hear that testimony from the witness saying the exact same things that he was trying to testify in court, but it was on the 911 call. So strategically, they got some of that evidence in.
And there's a lot to unpack here, and I want to kind of keep it on Mr. Williams and his testimony. For our viewers at home who may not have seen it earlier today, his exchange during cross-examination with the defense, at times it got a little heated, a little testy. What did you make of that?
You know, I think that was very strategic by Eric Nelson. I thought he did a good job on cross, the best he could. What you do have, you kind of have a tough guy. Mr. Williams is no stranger to hand-to-hand combat. He's a wrestler. It looked like he was shorter in stature. So Mr. Nelson said, look, this is a guy that I can knock the chip off his shoulder, and he will get a little testy with me. And what Eric Nelson then tried to connect is saying, look, you were one of those individuals that put the police officers in apprehension. You came off the curve. You came toward Officer Chauvin. You came toward Officer Tao. And you were one of the people that was raising the attention of agitation. And in response, Mr. Williams, you know, I think he did a good job at times kind of reflecting. He says, yes, I saw somebody in that position. I got louder. I wanted them to hear me. I wanted them to basically stop what they were doing, and they didn't. So I think we're going to see with some witnesses similar to Mr. Williams, where the defense is going to be very aggressive in their cross-examination.
And yesterday during testimony, the prosecution was really honed in on Mr. Williams' background with martial arts and wrestling, almost kind of setting him up to be as if he was some sort of expert on the cause.
Absolutely. And as a matter of fact, that issue was ruled upon by the judge. There were certainly some motions, and the judge says, look, we're gonna allow him because he's at least an amateur / professional fighter. He's been trained in various disciplines of mixed martial arts. And so we're going to allow him to explain why he thought Chauvin's knee on the back of the neck was a certain type of chokehold that he's familiar with that restricts your airflow. And then there was a lot of discussion with Mr. Nelson and Mr. Williams with regard to what's a blood chokehold, which quite frankly, I didn't quite gather, but there was a difference between a regular chokehold, a blood chokehold, and the consequences of doing those chokeholds. And so what Mr. Nelson tried to say is like, look, this is kind of the habit and routine of what wrestlers and MMA fighters go through, and you just kind of tap out. You let the other person know they may pass out, and then you recover, and you may be back on the mat again minutes later. And so what Eric Nelson was trying to do was just kind of diffuse the verbiage of what a chokehold was, and when you can't breathe, and that it's not as dangerous, and this is just an unfortunate consequence. And again, Eric Nelson, what he's trying to do is take away that second degree elements and then push that down to a third degree. And ultimately, if he's significantly successful, there will be an acquittal.
And so we just heard from a 9-year-old witness, as I mentioned before, who was there, saw the death of George Floyd. She's one of 4 minors. Before her, we heard from her cousin, who just turned 18. She was 17 at the time. So we're 2 more people who are minors that we are expected to hear from. Can you explain to us, during trials when you have the prosecution and the defense dealing with someone who's under, the age of 18, how they approach that differently than they would if someone on the stand who's 33, 43, 60?
Absolutely. Well, the first approaching somebody so young, you have to make them feel comfortable. You have to know that the judge is going to be on the edge of his chair to kind of protect the minor from abusive or harassing questions. Also, as a trial attorney, there's certain things that we do to show that we're also human. We stand up as a candor for the judge. We sit down as the last person to show our courtesy and respect for those in the courtroom. But most importantly, we're very mindful of the witnesses that we have on the stand. With somebody as a 9-year-old who just witnessed a death and asking these very sensitive questions, we have to be careful of even the words we use. We can't use a lot of legalese terms, and we have to make sure that the questions that we ask to a minor, that they're understanding and registering it to give a lucid and thoughtful answer in a very, very monumental case. So it has a lot of consequences. And trial attorneys, both Eric Nelson and Jerry Blackwell, they're very experienced, and I think they're both doing a good job. In fact, Eric Nelson was so mindful, he didn't have any questions.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. We mentioned that at the top, that the defense attorney, Eric Nelson, he did not go there with a 9-year-old. He did not cross-examine her. But with 2 more minors left, what is it that takes him to want to engage in that questioning with someone so young?
So it really depends if he felt that the testimony was so damaging to his case that he needed to ask a couple of questions to ensure that the minor completely and thoroughly thought out the answer. With most minors, even if the testimony is so crucial or critical, damaging to your case, a lot of times you just want the minor off the stand and hope the jury just kind of accepts what they heard, and then we move on. Sometimes it's an approach where the jury says, "Wow, he didn't ask any questions, so then therefore he's not worried about the impact that it was." But most importantly, I think it was also strategic that as defense attorneys, many times I will go in the courtroom and I would want some of the kind of bad behavior or bad facts to not be focused so much on my client, but focus on me a little bit. And you do that many ways. Sometimes you do it by acting a little theatrical. Sometimes you do it by underplaying and being very, very courteous. And so Eric Nelson, I thought, was the right decision to not cross-examine the 9-year-old.
All right, trial attorney Lee Hutton, thank you so much, sincerely, for your candor and your expertise. Much appreciated. Look forward to talking to you later. Let's turn things over now to Fox 9's Hannah Flood, who has been monitoring the situation in court. Hannah, my first question for you is, what have been your biggest takeaways so far this morning?
Well, I think, this testimony from Darnella Frazier has been really interesting. She was the one who filmed that video over the summer that went viral and really brought this story worldwide. She was 17 years old at the time. She just recently turned 18 and got up on the stand. We do have some video of her from a body cam footage that kind of shows what her role was out at 38th in Chicago that day. She was, among the crowd. She was there with her younger cousin. She directed that younger cousin to go into the store and then walked over and started filming what was happening. So let's take this soundbite that we have from her, it kind of explaining, here's the body cam video right here. You can see her there in the hooded sweatshirt with her phone. That right there on the left in the sweatshirt, that is Donald Williams, who was on the stand earlier today. And this is what Eric Nelson is kind of talking about this crowd that had been forming and are kind of having exchanges with police. You can see them mostly up on the sidewalk, a few people getting into the street. This is Officer Tao's body camera. But Darnella is there all the way on the right, holding up her phone, filming that video that we saw in opening statements yesterday, the one that went viral on social media over the summer. And let's take a listen to a bit of what she had to say about this experience.
I see a man on the ground and I see a cop kneeling down on him.
Was there anything about the scene that you didn't want your cousin to see?
Yes.
And what was that?
A man terrified, scared, begging for his life.
Is that why you directed your cousin to going into Cup Foods?
Yes.
And then when you saw what was happening there at the scene, what was it about the scene that caused you to come back?
It wasn't right. He was suffering. He was in pain.
Are you able to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you know who this man is? You can take your time.
Yes.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen, who is this?
This was the officer that was kneeling on George Floyd's neck.
On May 25th?
Yes.
So there you can hear in her voice kind of how much this has impacted her. Later on, the attorneys asked her, how has this changed your life? What do you think about when you think about this day? And she talked about, when I look at George Floyd, I see my dad, my brothers, my cousins, my uncles, they're all black. I look that it could have been them. And she says she has nights that she's stayed up. Again, this is a woman who she just turned 18 years old. She says that she stays up apologizing to George Floyd because she feels like she should have gotten involved physically, and she says that she regrets not doing more to save his life. So it was really, really emotional hearing from her up on the stand. And again, that video is something that we've all seen and been talking about for almost a year now. So it was kind of fascinating to hear her talk about that experience and talk about just the sequence of events that put her there that day. Also interesting, and BC, you talked about it with Lee quite a bit, this exchange between the defense attorney Eric Nelson and Donald Williams, one of the witnesses who was on the stand. You could see him there in the sweatshirt in that body cam video. Nelson was asking him, what were you saying to the officers? Kind of alluding to what he had said in his opening statements, trying to paint this picture that the officers there on scene were dealing with an angry crowd. So then when the state went back and questioned him, they asked about the emotions that day. So this is Prosecutor Frank asking about kind of those emotions, those feelings that bystanders were having. Take a listen.
You were asked multiple times about being angry.
That's correct.
And more upset as time went on.
Correct.
So why? Why did you get angry and more upset as time went on?
Because, again, they were not listening to anything that I was telling them. I felt like I had to speak out for Floyd because he was speaking out to the officer, and there was no feedback, no emotion, no nothing. Like, I literally looked in his eyes and had, as I'm talking to him.
I'll just stop you there.
We're going to stop the answer there. Next question.
What did you think was happening to Mr. Floyd?
He was under distress.
That answer will stand, but move on from that.
You felt he was in danger?
Correct.
In danger of what?
Objection,
Counsel sidebar.
And it's also in that exchange, you can see kind of the line that Judge Cahill is trying to draw, allowing Donald Williams to talk about what he saw, what he experienced, about his own personal experience with MMA. But Judge Cahill was really careful to draw the line not to allow him to make any kind of medical assessments. So that's what you see there, kind of that stop and go of Judge Cahill getting involved. So now we know the rest of the day we're going to hear from a few more minors. Just a note for people watching at home, you're not going to see those minors appear on camera, but you will hear their voice. So it will be interesting going forward here to see how each of these attorneys deal with having a young person on the stand. You saw Eric Nelson decided not to question the young girl who was up there just before this break. So that's more of what we can expect throughout the afternoon.
Let's check in now with Fox 9's Paul Bloom. And Paul, you've been watching this all morning. We've heard from 3 witnesses, 3 people. 2 of them were minors at the time that witnessed the death of George Floyd. What have been the big moments for you so far?
Well, a couple of thoughts coming off of Hannah here and Lee. You guys have, effectively, detailed this morning. But one of the things I thought was interesting on redirect when the prosecution comes back after the tense cross-examination between Donald Williams and Eric Nelson. The first question out of Matthew Frank and talking about these chokeholds and what Donald Williams had experienced. This idea that Matthew Frank asked him, well, Mr. Williams, when you go into the MMA ring or fight, have you ever seen an opponent or a subject handcuffed? And then have you ever seen an opponent attacked 3-on-1 in an MMA fight or in the fighting that he has done in wrestling? And obviously, Donald Williams saying, of course not, never, sort of getting at this idea that no matter what Donald Williams was testifying to that day, it is not quite an exact parallel into a wrestling ring, into an MMA cage fight or the like. As for Darnella, it was interesting. I know Hannah mentioned the comments she got. I was kind of interested, maybe Lee can weigh in eventually, about the idea of getting that type of question in under her testimony when she was asked, what has it meant to your life since kind of recording this viral video? My thought is that answer, while extremely emotional and probably really sunk in hard on this jury, is, why is the prosecution allowed to ask that type of question? It really has no bearing on what took place there. It's just an emotional response. I don't know if under normal circumstances, perhaps we could have expected a defense objection to that question, because I thought she was allowed to kind of elaborate on her personal life after this thing that she had no control over once she put that video out on Facebook. So I thought that was interesting. Obviously, the 9-year-old, now 10, or about to be 10 years old, testifying. Eric Nelson deciding not to cross-examine, and certainly can understand that. But just her sweet, innocent words of being sad in the moment, of seeing Derick Chauvin kneeling on George Floyd, of officers hurting his breathing. And then sort of this moment in court when Chauvin takes off his mask, as she initially says she couldn't necessarily identify that officer. And then Chauvin stood up, took off his mask, and she sort of pointed that, yes, that's the officer I saw at 38th in Chicago last year. So a couple powerful moments there. As Hannah mentioned, we expect some further juvenile witnesses this afternoon. I'm just checking text here. We'll have to see who else, perhaps at the scene. We've obviously heard a lot about Genevieve Hansen, the Minneapolis firefighter, who kind of was arguing with the officers to check the pulse. And of course, like Donald Williams, she comes at it with some, with some expertise of chokeholds and MMA and fighting and what he was seeing on the street. All of a sudden, there's an eyewitness firefighter there who can sense when a subject is struggling breathing, when he needs medical attention. And her testimony, I think, would be awfully critical. So we'll see if we still hear from her today, because that would obviously be an eyewitness, again, establishing the scene, because I think the state is kind of telling a story. Here's the scene. Here's what happened. Here's what the witnesses saw. Here's our video. And then you have to go into the medical cause of death, why they think Derick Chauvin is guilty of murder on the medical front. And then, of course, we have to get into police tactics when you start talking about MPD, Minneapolis Police Chief, the folks who train police officers as to why Derick Chauvin and the other three did what they did that afternoon, Memorial Day last year. But a few things that have stood out to me.
And are you at all surprised? It seems like the flow of the trial, that it's moving along at a nice pace.
Yeah, I would agree. A couple hiccups so far. Obviously, we had that power surge late yesterday afternoon. They kind of they may have finished Donald Williams yesterday. We might be a witness or two ahead of schedule, depending. But they flowed through these minor witnesses. Again, a couple this afternoon still to come. But yeah, I think they're making headway. And again, they've talked about this wide gap of 2 to 4 weeks of trial. Impossible. Lee will tell you it's impossible to determine exactly how long this will take with all the legal issues that could develop. But yeah, I think they're progressing well. Things are moving along smoothly. I know, initially we've been sort of told to expect openings and not really get to witnesses until the afternoon. We kind of jumped the schedule there. So I would think, yeah, Judge Cahill would be pretty happy that right now we're on course for this trial to run its course over the next few weeks.
All right, Paul, thank you so much. Always great checking in with you. Much appreciated. And just to backtrack on where we got started today, we want to go back to the testimony of Donald Williams. Let's take a listen.
And yesterday when we finished, we had a little abrupt end because of a question about the feed, and that's been worked out. So just to sort of revisit with you where we were when we left off yesterday, we had been going through that piece of video you identified for the jurors, things that you saw, particularly the shimmy moves that you saw. And so I want to move on then from that point and continue on with our questioning this morning, okay?
Correct.
All right. Now, while you were standing there watching this incident from the curb, were there things that you saw on Mr. Floyd's face that were significant to you?
Correct. Like I said before, you could see that he was going through tremendous pain, and you could see it in his face from the grunting. You could see his eyes slowly, rolling back in his head, and him having his mouth open, wide open, slowly with drool and slob and dryness on his mouth, and you can see that he's trying to, gasp for air, and trying to be able to breathe as he's down there, and trying to move his face, side to side so he can, I'm believing, okay. I'm assuming gasp for more air there. I'm not.
Okay, and as you were standing there seeing all this, how were you feeling?
As I was sitting there, I just was really trying to keep my professionalismness and make sure that I speak out for Floyd's life, because I felt like he was in very much danger, and I seen another man like me, being controlled in a way where.
Yeah, let me just.
This is.
Yeah. Stop. That answers the question. We'll ask another question.
And were you scared for yourself?
Yes, I was totally scared for my safety and people around me, and that's.
And so, did you feel like you could intervene in the situation more than verbally, more than speaking?
Not as much, as much as I wanted to, my energy didn't let me, and I was controlled on the curb, so I did as much as I can. Now
you, at some point, learned the name of the officer, Tao, who was standing there, correct?
Correct.
So when I ask about that, who I am referring to.
Correct.
And at some point, did you step off the curb and have an interaction with Officer Tao?
Yes, I did step off the curb and had an interaction with Officer Tao.
And what did Officer Tao do?
He proceeded to push his hand in my chest. I swiped down, put my hands up, and I stepped back. back on the curb.
And did you make any further moves towards Officer Tao?
No further moves.
At some point, did a person come up and identify herself as a Minneapolis firefighter?
That is correct.
Did you know her before that day?
No, I did not know.
And I think you said earlier she asked that they check his pulse.
That is correct.
And were there, other than you and her, other bystanders on the sidewalk there?
Yes, there were other bystanders on the sidewalk.
Did you hear any of them threatening the safety of the police officers?
No, I did not.
And at some point, did you help, in fact, restrain some of those individuals?
Correct. Once the situation got a little intense with someone was going on behind me, I spoke to one of the gentlemen and told him that this is not the time or place for this right now, and then he proceeded to go back into the building.
So, did you know that individual?
No, I did not know the individual at all.
Did you, recognize him or know where he was from?
No, I did not.
Okay. At some point, did you ask him to go back in the store?
That is correct.
So you thought he had come from the store?
That is correct.
And after you told him to do that, what did he do?
He proceeded to go back in the store, and I believe he might have been escorted as he was crying back to the store.
So he never made another move towards the police officers?
That is correct.
Mr. Williams, the jury has heard some audio and video of this incident already when you were there, and you were using some pretty strong language.
That is correct.
You were raising your voice.
That is correct.
Why? Why for those, both of those?
For the fear of myself and fear of the people around me, and trying to just be able to talk to the officer and let him know that this should not happen. Just from being around different officers and working in that industry, I just never seen that, and I felt like I should speak on it, and I vocalized it.
What were the kind of emotions that were causing you to speak like that?
No feeling or no remorse or no response from the officer.
Hold on. Objection is
Non-responsive.
non-responsive is sustained. Jury will disregard the answer.
And we just heard from Donald Williams, one of many witnesses called to the stand today. Before we wrap up, we want to check in one more time with local trial attorney Lee Hutton. And Lee, I just have to ask you, what do you expect this afternoon?
Well, if the other minors are going to present as witnesses, the afternoon will move rather quickly, because I do believe Eric Nelson, unless there is a dying need, he is not going to do much, if any at all, cross-examination of the minors. And so the state is going to really just kind of set the tone. They're using the fact that minors had to witness this. And I think they're also going to re-emphasize that if there was such a situation that the defense is trying to show of a chaos, where is it, and why didn't they just pack up and leave? So we'll see some of that testimony being elicited.
All right, Lee, thank you so much for weighing in. And proceedings, they will resume at 1:15 this afternoon. And of course, we will have gavel-to-gavel coverage. Until then, Amy Hockhart has the latest headlines coming up.
This is Fox 9 News.
And hi, everyone. Thanks so much for staying with us here this afternoon. I'm Amy Hockhart. This is a live look at the courtroom in the Derick Chauvin trial. We're about 30 minutes now into this lunch recess, so until they come back, we're going to bring you some of your other news headlines and your weather as well. So first, though, we want to give you a quick recap of what's happened so far this morning. Our Hannah Flood live for us. Hannah, a lot of testimony so far today. So what stood out?
Well, first, we heard from a couple of witnesses here on the stands who are minors, so it's important to mention that we will not be getting video of these witnesses. And then we did start today with wrapping up questioning of the MMA fighter who spoke yesterday. We're going to get to that in a minute, but first let's talk about Darnella Frazier, one of the witnesses up on the stand. We're going to show you some video from a body cam. Here she is all the way on the right with her cell phone up in the air. She was the one who recorded that now viral video of this incident happening. And she got up on the stand and kind of talked about what the scene was like that day and what it was like to be there.
I see a man on the ground and I see a cop kneeling down on him.
Was there anything about the scene that you didn't want your cousin to see?
Yes.
And what was that?
A man terrified, scared, begging for his life.
Is that why you directed your cousin to going into Cup Foods?
Yes.
And then when you saw what was happening there at the scene, what was it about the scene that caused you to come back?
It wasn't right. He was suffering. He was in pain.
Are you able to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you know who this man is? You can take your time.
Yes.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen, who is this?
This was the officer that was kneeling on George Floyd's neck.
On May 25th?
Yes.
Just the emotion in Darnella's voice as she's talking about identifying Derick Chauvin. On cross-examination, the defense attorney Eric Nelson was asking her about the scene, asking her about the emotions that were running high there during that time. And this is something he also asked that first witness today, the last one we heard from yesterday, Donald Williams, about. So let's show you again this body cam video. This is from Officer Tao's camera, and you can see Donald Williams there. He's in that black sweatshirt talking to officers. He has an exchange there. He's describing the moments, or he's talking to Derick Chauvin, he's talking to the other officers. And this was something that Eric Nelson asked him about on the stand today. Take a listen.
You said, like, I really wanted to be of the police officers.
Mm-hmm.
You said that.
Yeah, I did. That's what I felt.
You were angry.
No, you can't paint me out as angry. I was in a position where I had to be controlled, of controlled professionalism. I wasn't angry because I stayed on the curb.
Object is non-responsive.
Overruled. Answer will stand. Next question.
Thank you. You started calling them names. Yes?
You heard that, yeah. You heard the video.
You call him a tough guy, right?
You watched the video.
You call him a real man, right?
You watched the video.
You do have to answer the question yes or no based on what he's asking.
I'm going to ask you that again, so your answers should be yes or no, okay?
Yes.
You called him a tough guy.
I did.
You called him a real man.
I did.
You called him such a man.
I did.
You called him bogus.
I did.
You called him a bum at least 13 times.
That's what you counted in the video?
That's what I counted.
And that's what you got, 13.
And in that exchange, you can kind of see the tension that's going on between Williams and Nelson in that line of questioning. Again, we know from opening arguments that Nelson, is trying to include the feeling, the tension of this crowd out at this scene as part of the story of how this all went down. So then when the state went back for redirection for questioning, Prosecutor Frank asked him about those emotions and asked him why emotions were running so high.
You were asked multiple times about being angry.
That's correct.
And more upset as time went on.
Correct.
So why? Why did you get angry and more upset as time went on?
Because, again, they were not listening to anything that I was telling them. I felt like I had to speak out for Floyd because he was speaking out to the officer, and there was no feedback, no emotion, no nothing. Like, I literally looked in his eyes and as I'm talking to
What,
him.
I mean, I'll just,
Yeah.
stop you there.
We're
What,
going to stop the answer there. Next question.
what did you think was happening to Mr. Floyd?
He was under distress.
That answer will stand, but move on from that.
You felt he was in danger?
Correct.
In danger of what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Counsel sidebar.
And that was the exchange there, again, with Donald Williams. He was that MMA fighter up on the stand. After that, then Daniela Frazier got up, and then we heard from another young girl, 9 or 10 years old, who Eric Nelson did not end up questioning today. Now, we know that more of these witnesses throughout the afternoon are going to be minors, so just a reminder, if you're watching, you're not going to see them appear on camera. And Amy, we'll just have to wait and see how those cross-examinations have been going. I know from Lee Hutton, we heard earlier that for these attorneys, it's very delicate when you're dealing with minors in the courtroom, so that's something to watch for here this afternoon.
All right, Hannah, thank you. And again, you can watch the trial live in its entirety right here on Fox 9. We'll bring you back to the courtroom once this lunch recess is over, and you can also watch on the go on our news app. In your other headlines now, big milestone in the fight against the coronavirus. More than 1 million people in Minnesota have received the complete vaccine series. And starting today, all Minnesotans 16 and older are now eligible to roll up their sleeves for a vaccine. Governor Walz is expanding eligibility, and it's because of a boost in vaccine supply. State officials say providers should still prioritize people with underlying conditions and those frontline workers. If you're looking for an appointment, a good place to start is with Minnesota's Vaccine Connector tool. You'll fill out a brief questionnaire, and then they'll contact you when an appointment is available at one of Minnesota's 7 state-run clinics. And each requires an appointment. Walk-ins are not allowed. And Governor Walz himself will be getting vaccinated today, and he'll be joined by one of his predecessors. Former Governor Tim Pawlenty will be rolling up his sleeve next to Walz. They say it's a show of unity between Democrats and Republicans. They will be getting the 1-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine. It is almost time to play ball out at Target Field, and the Twins are revealing some of their plans for the home opener. The ceremonial first pitch will be thrown out by longtime Twins manager Ron Gardenhire, and then behind the catcher's mitt, his son Toby, who will manage the St. Paul Saints in their first season as a Twins minor league affiliate. The national anthem will be performed by a woman named Natalia Romero Arbalez. She's a piano and choir teacher at Harding High School in St. Paul. And there will also be an in memoriam video and moment of silence held for, among others, Twins bench coach Mike Bell, who passed away recently, legendary sports writer Sid Hartman, and all the lives lost during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, 10,000 fans will be in attendance when the Twins play the Seattle Mariners. Their first home game of the season is on April 8th. And Timberwolves fans will have a fully mobile experience when they return to the Target Center. The team announcing that services will be contactless when fans return to those games starting April 5th. It has teamed up with a company called Venue Next, and they'll be offering services through the Timberwolves app. You can use that app to buy and scan tickets. You can pay for your food and beverages. You can also buy merchandise that way. Tickets for the final 12 Wolves game of the season will go on sale tomorrow. All right, stay with us. Much more to come here on Fox 9 News. The White House clarifying the vice president's role at the border as we now get some new information about how long the migrant crisis may last. And ships starting to move through the Suez Canal after nearly a week of waiting for that stuck ship to be freed. Plus, meteorologist Jennifer McDermott will have a look at our weather.
Wow, yesterday we had daytime highs in the 70s. Today, it's a little different out there. Yeah, it's a lot colder. We're talking temperatures in the 30s right now. Huge temperature drop. How long this chill stays with us, we'll take a look at that 7-day coming up. Okay, so yesterday it was gorgeous outside. A little windy, sure, but daytime highs in the 70s. That was kind of a fun little day, wasn't it? Yeah, the Twin Cities reached a daytime high of 73 degrees yesterday. So that's how we started off the week. We started off the week with daytime highs on Monday in the 70s. 79 for Wilmer, 79 for Marshall, 61 for Duluth, 69 in New Richmond. So this is how we started, and this is how it's going. Yeah, our temperatures took a little bit of a dive. A cold front moved through, and here we are. 36 is the current temperature in Edina, 37 in Coon Rapids, 34 in Mound, 38 currently in Owatonna. Up towards the north, still below freezing. Areas like Bemidji at 23, 26 in International Falls, and 34 currently in Wilmer. But our main story once again today are the winds. So yesterday we had these strong winds from the south pulling in that warm air mass. Well, today we have strong winds from the northwest pulling in that cold air mass. So our current wind gust up to 44 miles an hour here in the Twin Cities. So counties shaded in that brown shade, which does include the Twin Cities Metro and areas in central and western Minnesota. That is a wind advisory until 7 p.m. this evening. Basically, be expecting very windy conditions once again today, but these winds will not be warm ones, they will be cold ones. And on top of that, we do have a little bit of a wind chill. It feels more like 6 degrees in Bemidji. In the Twin Cities, it feels like 27. Current wind chill in Hibbing is 14. In New Ulm, it feels more like 23 degrees. Live look outside, it looks beautiful. A little windy, but just a lot different than yesterday. Colder, 38 currently in the Twin Cities. Sustained wind speeds from the west-northwest at 25, but again, gusting up to 44 miles an hour. Now, we're not done with the 70s in our 7-day forecast. So if you had fun with the 70s yesterday, Amy, just wait till you see our Easter holiday weekend forecast. It's looking terrific. We'll have details on that coming up.
All right, look forward to that. Thanks, Jennifer. The Suez Canal is back in business again, and ships are on the move after that stuck cargo ship was finally freed. Dozens of vessels began using the waterway after nearly a week of waiting for the Ever Given ship to be moved out of the way. The ship was finally unstuck on Monday thanks to some high tide and several tugboats. The backlog involved more than 400 ships. It brought maritime commerce to a halt, and it costs billions of dollars every day it was stuck. With the closest alternative route being nearly 10,000 miles away, officials say the incident has only highlighted the importance of the Suez Canal. Ripple effects, though, are expected to last for weeks. Some good news for the Boeing company. It's received its biggest order since 2 overseas crashes killed nearly 350 people. Southwest Airlines is retiring many of its older aircraft and has ordered 100 of the troubled 737 MAX planes. Another 160 could be requested over the next 8 or 9 years. The first 30 are expected to be delivered sometime in 2022. Now, all of Boeing's MAX planes were grounded after those 2 crashes, which were in 2018 and 2019. And how about this? Volkswagen could announce a name change today. The brand released an unfinished statement on their official website yesterday, announcing a brand name change to accompany their growing investment in electric-powered vehicles. Well, the slip-up actually reveals their new name as Volkswagen, switching the K to a T, highlighting its electric vehicles. Now, this comes after several competitors announced their own plans to phase out gas vehicles. We are getting some new information today about just how long the migrant crisis along the southern border may last and the growing pressure on the Biden administration. Fox's Kristen Fisher is at the White House. She has a closer look.
Amid mounting questions about when Vice President Kamala Harris would actually take a trip to Texas, the White House press secretary says the VP is not taking the lead on the administration's response to the crisis at the border. Instead, her focus is strictly on diplomacy with Mexico and the 3 Northern Triangle countries to address root causes of migration and to oversee the flow of U.S. aid to those countries.
The Vice President of the United States will be helping lead that effort, specifically the root causes, not the border. There's some confusion over that.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says the vice president has no immediate plans to visit the border, but former President Trump says he plans to take a trip in the next few weeks. As for President Biden, who was asked about his predecessor's plans on Sunday,
We are putting in place a plan that I feel very confident about, and I don't care what the other guy does.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection is now expecting this surge in unaccompanied migrant children to last at least 7 months. The White House press secretary was pressed about that prediction during the briefing today, but she again punted to the Department of Homeland Security.
I don't have any predictions. Those would certainly come from CBP or the Department of Homeland Security. But our focus now is on ensuring that we have enough shelters, facilities to house unaccompanied children.
More shelters and facilities means there's a need for more people to care for the migrant children housed inside. The need is so great that last week the Biden administration sent a memo to the heads of multiple government agencies asking for civilian federal employees to volunteer for deployments of up to 120 days. A spokesperson for the Office of Personnel Management confirms we're actively working to screen, process, and deploy these volunteers to bolster staff resources at the border. Republican Senator Tom Cotton, who visited the border last week, says it's past the point of a crisis.
Asking federal employees to deploy to the border, addressing the symptoms, not the cause. The cause is Joe Biden opening our border.
Still no plans for President Biden to visit the border, but he did just make a surprise trip to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial along with the First Lady. The president's next trip is set for Wednesday in Pittsburgh, where the president is expected to unveil another multi-trillion-dollar spending package. At the White House, Kristen Fisher, Fox News.
All right, stay with us. Your trending headlines are coming up next. Lil Nas X is feeling the heat over his so-called Satan shoes. We'll have the latest on the lawsuit now filed against the controversial footwear co-creator by the rapper. Also, a popular children's book series pulls one of its installments off the shelves, and the author issues an apology. We'll explain why. Stay with us. Welcome back. Here are some of the stories that are trending this morning. Nike apparently not a fan of Lil Nas X's new shoes. It's suing the designer behind the rapper's Satan shoes, accusing the New York-based company of trademark infringement. Well, the black and red sneakers were made using Nike Air Max 97s. Nike says they were made without Nike's approval. The shoes each contain a drop of human blood, and they have a Bible verse about Satan's fall from heaven. About 600 pairs were made. They went for just over $1,000 a pair, but they did sell out in 1 minute yesterday. A spin-off from the Captain Underpants children's book series is now being pulled from library and bookstore shelves. The publishing company Scholastic, which is behind it, says the 2010 book, The Adventures of Ook and Glook, promotes what it calls passive racism. The author has issued a public apology, admitting his book includes racist stereotypes of Asians. The book follows two friends who travel back in time to meet a martial arts instructor who then helps them learn about ancient Chinese philosophy. Some big news from that galaxy far, far away today. Disney confirms that production will start soon on one of its latest Star Wars projects. It's an Obi-Wan Kenobi series. It also has revealed some of the cast, besides Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen, who will be reprising their roles from the prequel movies as Obi-Wan and Darth Vader. The cast also includes Kumail Nanjiani, Game of Thrones star Indira Varma, and Queen's Gambit star Moses Ingram. Filming starts in just a few weeks. It'll stream in Disney Plus starting next year. All right, Surf's Up for one man and his best friend. One of man's best friends, too. This is video that has surfaced of a man and his dog. And check it out. They are on a motorized surfboard. The two pals clearly enjoy their time in the sun. The man even sharing his hat with his pup. That's the way to do it. All right, there's still much more to come here on Fox 9. Coming up, we're going to have some analysis on the Derick Chauvin trial from local attorney Lee Hutton, as court is now taking this break for a lunch recess. Stay with us. And Major League Baseball is expected to lift some coronavirus restrictions on players and staff, all before opening day, which is coming very soon. We'll be right back.
be a tall order.
Oh, heavy damage.
And he gets hit hard.
Oh my goodness. NASCAR gets down and dirty in Tennessee, holding its first dirt track race in more than 50 years. About 2,000 truckloads of red Tennessee clay dumped on Bristol Speedway for yesterday's race. And there were plenty of crashes, as you can see, as those cars just struggled to even get traction. And then the dirt just kept kicking up a red haze over the track, making it really difficult for those drivers to see, not to mention the 30,000 fans who were in attendance. Joey Logano ended up taking the checkered flag. Incredible. Major League Baseball could be relaxing some of its COVID rules after most of the players get vaccinated. A memo from the league says masks would no longer be required in dugouts once 85% of players and field staff get their shots. Players would also be allowed to eat and drink together, gather indoors without masks, go to restaurants, and even carpool or use Lyft or Uber. COVID testing would also drop to once a week, and then vaccinated players wouldn't have to quarantine after an exposure. The MLB says not many players have been vaccinated so far, but the pace is expected to increase after teams head home from spring training. Opening day is already Thursday.
This is Fox 9 News.
We are coming up on 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's so good to have you here with us. A much cooler day today. I was trying to describe the wind today, Jennifer, and it was like yesterday it was like, bring it on, it was warm, and then today it's like, pump the brakes.
Yep, it's like, what's going on here? Yesterday, the wind was really nice. It was really warm. I went outside with a long sleeve t-shirt on at around 3 p.m. yesterday. And I was rolling up my sleeves. I was a little warm outside. And today, I walk outside this morning and I'm shivering. The winds are totally different. They're from the northwest today and they're ushering in that cold air mass right now. So yesterday, comfortable wind, if you will. Today, a bit of a chilly wind. In fact, right now we do have a wind advisory in place until 7 p.m. for everyone in the brown shaded counties, and that does include the Twin Cities Metro. Right now our wind gusts are up to 35 miles an hour. Just a few minutes ago they were gusting at 44 miles an hour, so certainly strong winds at times today. 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Morris, 38 in Brainerd, 31 in Owatonna. Sustained wind speeds will be ranging from about 20 to 30 miles an hour today. So at this point yesterday, we were approaching the 70s. 24 hours later, right now, we are barely making our way into the 40s. 35 right now in Minneapolis, 38 in Minnetonka, 36 currently in Apple Valley, 41 for Red Wing. Okay, so we got a couple of 40s out there. Up towards the north, though, we're hanging on to the 20s, 24 currently in Bemidji. And once you factor in those strong winds, it certainly feels a little cooler than what the thermometer is actually telling us. So in Brainerd, our wind chill is 17. 8 degrees is what it feels like in Bemidji. In the Twin Cities, current wind chill of 29 degrees. Right now, we have some patchy sunshine out there, a little bit of cloud cover here and there. That's going to be the trend for the rest of today. The reason why the 70s were knocked out of Minnesota is because of this massive cold front that extends all the way down towards Texas and New Mexico. This will continue to advance over towards the east. As it does so, it's going to open up our skies to a high pressure system, which will give us a lot of sunshine as we head into the weekend. Live look outside, you can see our camera is a little shaky, and that's, well, obviously because of the winds. 39 is our current temperature. Winds from the west at about 21 sustained miles an hour, again gusting up to 35, making it feel more like 29 degrees. So for your day planner today, this is what you can expect by around 3 p.m. 42 for a daytime high temperature, patchy sunshine. By 6 p.m. 43, sunset at about 7:38 p.m. now, and by 9 p.m. quickly chilling with clearing skies. For your 7-day forecast, temperatures all over the place, but I mean, it's spring, so that's kind of what we expect. 43 today. Tomorrow, certainly chilly again, but a lot of sunshine. 38 for a daytime high temperature. And then by Thursday, the first day of April, 50 for your daytime high. Average high is 49, so right where we kind of want to be for this time of the year. But then as we move into the weekend, Amy, oh my goodness, big time sunshine, big time warm up. 70 by Saturday. Our warmest day right now, Amy, goes to Sunday with a daytime high of 74.
Wow. It just hit me that April 1st is just right here. That's crazy. March, something like that.
It
All right.
is.
Thanks, Jennifer. We want to take a live look now at the courtroom in the Derick Chauvin trial. You're just taking a look at the seal, and that is because court is currently in a lunch recess. They have probably about 15 minutes left. So while we are on this break, we want to get some more analysis from a local attorney. We've been bringing in Lee Hutton from Hutton Magid Law Firm. He's joining us now. Lee, thanks again for being here with us. Lots of emotion in the testimony today. So what do you think the defense does now to counter all that powerful emotion?
I think the defense just has to get through this day. Eric Nelson did a very strategic move by not cross-examining the 9-year-old. He did some cross-examination with the 18-year-old, but she's technically classified as an adult. But what the defense is going to do is that he's just going to give him the floor. He's going to show that we're not fazed by the testimony of these minors. They're telling their perspective and keep it in perspective if you're a juror. So I think he's just going to let the state, kind of proceed with their course of witnesses and testimony, and he's just going to go with the flow.
I wanted to ask you about that 9-year-old. She came up on the stand, as you said, not cross-examined, but some might question the credibility of a 9-year-old. What's the other side of that? I imagine there was clearly a reason the state wanted to include her.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the state wanted to include her because they're going after the sympathy factor. They're going after the factor that at no time did the officers consider that when they had George Floyd subdued in the knee on the neck, and he's breathing and he has blood coming out of his nose, and there's some chest complications. What the state is trying to show is that when minors were around, the officers were unfazed by that. And I think that's going to be very impactful, especially for individuals that have children and the need for a parent to protect their children. The 9-year-old, with regard to the credibility of her testimony, certainly a juror can weigh the credibility of a 9-year-old's eyes. But what I thought was powerful in her testimony, when she had to point out who Chauvin was, she was kind of a little confused. Then he stood up and took off the mask, and she said, "There he is." And that kind of at least underscores that she was very mindful to not over-exaggerate questions and just answer them as they come to her very truthfully. So I thought that was kind of powerful.
Okay. One of the other moments that stood out this morning when the defense was questioning the woman who recorded and then posted that bystander video that's been seen now all over the world, he asked her, "Has this changed your life?" Walk us through what happened there.
So this is where, of course, it's easy playing QB trial attorney sitting in the position I am. What happened when Eric Nelson was on his cross-examination? He did what we call open the door. And so when he asked the question about how this video impacted your life, your emotions are because of you putting it on Facebook and it going viral and of the sort. And she answered that. So yeah, that did impact my life. But then Jerry Blackwell came up in what we call redirect. So just for the listeners, you're able to do your direct. Then the state or the defense can cross, and then the state can ask more questions based on the questions that came up in cross. But it has to be limited to the scope of those questions. And so when Jerry Blackwell came back up, he then said, it wasn't the video that changed your life. It was the fact that you saw George Floyd, and how did it impact you personally? And she gave an answer that we weren't able to see the jurors, but I would love to see what their facial expressions or what their body postures were when she said, "He reminded me of my father, my brother, because they're both black men and this could happen to him." And then she connected the dots by saying, "I pray and apologize to George Floyd that I didn't do more, that I didn't physically stop the police officers." And I thought that was very, very powerful and diffuses the state strategy about a chaotic mob, because the mob is saying, look, we wish we were not as subdued. We wish we would have done something, put our lives in danger, because in turn, George Floyd would be alive today.
So far, Lee, we've only heard from the state's witnesses. Clearly, that will shift at some point. But my last question here is, what's the interaction like between now, I guess, the state and these witnesses prior to trial? Are they, you watch the movies, are they practicing these questions and answers, or how is that working out?
Well, sure. Every attorney that is in the courtroom, you never want to ask the question you don't want the answer, or that you don't know the answer to. So there are some interviews. A lot of times, attorneys won't work directly with the witness, but they can then take on interviews. All these individuals were interviewed by local law enforcement, and so their testimony was taken in transcripts. In the civil realm is what we call depositions. And so based on that information, you kind of know. And then, there's some times where you introduce yourself as an attorney, but you don't want to go too far because one of the clever tactics that is used in trial is, how did you prepare for your testimony? Who prepared you for your testimony? And did you see the questions before? And that can cut into credibility. So it's a very fine line.
All right, Lee Hutton, we so appreciate your insight. We'll be checking in with you here throughout the rest of the trial. And you can watch the trial live here in its entirety right here on Fox 9. We'll bring you back to the courtroom again once this lunch recess is over. We expect probably within the next 5 minutes or so if they stay on time. And you can also watch everything on the go. You can do that on your news app. A couple of other quick headlines here for you until we get back into the courtroom. Today, most Minnesotans are eligible to get the COVID-19 vaccine. People 16 and older can now sign up for a shot. Governor Tim Walz is expanding that eligibility because he says there is a boost in vaccine supply. State officials say providers should still prioritize those people with underlying conditions and frontline workers. And if you're looking for an appointment, the state says a good place to start is the Minnesota Vaccine Connector tool online. Another option, of course, is to go through your healthcare provider. Health Partners, M Health Fairview, Allina, and Essentia are all among the state's largest providers, and they all have information on how to get a vaccine. And lots of people are also searching for openings at pharmacies, which are getting those shipments directly from the federal government. So that means they may have available vaccine supply even when healthcare providers do not. Most major pharmacies do require you to make an appointment. And this is something that's happening now across the country. More Americans will be eligible for a coronavirus this week. States ramping up their vaccinations as the CDC does issue a stark warning, though, about a rise in infections. Here's Fox's Aisha Husney with the latest.
More states are setting a timeline to expand vaccine eligibility. Beginning today, New York will open up vaccinations to people 30 and older, while anyone 16 and older can get their shots starting next Tuesday. At least 7 other states will fully open up vaccinations later this week, about a month before President Biden's May 1st deadline. With more people looking for a shot, public health officials are asking people to be patient when scheduling their appointments.
If they're not able to get an appointment immediately, wait a week or so, and things, I believe, will be a little bit easier to navigate.
But more vaccine doses are on the way to states. President Biden announcing Monday the U.S. is expecting 33 million doses this week.
Pfizer and Moderna are going to be increasing by about 1 million a week. Johnson & Johnson, they fixed their supply issues. So they have, we expect the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, or their quantity, to increase significantly.
Meanwhile, public health officials are warning of a potential 4th surge of COVID-19. The 7-day average of new infections rose again on Monday to just under 64,000. The CDC says hospitalizations are still declining, but could jump if cases continue to rise. The agency's director warning of an impending doom if people relax mitigation efforts.
We have so much to look forward to, so much promise and potential of where we are, and so much reason for hope. But right now, I'm scared.
And the CDC says more than 95 million Americans have already received at least 1 dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. In New York, Aisha Husney, Fox 9.
On the first day all Minnesotans 16 and older become eligible for the vaccine, the state does hit a major milestone. More than 1 million people here in Minnesota have now been fully vaccinated. More than 1.6 million people have had at least 1 dose. Also today, more than 1,200 new cases of COVID-19 were reported and 1 additional death. New data confirms the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines are highly effective in preventing COVID-19. Coming up, we'll have an inside look at how the study is generating hope more than a year now into the pandemic. And more federal help for those suffering through the pandemic. How much longer tenants can stay in their homes without being evicted. Stay with us. Federal moratorium on evictions has been extended through the end of June. The CDC moved to continue the pandemic-related protection, which was scheduled to expire tomorrow. It was initially put in place last year and provides protection for renters during the pandemic. Last month, President Biden also extended a plan on housing foreclosures to June 30th. Meantime, there is now real-world data confirming the effectiveness of the first two COVID vaccines. Fox's Kevin Cork has the latest.
A new government study proves Pfizer and Moderna shots are highly effective in protecting against COVID-19. The study used real-world data from the U.S. vaccine rollout and has found the shots have a 90% efficacy rate.
The risk of infection was reduced by 90% after individuals received the 2 recommended doses of the vaccine. The study also found that people starting to get a protective effect even after the first dose.
The study involved roughly 4,000 individuals across 6 states. More than half were fully vaccinated with 2 shots, while 500 received 1, and 1,000 were not vaccinated at all. Only 205 test subjects contracted COVID-19. Most were from the non-vaccinated group.
This study also demonstrates that 2 vaccines can reduce the risk of COVID-19 infections, not just in symptomatic infections, but also in asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic infections.
Previously, both Pfizer and Moderna ran studies showing their vaccines were 95% effective. The government study differs, examining the shot's performance across a wider scope of the population. During the study, 2 test subjects were hospitalized with COVID symptoms, and there were no deaths, marking yet another victory for the vaccines against the virus. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
The sun definitely brought folks out, for sure. You know, it's kind of hit or miss here in Minnesota sometimes with weather.
Yeah, you barely needed that vest yesterday. Minnesota weather in March just doesn't get much better than what we saw yesterday. A lot of people out and about basking in the sunshine. The temperatures in the 70s made it hard for a lot of people to stay inside, so they got out and went golfing, or, you know, yesterday was a great day, Jennifer, to fly a kite. That wind. There you are.
Today is another great day to fly a kite. I mean, yesterday, maybe in a t-shirt flying a kite. Today, you'll need mittens and your big heavy winter coat while flying a kite, because our winds have changed direction. They're still staying strong, but they changed direction, and that makes a huge difference in our forecast. Yesterday, the winds from the south bringing in the 70s. Today, the winds from the west-northwest bringing in temperatures in the 30s and low 40s for highs today. So we do have a wind advisory until 7 p.m. for everyone in that brown shade. That does include central and western Minnesota, along with the Twin Cities metro. This is because wind gusts are expected to be up to 40 to even 45 miles an hour at times. Currently in the Twin Cities, 35 mile per hour wind gust, but the winds are bringing in the 30s, 38 right now in Eden Prairie, 34 in Victoria. Hello, Stillwater. You're joining us with a temperature of 38 degrees, 44 for La Crosse. Meanwhile, up towards the north, still hanging on to the 20s on this Tuesday afternoon, 26 currently in Bemidji. Here's a live look outside. It's a gorgeous day in Minneapolis. Our live camera from downtown, but you can see how it's shaking a little bit, and that's all because of the winds. Currently from the west, sustained at 21 miles an hour, temperature of 39, making it feel more like 29 though, once you factor in the wind. Currently, we have some patchy filtered sunshine, a few little flurries up towards the north along the North Shore, otherwise staying dry and just a mix of sun and clouds for today, but certainly colder, and it's all due to that massive cold front that's draped across the upper Midwest and ushering in the cooler temperatures. So today forecasting a high temperature of 43 degrees, breezy and cooler. By tonight, back to below freezing, 25 for an overnight low temperature, clear skies and colder. By tomorrow, for Wednesday, a chilly sunshine, daytime high of 38 degrees. But fear not, Amy, the 70s, they will be back as soon as this weekend.
Yeah, just in time for Easter. Thanks, Jennifer. Well, does it get any better than this? Check it out. In Japan, the cherry blossoms are now starting to bloom, and of course that signals the beginning of spring. Perfect timing, too. The blooms began as the coronavirus emergency declaration there was lifted, so finally people could get out and they could see the springtime spectacle. All right, stay with us. We are waiting on court to resume here any minute. We're going to bring that to you as soon as they come back into the courtroom. In the meantime, the Vikings continue reshaping their roster for next season. We're going to hear from them about their game plan for the next few weeks as they try to get back into the playoffs. Let's listen together.
You can have a seat right here. And if you could turn towards me and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And we're going to go off the audio, which means it's not going to be broadcast.
Good afternoon, Alyssa.
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
And are you currently a high school student?
Yes.
What grade are you in?
12th grade.
And do you also have a part-time job in retail or a retail pharmacy?
Yes.
And what city do you live in?
Minneapolis.
Have you lived in Minneapolis your whole life?
Yes.
And in terms of your general neighborhood, do you live relatively close to Cup Foods?
In the area.
So I'm gonna ask you some questions about Memorial Day, May 25th of last year, okay?
Okay.
What were you doing that evening?
I was going to the corner store to get an aux cord for my car.
And when you say corner store, what store is that?
Cup Foods.
And you said you were going to get an aux cord. Can you just explain what that is?
Like a cord to play music on the radio.
And you called Cup Foods the corner store. Did you go there often?
Not like a lot, but if I was around, I'd go there for like snacks or something.
So you had been there before?
Yes.
And who were you with that day?
Kaylin.
And who's Kaylin? Is she a friend?
Yeah.
And how did you get to Cup Foods that day?
I drove my grandfather's vehicle.
What kind of car is that?
2003 Buick Century.
And what color is it?
Tan.
And you said you drove, so you were in the driver's seat driving the car that day?
Yes.
And you said Kaylin was with you. Where was she in the car?
The passenger.
So she was in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, Memorial Day of last year, how old were you then?
17.
So you talked about going to get an aux cord at the corner store at Cup Foods, and you were in your grandpa's car. What did you see when you first pulled up in front of Cup Foods?
I had seen that there was some police cars. I was just looking for somewhere to park, so.
So when you said you were looking for somewhere to park, you said you saw a police car. Did you see anything else?
No.
Did you get to park the car after you first pulled up?
Yes.
And where did you park?
A couple of feet in front of the bus stop.
And I'm gonna put up Exhibit 1, which has already been admitted. Now, if you look in front of you, you can see a map. Can you sort of circle or point with your finger on that screen in front of you about the area where you parked your car? All right, and you said in front of the bus stop, right next to that little circle you put, is that the bus stop that you're talking about?
Yeah.
So you said you parked your car. What'd you do at that point?
I told my friend to stay in the car because I didn't really know what was going on, and I originally was just still going in to get a charger or an aux cord. So I got out the car and started walking towards the store.
Okay, so what first, you said you didn't really know what was going on. Was there something that drew your attention somewhere?
Yes, right before I walked in the door, I saw there was 4 police officers and George outside.
And when you say George, who's George?
The black male on the ground.
Did you know who he was at that point in time?
No.
Did you later learn his name?
Yes.
And are you talking about George Floyd?
Yes.
So you saw a black male that you later learned to be Mr. Floyd on the ground and some officers. Did you hear what was going on at that point?
I heard there was already a couple bystanders there, and I just heard some people talking to let him up and just to stay calm, talking to George. Yeah.
And did you hear who you're talking about, George, Mr. Floyd? Did you hear Mr. Floyd saying anything?
Yes, I heard him say he couldn't breathe and that his stomach hurt and that he wanted his mom.
Did you have your friend Kaylin's phone with you when you got out of the car?
Yes, I did.
So when you heard all these things going on, what did you decide to do with that phone?
I knew initially that there was something wrong, so I started recording.
So you said you knew something was wrong. What made you think something was wrong?
Well, a lot of people looked in distress on the sidewalk, and George was in distress.
And when you say he was in distress, was it those things you heard him saying that made you think he was in distress?
Yes.
Okay, so was that what prompted you to start to record?
Yes.
And could you see what was going on with Mr. Floyd at that point?
Yes, I could see that he was being held to the ground.
And what did you see with respect to how he was being held to the ground?
I saw that Derick had his knee on his neck and 2 other officers had his body pinned down.
So when you say Derick, are you referring to Derick Chauvin?
Yes.
So you saw Mr. Chauvin with a knee on Mr. Floyd's neck, is that right?
Yes.
And then you said there were other officers. What were those officers doing that you could see?
They were like holding him down, his lower half of his body.
And in terms of George Floyd's condition, how did he look to you when you saw him?
He looked like he was struggling at first, and he looked distressed, and he looked like he was fighting to breathe.
So when you say struggling and fighting to breathe and in distress, did it look like he was getting into a physical fight with the officers, or did it look like he was struggling in terms of his ability to breathe?
He was struggling with his ability to breathe. He was focused on trying to breathe.
Okay. And how could you tell that from your perspective where you were?
Well, at first he was vocal and he got less vocal, and you could tell he was talking with like smaller and smaller breaths, and he'd spit a little when he'd talk, and he'd try and move his head because he was uncomfortable.
And you said he was getting less and less vocal. Was there, did you become more concerned over time?
Yes.
And why was that you became more concerned or worried?
Because I slowly knew that if he were to be held down much longer, he wouldn't live.
And what made you think that?
Because you could see in his face that he was slowly not being able to breathe. His eyes were rolling back, and at one point he just kind of sat there.
And when you say
laid there.
Sorry, when you say he just kind of sat there or laid there, did you notice a change in his ability to speak or make sounds?
Yes.
And take your time. If you need a tissue, there's some right there. Is this difficult for you to talk about?
Yeah.
Do you need a minute? And Melissa, why is this difficult for you to talk about?
It was difficult because I felt like there wasn't really anything I could do as a bystander. The highest power was there, and I felt like I was feeling it.
I'm sorry, you said you felt like you were feeling it?
Well, like failing to do anything.
You said failing. I hear you now. Why did you feel like you were failing?
Because I was there, and technically I could have did something, but I couldn't really do anything physically what I wanted to do because the highest power was there at the time.
So when you say you couldn't do physically what you wanted to do, can you explain why you felt you couldn't get involved?
There was another police officer kind of like pushing the crowd back, making sure everyone was on the sidewalk and didn't get close.
So did you feel like that officer was stopping you from being able to get closer?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Did you at some point see any of the officers check for a pulse on Mr. Floyd?
I'm not really sure.
Okay. What did you see the other officers do?
Well, they kind of just stood in this, or kneeled at the same position, holding him down. No one really moved that much. That was on Floyd.
And did you hear people around you, bystanders, asking about a pulse?
Yes.
And when you heard people ask about a pulse, did anything about what the officers were doing change at that point?
No, no one responded.
Did they move their bodies off Mr. Floyd?
No.
Did they get up at that point?
No.
Did Mr. Chauvin get up at that point?
No.
So was Mr. Chauvin's knee still on top of Mr. Floyd at that point?
Yes, his knee remained on him the entire time till paramedics came.
Okay. And did you get a chance to look at Mr. Chauvin while you were there?
Yes, I did look at him.
And what was he doing? Where was he looking?
Most of the time I saw him staring at George. I didn't really see him take his eyes off of him for the most part.
Did you notice anything about what Mr. Chauvin was doing with his body?
Yes, at one point I saw him put more and more weight onto him.
And how could you tell that?
I saw his back foot or leg lift off the ground and his hands go in his pocket.
So, can you just describe a little more what you saw? You're describing the leg movement and what you're describing as a hand in the pocket. What did you see change about the way Mr. Chauvin's body position was to make you think that?
Could you repeat the question?
Sorry, it was a bad question. How did it change? How did what Mr. Chauvin was doing make it look to you like he was putting more weight on Mr. Floyd?
I kind of saw him move his knee down more.
Okay.
Make little movements.
And when you say you saw Mr. Chauvin's knee move down more, what are you talking about? Down into Mr. Floyd or down somewhere else?
Down into Mr. Floyd's neck.
Okay. And what were you doing while you were watching all of this happen?
I was recording and I was telling him to get off of him, and I was expressing that I was upset.
And what made you upset about this situation?
He wasn't able to breathe, and I felt like they weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing.
Objection. The last part of the answer is stricken.
All right, so at some point did you see an ambulance arrive?
Yes.
And you said that you had seen Mr. Chauvin on top of Mr. Floyd until the ambulance arrived. What else did you see happen when the ambulance arrived?
I saw that the police officers didn't move, and Chauvin kept his knee on his neck the entire time, even when the paramedic was checking for a pulse.
Did you see paramedics check for a pulse?
Yes.
And what was happening that you saw at that point in time?
They were checking his pulse for on his neck.
Okay, so you saw a paramedic touch Mr. Floyd's neck?
Yes.
And was it at that point you said that Mr. Chauvin was still on Mr. Floyd's neck?
Yes.
After that, at some point, did the paramedics move Mr. Floyd's body?
Yes.
And was that the first time that you saw Mr. Chauvin get off Mr. Floyd's neck?
Yes.
At any time before the ambulance came, did you see any officers or Mr. Chauvin attempt to move in any way, move Mr. Floyd or give any medical assistance in any way?
No.
Did you see anybody give him CPR or roll him over or anything like that?
No.
And then you talked about there were other people who were on the curb with you, other bystanders. What were those people doing throughout this process?
They were also expressing how they felt about the situation as well, and I'm not exactly sure, but I'm aware that there was other people recording.
Okay, but were you all on the curb essentially in sort of a group together?
Yes.
And did anybody get in close contact with Mr. Floyd's body? Did anybody get close?
No.
Okay. I'm going to put up Exhibit 184, please. Clear that. So, do you see yourself in this picture?
Yes.
Can you circle yourself, please? And what are you doing at this point?
I'm recording.
And is that a phone in your hand?
Yes.
Do you recognize anybody else in this photo?
Yes.
And can you circle who it is you recognize? And who's that by first name?
Kaylin.
And is that the friend Kaylin you were describing?
Yes.
So you had initially testified that you told her to stay in the car, that she stayed in the car. At some point, did she come out and join you?
Yes.
All right. And you, in this picture, did you recognize anybody else in this photo?
Darnella.
And how do you know Darnella?
I used to go to school with her.
Did you have any interaction with her while you were there?
Before we walked up, I said something to her like, "Hi, how are you?" Because I haven't seen her in a while. It was the summer, so.
So you know who she is, but you didn't plan to meet her there or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Did you, while you were recording with Kaylin's phone, were there 3 separate video clips or 3 separate video files that you created on that phone?
Yes.
And before today, did we have a chance to show you those videos?
Yes.
And did those 3 videos fairly and accurately show what you saw and what you recorded on Kaylin's phone?
Yes.
And we've marked those clips as exhibits 26, 27, and 28. I'm going to offer those at this time. Right. And we're not going to publish those, but
Well,
I'm not going to publish those at this point.
let me receive them first.
Oh, sorry.
26, 27, and 28 are received.
Thank you, Your Honor. There was also another video that you were shown. Did you have a chance to see a composite video or a side-by-side video of your 3 videos and a street camera all put together, synced up?
Yes.
And does that video that you saw, again fairly and accurately, show those 3 video clips and also show what you were doing and where you were positioned on that day?
Yes.
And we've marked that composite video as Exhibit 246. I would offer that at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
246 is received.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we will publish that, and just before we do, Alyssa, we're going to play that video now, and I may stop it at points just to have you describe what's going on and what you're doing, okay? All right, so if we could publish Exhibit 246, please.
May we have a brief sidebar before publishing?
Yes.
Just one moment. All right, sorry about that, Alyssa. So we are going to play Exhibit 246, but before we start it up again, we have sort of the beginning still frame on this video, which is now at 8:19:24. If you could, do you see the car that you were driving where we have the video right now?
Yes.
And can you circle that on the screen, please? And does that show you in the driver's seat?
Yes.
And was that the moment that you arrived on May 25th? Was that this visual, in terms of the positioning of the officers, was that what you could see as you were pulling up?
Yes.
All right. We can continue to play it. And we'll let the clip continue to play, but are you parking it as this is happening?
Yes.
And then when you see yourself come on screen, if you could point out where you are. And before we get to that point, and we can continue to play, did you initially start filming sort of from this side or behind the bus stop?
Yes. I moved closer eventually.
And why was it that you started filming, and we'll pause it right here. Why was it that you started filming sort of at a distance?
I wasn't really sure what was happening at first. I didn't want to get too close.
And why did you not want to get too close at the beginning?
There was just a lot of police officers, and it kind of felt tense.
So we're not going to start it up again just yet, but we're now at 8:20:17, and there's now a side-by-side video. Is that image on that right side of the screen the video that you've taken?
Yes.
And that's one of those clips, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, we'll let that play.
What the fuck?
And what was going on right there as you were filming? Where were you positioned?
I was behind the bus stop, or in front of it, I guess you could say.
Okay. And was that your voice that came on briefly?
Yes.
And when you said what the expletive, what were you responding to?
I could hear George basically crying and begging them to get off of him, that he was in pain, and I knew that he was hurting, so it was upsetting.
And at this point, we still don't see you on screen, is that right?
Yeah.
So were you still in the area off screen by the bus stop?
Yes.
Bro, you got him down, man. Let him breathe, at least, man. I can't breathe. I've been trying to help him.
Pause it right there. And do you see yourself on screen now?
Yes.
And can you circle where you are? And on the right side of the screen, is that the video that you're taking at that point in time?
Yes.
Okay. We can keep playing.
What about holding down? I went back police car.
I'm about to die in your face.
Relax.
Man, I can't breathe in my face. Just get up.
What do you want?
I can't breathe. Please, the knee in my neck. I can't breathe shit.
Bro, get up, get in the car, man.
I will.
Get up, get in the car.
I can't move.
I've been wiping the whole thing, man. Just get up, get in the car.
Mama.
Get up and get in the car right.
I can't.
I gave y'all the opportunity to get in, bro. I told you, you can't win.
My knee.
You can't win, man.
I'm through.
I know you here now because you didn't listen.
I'm claustrophobic.
Just
my stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. There's water or something. Please. Please. I can't breathe, officer.
Bro, that's so...
They will kill me, man.
He isn't handcuffed.
Bro, with your feet on his neck, man, you get off his neck. Yeah, that's raw right there with his feet on his neck.
Damn, bro, you just sitting your knee on his neck.
Yeah, I mean, you got your feet right on his neck, officer.
He ain't even resisting arrest.
Fun?
I cannot breathe.
You just a grown, you're a tough guy. You're a tough guy, huh?
I love y'all ass
You're a tough guy. You're not even resisting arrest, bro. Bro, but why you just sitting there? He ain't doing nothing now. Put him in the car.
How long y'all gotta hold him?
It ain't about drugs, bro. I understand that, but you don't gotta have his hand in his neck, bro. He is human, bro. But I'm saying you can put him in the car. That's some bum ass shit. That's some bum ass shit, bro. That's some bum ass shit, bro. Y'all know what that is. You don't gotta sit there with your knee on his neck, bro.
He's talking, he's fine.
Bro, he ain't fine, bro. You circle it like in a jiu-jitsu move, bro. You trapping his breathing right there, bro. Like, you don't think that's what it is, bro? You don't think nobody understands that shit right there, bro? I trained at the academy, bro. That's some bullshit, bro. Right, that's bullshit, bro. That's bullshit, bro. You fucking stopping his breathing right there, bro.
Okay, he's talking.
He's talking. Bro, but you could get him off the ground. You being a bum right now. You could get him off the ground, bro. You could get him off the ground. You being a bum right now. He enjoying that. He enjoying that shit. He enjoying that shit. He a fucking bum, bro. He enjoying that shit right now, bro. You could have fucking put him in the car by now, bro. He's not resisting arrest or nothing.
Is he talking now?
You enjoying it. Look at you. Your body language explains it,
Look
you
at
fucking
him.
bum.
Bro, get the fuck off of him.
What? No, I already know
He's
that, bro.
looking,
I tell you
he's
what
about
happened
to
to these
knock
bum ass dudes
out.
at
What
the
the fuck
academy,
is
bro.
wrong?
You know.
All right, we can pause it there for a minute. Now, there's a voice saying things like, why are you kneeing him more? And he's not talking now. Look at him. He's about to knock out. Whose voice was that?
That is mine.
And when you were expressing, why are you kneeing him more? What does that mean? What were you trying to get across?
Well, at that point, I saw him like moving towards him more, putting more pressure.
And when you say him moving towards him, can you just was
Derick.
Derick, Mr. Chauvin was moving towards Mr. Floyd more?
Yes, with his knee.
Okay. So when you say kneeing him more, are you meaning pushing on him more with that knee?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, he's not talking now, things like that. Did you notice a change in Mr. Floyd at that point in time?
Yes, he stopped being as vocal, and he was more struggling to breathe.
And when you said he's about to knock out, what does that mean? What were you trying to get across there?
Well, I could see that he was going unconscious, and his eyes were starting to roll to the back of his head, and he had some saliva coming out of his mouth.
Was that the point in time where you became even more concerned?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll continue to play. And as this is playing, are you still standing there but not recording during this portion?
Yeah.
And then did you record again afterward?
Yes.
I think that's cool though, bro. You're a bum, bro. You're a bum for that. You're a bum for that, bro. You get mad. You just sitting there stopping his breathing right now.
Look at it! What the fuck?
Right now, bro.
Look at
bro.
Get the fuck off of him! What is wrong with y'all? What the fuck? What the fuck?
I'm not scared of you, bro.
You're a fucking pussy. I hope you know you're a pussy on God. I hope your ass rot in hell.
Bro, look, well, you should check on him. He's not
No!
right now.
Back off!
He's not responsive right now.
Get off the street.
He's not responsive right now.
Okay, then you wouldn't know.
He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive right now, bro.
Does he have a pulse?
No, bro, look at him. He's not responsive right now, bro.
Check for a pulse.
Bro, are you serious?
Go check.
With that on his
Let me
neck,
see a
bro?
pulse.
Is he breathing right now?
handcuffed.
Check his
How long
pulse.
will we have this conversation?
Check his pulse.
Okay.
Check his pulse, Tal.
I'm
Tal,
telling you
check
right
his
now,
pulse.
check his pulse.
Tal, check his pulse, bro. Bro, check his pulse, bro. You bogus, bro.
Don't do
you
drugs,
bogus.
guys.
Don't do drugs, bro.
Check
What
his
is
pulse
that?
right
What do you
now.
think that is? You call what he's doing okay?
Get back
You
on
call what
street.
he's doing
Badge
okay?
number
You call what you doing? You
7162.
call what he's doing okay,
Are you
bro?
really a firefighter?
Yes,
Bro,
I am
okay.
from Minneapolis.
Okay.
Bro,
Then
you
get on the
you
sidewalk.
you
Show
think
me
that's
his
okay?
pulse.
Check his pulse.
Check it right
Tal,
fucking
check his
now.
pulse.
Get back on the
Check.
sidewalk.
The man ain't moved yet, bro. The man
find
ain't
me on
moved
the
yet,
street.
bro.
Okay.
He's not moving.
Bro, you're a bum, bro. You're a bum, bro. You're
Check his pulse
definitely a
right now.
bum,
Tell me
bro.
what it is. Tell me what his pulse is right now. I
Check
swear
the
to God.
pulse. Bro, he has not moved, not one
In
time.
over a minute.
Stop that. So, is it your voice asking about a badge number and saying he's not moving, things like that?
Yes.
And then someone said he hasn't moved, and then in over a minute, was that your voice too?
Yes.
Why was that important for you? That in terms of saying over a minute, were you worried about the length of time that this was going on?
Yes, because I knew time was running out, or that it had already.
What do you mean by time was running out?
That he was going to die.
I can keep playing. Go ahead.
No. Okay, that's cool. Go back in the store, bro. Go back in the store, bro.
Bro,
He's not fucking moving.
I see that.
Bro,
I'm trying to help you out.
Bro, you don't need to help me out, bro. I know your parents. I know everybody that owns the store. You don't need to help me the fuck out, bro. He's not fucking moving right now, bro.
I just saw that, man.
Bro, he was just moving when I walked up.
So y'all are gonna wait for the ambulance? You have a pulse?
I've been watching it the whole time. I'm busy trying to deal with you guys right now.
Bro, he doesn't have it, bro.
There's 3 of you guys. You guys should be able to fucking multitask. That's your fucking job, right?
Bro, what is you, 1087, bro? You're a bum, bro. Or 987, bro? You're a bum. First thing you want to grab is your mace because you're scared, bro. Scared of fucking minority.
He's still on the ground. You're still on it. 3 minutes. Get the fuck off him. What are you doing?
3 minutes.
Stop that right there, please. And somebody's saying you're still on him 3 minutes. Whose voice is that?
I believe that was a girl from inside the store.
Okay. Did you hear your voice in that portion in there?
Yes.
And what were you saying?
I don't exactly remember exactly what I said, but I heard my voice.
Were you upset in that moment?
Yes.
And again, was your concern increasing over time?
Yes. At that point, I kind of knew.
You kind of knew what?
That he was dead or not breathing.
And what made you think that he was dead or not breathing at that point?
His eyes were closed and he was just laying there, no longer fighting or resisting.
And again, when you were saying fighting and resisting before, what do you mean by that? Were you talking about breathing or are you talking about a fight?
Breathing.
Okay. And go ahead and play it.
Oh, what are you doing? Why not? Still on him. Yo, see that he's not. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, for real? You're still on him. For what?
Back on the street.
Bro, what the fuck is Julia? Like, don't.
I'll beat the fuck out of you.
No, don't. Hey. You don't need to charge. What's wrong? Why are y'all still on him? He's not doing nothing to y'all.
Bro, you're a bitch, bro. How you gonna keep it going?
All right, we can stop.
You stand behind.
Did you notice anything in particular when the ambulance came about Mr. Floyd, the way he looked to you at that point?
He didn't look alive. I noticed that the paramedics looked at his eyes, checked his pulse, and kind of just proceeded to put him on the gurney. Didn't really say anything.
Had you previously described his body as limp?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you can play the rest. Thank you.
Coworkers, right? Those are your partners, right? Like what? Y'all know that's not like.
This is what it is, bro. This is what it is. We gotta deal with this shit. They're not gonna help us, bro. Get on the sidewalk. They're not gonna help us.
Ain't nobody doing nothing wrong. Y'all, bro, what the
You gonna just sit there with your knee
Like, what the fuck?
Bro, you're a real man for that, bro. He ain't handcuffed, bro.
He's not doing nothing to y'all.
I'm a first responder for Minneapolis.
The fact that you guys are checking his pulse and doing compressions if you need that, you guys are on another level.
And then you just gonna throw him up there like that, bro.
Yeah.
He's dying.
Hey, bitch.
He's dying. That's not very professional.
Bro, look, he's fucking dead, bro. He's fucking dead, bro.
Back on the street.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Do not touch me.
He didn't touch you. Hey, bang. I've been here the whole time.
Don't touch me.
What's your badge number, actually?
Back on the street.
Hey,
Trying to get run over.
Don't touch me.
You better try to get run over. Back on the street.
I've been the whole time. I ain't tell you what happened. You're wrong now, bro. You're wrong now, bro. I ain't tell you what the whole time I've been standing watching. I even tried to help out, didn't I? I even tried to help the man, didn't I? But you're wrong now. How you coming at people now?
You know that, bro.
And at that point, when you stopped recording, did you end up proceeding into the store?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we can stop it there. And was it your voice asking about badge numbers and things like that?
Yes.
And I think you had said that earlier too. Why was that important for you? You know, badge numbers, stuff like that.
At that point, I kind of felt like all I could do was catch what was going on with the camera, and I just wanted to make sure I got everyone there. That's why I was moving around a lot.
Did you feel it was important for you to document what was going on?
Yes.
In the moment, feel for you?
It felt really like a lot to take in at first. I almost walked away at first because it was a lot to watch, but I knew that it was wrong and I couldn't just walk away even though I couldn't do anything about it.
And since that time, since you saw this happen last year, what impact has it had on you since then?
Well, it didn't really affect me right away because I kind of just felt emotionally numb about it. I didn't run to the internet or anything. I kind of just kept to myself and tried to go on with my day and remember what I really came there for.
And after the fact, after you had some time to process it, what did you feel?
I felt really like I said, numb to the whole situation. I kind of just pushed it aside because I didn't really know how to feel. It was a lot to take in.
Did you go back to Cup Foods after that?
I still haven't been there to this day.
And why is that?
I don't want to be reminded.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
Just a few questions for you. Do you recall being interviewed by Agent Peterson and Ryerson of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension?
I believe so.
Okay. You remember talking to two police officers about what you observed, what you saw, things of that nature?
Yes.
And if I told you their names were Agents Ryerson and Peterson, would you have any reason to dispute me?
No.
Okay. And they recorded that call, is that correct?
Yes.
And then again, I believe just within the last 2 or 3 days, you met with the prosecution team?
Yes.
And you told them, gave them some more information as well, correct?
Yes.
All right. So, do you recall telling Agent Peterson and Ryerson, as well as the prosecution team, that while you were there, you observed the officers check Mr. Floyd's radial pulse?
I said I believed that they did. The two that were on his body, I thought at one point that I did see someone try. Nothing changed though, nothing of their body language or anything changed.
Okay. Do you recall, were you given an opportunity to listen to your previous statement?
No.
Were you ever given a transcript of your previous statement?
No.
Would you disagree with me if I told you you said, I even saw them check his pulse multiple times before the ambulance got there?
I would not agree with that.
You would not agree with that?
Yeah, because I don't remember.
You don't remember that now?
Can you restate it?
Sure. Back when you were interviewed by the police officers in September, you told them that you saw the officers check his pulse multiple times before the ambulance got there.
I do not believe I said multiple times.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Date stamp 36415, page 4 of 8. I'm going to hand you this through this plexiglass, and there's some, I'm just going to point to the last underline. I'm going to ask you to read that in your mind. So did you tell Agents Ryerson and Peterson that you saw the officers check for a pulse multiple times?
Yes, I did, and then afterwards I told them that it looked like they did not find one.
Okay. Now, you also described to the officers that you were angry.
Yes.
And you would agree to this day that you were angry at what you saw?
Yes.
And would you describe others in the crowd as angry as well?
I would assume so.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Greg.
Alyssa, you were just asked some questions about a pulse. Did that refresh your recollection about that portion of what you saw?
A little bit. The day those officers came to my house, it was multiple times of being bothered. And it was kind of like they kind of forced the interview onto me, so.
Okay. So thinking about it today, in terms of what you saw that day, just tell the jury what you saw in terms of somebody checking a pulse.
Well, I don't exactly remember standing right there all the way because it's kind of like in and out. But rewatching the video, I remember seeing like someone move their hands towards his wrist, his vitals, behind his back.
And was that person Mr. Chauvin?
No.
So that was someone else?
Yes.
And are you unclear about whether or not that was an actual pulse check because you said they didn't change anything they were doing?
Correct.
Okay. And did you assume that if they hadn't, that if they were concerned, they would have changed what they were doing?
Yes.
Would they have gotten off him? Is that what you expected to happen?
Yes, that is what I would expect they would do.
And you were asked some questions about being angry. Were you upset about what was going on in front of you?
Yes.
Did you attack anybody?
No.
Hit anybody?
No.
Threaten the officers in any way?
No.
So when you say angry, what do you mean?
I was upset because there was nothing that we could do as bystanders except watch them take this man's life in front of our eyes.
And when you say we, were all of you doing what you were doing? Meaning not getting physical and not throwing punches or making threats to the officers?
Correct.
Nothing threat.
None of you guys.
No, you're.
All right, thank you. You may step down. And next witness. Members of the jury, why don't we have you go back to the other, long enough for a bathroom break? How's that?
All right, you're watching the Derick Chauvin trial here. We're in day 2, and it looks like they're taking just a quick break. So while court has adjourned for a few moments, we want to bring in our legal analyst, Lee Hutton, to talk a little bit about what we've been seeing here in the last hour or so. Lee, let's talk about this most recent witness and what we just heard. Again, this is a minor, someone we're not able to see or identify. Interesting that they honed in on this, this idea of checking the pulse of George Floyd. Can you walk us through that piece?
Yes, and let's start with the state. The state asked questions to kind of show the inaction of the officers, and that's very important for the state to get before the jury because they want them to show that the officers had this disregard, this reckless disregard for human life. Eric Nelson, what you saw is what you call impeachment, and so every witness, and I think before the break last time we talked about how attorneys kind of know what questions to ask. Well, each of the attorneys got investigation reports, and in those investigation reports, those are question and answers that they asked the witness, and they jotted it down. And each attorney is able to use that. And what Eric Nelson did, from as far as impeachment, he said, "Do you remember when your interview was taken by officers? And do you remember when you actually said, which is incongruent or inconsistent to your testimony just recently, when you said that the officers did in fact check the pulse?" And what he did, he says, "Well, if I can show you your interview that you took, I want you to read it and tell me why your statement is one thing now and another thing in that interview." And so when that happened, the state then came back up and did what you call rehabilitation of the witness. And the state says, "Well, can you tell me how that interview happened?" And what was masterful in the witness, and this is where the witness engages with the attorney and really listens to the question, and she gave a response almost as if she knew what the defense strategy was going to be, or what it actually was. This 18-year-old young person said, "Yeah, when the police officers came to my house, they were bothering me. They're almost forcing me to make certain conclusions." And so that balanced the skills of restoring her credibility with regard to the pulse.
We talked earlier about age and how age, whether or not it plays a factor in the jury's minds of credibility. So when she says one thing and then remembers it another way, I mean, does that damage her credibility at all? Or it seems like you feel like she did come through.
I think she came through in this particular sense. I think she explained the reason why her statement with the police officers were inconsistent to her statement in the courtroom. And the state's attorney in the rehabilitation of the witness, she said, "Can you explain why there's a difference here?" And the difference was, she says, "I was a young person and I have these cops bothering me, and they were just trying to force this information on me." Now, take it in a grand scheme of who we have here. We have the defendant on trial, who's a former Minneapolis police officer, and then you have this statement from this child who says, "I was overwhelmed and I was pushed into certain facts." That has to resonate with the jury and not in a positive manner for the defense.
We can't help but notice, anybody who's been watching most of the day here, the stark change in tone between witness number 1, Donald Williams, and now the minors who have been questioned since then. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think Eric Nelson is doing a very good job. These witnesses, while are young, are giving very, very critical testimony. Quite frankly, one could argue that this is some of the most important testimony, because these youngsters are the ones that videotaped the situation. We're using their camera phone footage. And so Eric Nelson does have to be be very mindful that their firsthand impressions are going to resonate with the jury. But he can't attack him like he did Mr. Williams on the stand. But he definitely has to do what we call the impeachment process. And you can see where he put on his mask to emphasize COVID compliance. He did the decorum rules, asking the judge, may I approach the witness, so the witness knows that he's going to come to me. And what I imagine is that he said, I'm approaching you, and gave her the documents through the plexiglass. And then he returned to his podium, and he was very calm as to not suggest that, hey, I'm going to emphasize to the court and pretty much the world that you're not telling the truth. And I thought he did that very well. But again, I thought the state rehabilitated her, and I thought she was a strong witness for the state.
Mm-hmm. We've only had here a couple of days of testimony, not even 2 full days. Have you seen either side sort of tweak their strategies in light of some of what we've been hearing?
No, I think they've been pretty consistent and, mindful that we're still on the second day. And, we haven't touched as many of the witnesses that I think are going to be called, especially the other important witnesses, which really deal with causation, the manner of death, or what was the trigger of the death. But right now we see the state, especially Jerry Blackwell, using those key phrases in his opening statements. When you're in our custody, you're in our care. Did he let up or did he get up? Those were buzzwords in his questions.
I'm going to interrupt you. I appreciate you. I know we're on this timetable here. They're back in court. Let's listen in.
Hey, if you could come on up and have a seat. And if you could just turn towards me to start. I'm going to have you raise your right hand so I can swear you in. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. We'd like it probably because it's easier to hear you. If you wouldn't mind taking your mask off?
Yes.
That'd be great. There's also sanitizer and Kleenex there if you need it. We're going to go off audio. Ms. Eldridge.
Good afternoon, Kaylin.
Hello.
How are you feeling today?
A little nervous. A lot of anxiety.
Tell me why you have anxiety today.
Just because of what happened. Just want the truth to come out.
Okay. Deep breaths. We'll take it slow, okay? If you need a break, you just let me know.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to start with some easy questions, background questions, okay? So why don't you tell the jury how old you are?
I'm 17 years old.
And are you a high school student now?
Yes, I'm a senior.
And are you doing in-person school or online?
Online school.
How's that going?
It's going good.
Almost there for your
Yeah,
senior year?
almost there.
And what city do you live in now?
St. Paul, Minnesota.
Was there a time that you and your family lived in Minneapolis, South Minneapolis?
Yes, when I was younger.
Okay. Do you still have some friends, family friends in that area?
Yes.
And
ask you one favor. Can you just pause a little bit after the question? We have a court reporter who's taking everything down with a stenographic machine, and it'll make it a little easier for her to take everything down. So don't worry about it. You're doing fine.
And I talk fast. I'll try to slow it down, try to make it easy for everybody. Okay, so you said you still have friends in South Minneapolis.
Yes.
Friends named Alyssa?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you some questions about, the reason you're here today. So why don't you tell the jury why you're here today?
For George Floyd.
Okay. And when you say for George Floyd, did you see what happened to George Floyd?
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about that, okay?
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
If you need a tissue, you need a break, you just put up your hand and let me know, okay?
Okay.
But you can grab tissue anytime you need one. So, I'm going to ask you some questions about that day, the day that all this happened. So, first things first, how did you come to be in the area? What were you doing that day?
Me and Alyssa were going to get snacks and an aux cord for the radio.
And where were you headed that day? Where did you want to go?
To Cup.
And when you say Cup, is that Cup Foods?
Yes.
All right. So you said you were with Alyssa, and how did you guys get there?
We drove there.
And who drove, you or Alyssa?
Alyssa.
And where were you in the car? Were you in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Is it just the two of you together?
Yes.
So she was driving, you're in the passenger seat, you're headed to Cup Foods. What's the first thing you notice once you get into the area?
We hear George Floyd's voice yelling out for his mom and saying he can't breathe.
Okay. And did you notice, well, how soon did you notice what was going on? Were you still driving up when you noticed what was going on?
Yes.
And is that what you heard from the car?
Yes.
And what did you see as you were driving up?
We seen 3 officers on top of George Floyd.
And what did you do next? Did Alyssa park the car?
Yes.
And then what happened?
She pulled over and she asked if she should record it, and she didn't have a phone at the time, so she took my phone and recorded it.
And what were you doing when, did she get out of the car first?
Yes, she told me to stay in the car and leave the car on just in case anything happened. We didn't know what was going on.
So did you stay in the car for some period of time?
Yes.
So when you were in the car and Alyssa got out of the car, could you hear what was going on?
Yes, I could kind of hear what was going on.
All right.
I don't specifically remember exactly what was said, but I do remember hearing voices.
So tell the jury just what you remember noticing from where you were in the car. What were you hearing or seeing or observing?
I believe I heard George Floyd yelling still, saying he can't breathe. And then I heard witnesses that were there saying he was unresponsive. And that's when I started hearing voices getting louder, I got out of the car.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you there for just a second. You talked about George Floyd. You said you're here for George Floyd, and you're talking about seeing George Floyd. Did you know who he was at that time?
No.
After the fact, did you learn his name?
Yes.
Okay, so you now know him to be George Floyd.
Yes.
When you heard, you said you heard voices getting louder. What prompted you to get out of the car? What made you think you should get out of the car?
I guess it was kind of just a gut feeling.
When you said you heard voices getting louder, was there something about the tone or what was said that...
It sounded serious.
Okay. And what made you think it was something serious?
Just the way, like, everyone sounded.
Okay. So what did you do?
I got out of the car and I walked up, and that's when I saw George Floyd unconscious and Derick on his neck.
Okay. So I'm gonna break that down a little bit. You said you saw George Floyd unconscious. What made you think that George Floyd was unconscious when you saw him?
He wasn't talking anymore. and when we pulled up, he was talking. His eyes were closed. He wasn't moving.
And you said you saw Derick on top of him?
Yes.
And by Derick, do you mean Derick Chauvin?
Yes.
Did you know who that was at the time?
No.
But did you learn his name later?
Yes.
So when you said that you saw Derick or Mr. Chauvin on top of George Floyd, what did you see Mr. Chauvin doing?
I saw him kind of digging his knee into his neck more. Like, he was putting a lot of pressure on his neck that wasn't needed.
And how could you tell, or what made you think from your point of view that Mr. Chauvin was putting more pressure on George Floyd's neck?
You could see it, like his foot movement.
So when you say digging, are you talking about the position of Mr. Chauvin's knee on Mr. Floyd's neck?
Yes.
Okay. So you come out to see Mr. Floyd, who looks unconscious to you. What else do you see and hear going on around you?
The witnesses telling him to check for a pulse.
And what happened at that point? Did you see anybody check for a pulse or do anything at that point?
No, not that I saw.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Chauvin or anybody else move or change or get up off Mr. Floyd?
No.
Did you, were you concerned at that point in time?
Yes.
Were you saying anything once you got into that group of people?
Yes, I asked, why are you guys still on top of him? He's not doing anything wrong. He was handcuffed.
And after you said that, was there any response from any of the officers? Did any of them move? Did Mr. Chauvin move?
No.
Did any of them address your concerns?
No. They were really hostile.
And when you say hostile, tell the jury what you mean by that.
Like, the tone in their voice was really, well, the Officer Tao's voice was really angry.
So was Officer Tao interacting with the people on the
Yes.
street at that point? I'm sorry, is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, so you just have to wait until I'm done asking before you answer.
Sorry.
That's okay, I do it too. Okay, so Officer Tao appeared hostile. Can you just describe what he was doing that made you feel that way?
He pushed one of the witnesses there onto the sidewalk.
And did you know that person?
No.
Did you see anybody being, any of the, you said witnesses, but any of those bystanders, any of those people on the curb with you, were any of those people being violent or aggressive in any way?
No.
But you saw Mr.
They were just using their voice.
Okay. So you heard people using their voices, but saw Mr. Officer Tao being hostile?
Yes.
What else did you see? Did you see any of the other officers who were there at that, when you were on the curb?
Not when I was on the curb.
And what about Mr. Chauvin? Did you see him?
Yes.
And what did you, how would you describe his body movement or body language at that point?
Kind of angry, like.
So I'm going to stop you there, but tell me what he was doing with his body.
He was like digging his knee into George Floyd's neck.
Did you notice anything else about Mr. Chauvin reaching for anything or touching his mace or anything like that?
Yes, he did grab his mace and started shaking it at us.
And how did you feel at that point?
Scared.
And why did you feel scared then?
Because I didn't know what was gonna happen.
And were you scared of Mr. Chauvin or scared of Mr. Floyd or something else?
I was scared of Chauvin.
At that point that you saw Mr. Chauvin go for his mace, was there anybody in your group of witnesses or bystanders that were, again, being violent or attacking in any way?
No.
Okay. I'm going to put up Exhibit 184, please. Now you should see that on your screen in front of you. Do you see yourself in this picture?
Yes.
Can you just circle yourself on that screen? It's a touch screen. Use your finger. And do you see anyone else you recognize there?
No, Alyssa.
And you circled Alyssa second. What is Alyssa doing there?
She's recording.
And is that your cell phone she has?
Yes.
And what were you doing at this point?
I was telling Donald Williams, I believe his name is. I was like, because the cop, I think, pushed him. I don't exactly remember, but I told him, like, don't, like, because I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't want anybody, like, fighting the cops or anything like that.
Okay.
Because I knew it'd escalate.
Did you know Donald Williams at that time?
No.
Did you learn his name somehow after the fact?
Yes.
Was there anybody fighting with the cops?
No.
Was there any fight that happened with any of those bystanders with
No.
the cops? Were you concerned for everybody's safety?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you see, we can take that down. Did you see an ambulance arrive?
Yes.
And what was going on at that point in time?
The ambulance pulled up and Derick was still on his neck. The ambulance people had to signal him to get up.
And you just made a motion with your hands. When you say signal him to get up, did you see a paramedic make a motion to Mr. Chauvin that looked to you like a get up kind of motion?
Yes.
Okay. After the paramedics arrived, was that the first time that you saw Mr. Chauvin get up off Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
And how did Mr. Floyd look to you? What did his condition appear to be to you?
He looked kind of like purple, like he wasn't getting enough circulation.
And was he moving or talking or anything at that point?
He was really limp.
Okay. And I know this is tough to talk about, and I know it's hard, so take your time, but what did you think at that moment?
Well, I didn't know for sure if George Floyd was dead until after the fact, but I had a gut feeling.
So based on what you saw and how his body looked to you when they took him away, did he look dead to you at that point?
Yes.
And did you see anybody until the paramedics arrived, any of the officers attempt to render first aid or CPR or give any medical help before that?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Sure. All right, thank you. You may step down. So you can go back there. take another break. Thank you.
Because I was there and I technically I could have did something, but I couldn't really do anything physically what I wanted to do because the highest power was there at the time.
So when you say you couldn't do physically what you wanted to do, can you explain why you felt you couldn't get involved?
There was another police officer kind of pushing the crowd back, making sure everyone was on the sidewalk and didn't get close.
So did you feel like that officer was stopping you from being able to get closer?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Now that sentiment right there is something that we've heard from a couple of witnesses who have been up on the stand today. I wanted to do something, I wanted to do more, but as this witness said, that the highest power was there. So actually one of the witnesses, Donald Williams, who was on the stand yesterday and returned to the stand this morning, he actually called the police on those police officers, and they played a portion of that 911 call this morning during his testimony. He started getting emotional about it. Another one of the people who testified, this woman who shared that viral video, She talked about something similar. She gave some really emotional sound while identifying Derick Chauvin in the courtroom today, and then went on to talk about something similar, some of the regrets that she was feeling about that day.
Darnella, are you able to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you know who this man is? You can take your time.
Yes.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen, who is this?
This was the officer that was kneeling on George Floyd's neck. It's been nights. I stayed up apologizing and apologizing to George Floyd for not doing more and not physically interacting and not saving his life. But it's like, it's not what I should have done. It's what he should have done.
Yeah, again, some emotional testimony in court today, especially from some of these minors, these teenagers especially, who were there witnessing all of this when it happened. So it sounds like today we're done with those minors, at least for the day, and we'll be waiting to see which witness takes the stand next, Amy.
All right, Hannah, thank you. We want to check in now with Fox 9's Paul Bloom. He has been at the Hennepin County Courthouse covering this for us. So, Paul, if you're there, I want to check in with you and get your observations. See if we have Paul here. Might take just a second.
Amy, do you hear me from the media center across the street from the government center? Paul Bloom. Do you hear me, Amy?
I got you, Paul.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. No. It's interesting. Obviously, Hannah making some great points in terms of the compelling testimony that came in throughout the day. Obviously, hearing from young, juvenile, if you will, 17, 18, even some younger minors today on the witness stand. Now, remember, for us, we're listening via audio. These are emotional moments. Those witnesses are sitting feet away from these jurors, of course, as they're recounting their desperation about what they are seeing on the sidewalk outside Cup Foods. And I really started thinking today, there's this effort by the defense that reared itself during opening statements yesterday, this idea that the crowd was growing angry and creating a tense, stressful, threatening situation for police that might have distracted them from the subject underneath them, George Floyd. And, I've really given some thought to this testimony that's coming in. And boy, it's a fine line. Eric Nelson's walking between anger and sort of a scary crowd versus an agitated crowd that sense human desperation in that moment that they want to help George Floyd. I mean, there's no evidence thus far that someone wants to knock the block off Derick Chauvin or tackle police. They just want to save the man under Derick Chauvin's knee. So I know Eric Nelson's looking to stick this, put something on the wall to stick with the jury as they think about reasonable doubt, the like. But I think he's walking a really fine line there, because this crowd has basically said, we were not, going to attack the officers. We just wanted to save George Floyd.
Paul, you've been there in the area, whether it's been in the courthouse or across the street every day since jury selection. I'm curious what some of your observations have been as you've come and gone.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, for the most part, we've seen a couple demonstrations around the grounds. It's important to understand for our viewers at home that while the courtroom, there are a couple of reporters, what we call pool reporters, kind of sitting in the courtroom itself. Those of us covering it on the ground are basically assigned in a building across the street watching the live feeds come in. So with all the security up, we don't see the comings and goings like a typical trial where we see witnesses. Maybe we'd have a chance to stop a Donald Williams in the hallway as he headed out after a difficult cross-examination and redirect this morning. Maybe catching up with Darnella Frazier. We just aren't having those interactions. I can tell you it's been relatively calm today around the government center itself. I personally will be back in the courtroom on Friday. I'll sit in the broadcast seat on Friday and share my notes and observations. But the court is trying to kind of meet COVID-19 obligations with running an open and public trial. So while the cameras are showing certain things, avoiding certain things, the jury the young witnesses. We do have pool reports coming in that are documenting some of the observations our colleagues are making in the courtroom, including how the jurors are responding to this emotional testimony.
Paul, along those lines, I'm curious, this is the first time we've had cameras in the courtroom. When you are the pool reporter inside the courtroom, we know the court's gone to great lengths to protect the identity of these jurors. Are you able to make observations about their reactions or emotions?
Well, certainly, you see what you see with your eyes. Now, we've talked about the masks on the defense. I certainly don't want to put too much weight on what I see from the pool reports because, the eye's in the beholder, or, someone who's showing some emotion or burrowing their, just kind of making a gesture with their forehead, their eyes. It may be hard to read and assess. Yeah, we do get observation. I'm just reading one from this afternoon. Juror 4 getting a drink of water, Juror 2 sitting up, watching and listening to the witness and prosecution go back and forth. Juror 13 also sitting up straight, moving his chair, which turns, hands folded. What are we getting from that? Just a little bit of color from the courtroom. Clearly they are reacting, they are human. It's a difficult situation. There's a lot of weight on a lot of shoulders in that courtroom, particularly this jury. And again, they've seen a ton of video over the last 24 hours, some admitting during jury selection they hadn't even seen or couldn't watch the entirety of Darnella Fraser's video. They were forced to watch that. They've seen the surveillance video from the bird's eye view. And then today, some new video we hadn't seen before from another witness, a teenager just down the sidewalk from Darnella Fraser at the time that she's shooting the video, giving us a slightly different angle of Derick Chauvin's knee to the back of George Floyd's neck. So, everybody's been through a lot in that courtroom, but it's important though to kind of monitor how they react to the testimony and how this case is playing out.
It's tricky. The judge clearly wants transparency. That's why we have cameras in the courtroom. But as you know, even as reporters, we're human, and it can be easy for us to interpret things in different ways. And I think the judge really wants a clean slate for our viewers to be able to interpret what they're seeing for themselves. I want to ask you about the setup and the limitations because of COVID within the courtroom. I remember you reporting that initially George Floyd's family gets one seat, and then whomever is there for Derick Chauvin would get another seat. Have you been able to tell who's been there for each of the parties?
Again, relying on the pool feed because the cameras are not allowed to pan over to show the family. Derick Chauvin, as far as we know, I've checked in with pool reporters, I've read the pool notes. We don't believe Derick Chauvin has had a supporter in his one chair throughout jury selection and into these first couple days of trial. We do know over the last couple days, just Monday, Tuesday, George Floyd's brother, Philonis, was in the seat for a little bit. Each family gets one seat. Brother was in there yesterday, not surprising if you may remember. Yesterday began with the brothers and Reverend Al Sharpton and civil attorney Ben Crump taking a knee outside the courthouse, so no surprise to hear that one of those brothers sat in the courtroom seat yesterday. Again, according to our pool reporter today, Brandon Williams, a familiar face for those who've kind of followed this story. He's a nephew of George Floyd, grew up in the same Houston home, basically considered George Floyd like a big brother. I remember him talking about playing video games with, the family called him Perry, but with George Floyd. And he gave a quote to our pool reporter today. I'll just read it quickly. Quote, I haven't watched the video. And of course, he's in the courtroom now as it plays. Quote, it's like watching my brother die a slow and painful death. So he's, I don't know if he's closing his eyes, turning away, stepping out of the courtroom, but they're telling a pool reporter that he basically doesn't want to watch the video of his uncle, but basically a brother to him dying. So you can understand the pain that the Floyd family is going through in all this.
Okay. Paul, we're going to keep you on standby here. We're not sure how long this break is going to go. This was an unplanned break, as you know, where they needed a little bit of time to get the next witness in place. So we'll get right back to the courtroom as soon as we can. In the meantime, we want to just review a few things with you while we wait, and then we're going to bring in some analysis with attorney Lee Hutton as well. We want to show you the charges now against Derick Chauvin. We have this second-degree murder, which is unintentional, third-degree murder, depraved mind, second-degree manslaughter, which is culpable negligence. And you'll remember this third-degree murder charge is the charge that was added on a little bit later in the procedures. I believe Lee is ready to go now. Lee, so many questions here. As long as we're talking about these charges, though, can I ask you about that third-degree murder charge that was added later? How does that change the game here for these jurors ultimately?
Sure, it gives them something to fall back on if they're not motivated to do or don't buy into the evidence that's presented for the second degree. They can fall back on the third degree, and this is more like a careless act. Somebody who didn't intend to kill George Floyd, but it just happened in the circumstances. And I think Eric Nelson's questions at least anticipated that this is where they're going to go, and that's going back to Mr. Williams, where he talked about, you can intend to do this maneuver, and unfortunately, consequences happen, as it did here, but it wasn't intentional. We wrestle all the time, we MMA fight all the time, and we agreed to accept those consequences. So I think that's where Mr. Nelson was going.
Mm-hmm. All of the witnesses we've heard from today so far and yesterday were people who were at, some of them, as we know, were minors. So what is the prosecution's strategy here in using the minors in particular?
Yeah, when I first saw the first minor and the second one, and now the third minors, they're actually holding up and do a good job. So now, reflecting on all the testimony, I believe the state was very strategic in saying, look, the unavoidable consequence of this trial is that we're going to have children testify to this really, really gruesome situation. And what that does is you put the kids on the stand. They give their unfettered analysis of what they believed happened, and then you say the defense, hey, if you didn't like something, go ahead and attack these babies in front of the juries. That's extremely difficult to do. And these kids who did the video, who saw the situation, they gave a lot of powerful testimony where Eric Nelson has to say, what do? I can't really attack them very heavily. And Amy, you and I even discussed that we predicted that Eric Nelson was not going to ask any questions, and we were right. He just kind of punted. And I think what's going to happen is Eric Nelson, in his case in chief, is going to do what the state is doing, is relying on videos. And Eric Nelson is going to rely on those videos as well, but different vantage point. I think the videos that he's going to show is the Mercedes video, the 2019 video that we discussed. And if Eric is clever in his closing argument, he's probably going to dismiss the testimony of the minors and really focus on what Jerry Blackwell said in his opening, you got to believe your eyes. And so if Eric can kind of navigate that into his closing, it may be a closer decision than we believe at this time.
Let me ask you about the 2019 video. It's something that was ruled on during jury selection. Explain to us the significance of that video and how the judge sort of parsed out what could be allowed and what couldn't be allowed.
Absolutely. What that significant for the defense in that video, what they're trying to say is that George Floyd in other arrests had the same mannerisms, the same kind of resistance as you've seen here in the Memorial Day kind of stop. And what they're saying that this is George Floyd's kind of habit and routine of him over exaggerating the force by the officers, him not getting into the car, and ultimately they're going to explain that the death was caused not by the asphyxiation but because of some kind of fentanyl overdose. Jerry Blackwell, again, in his opening statement said, well, when you're going to hear testimony, when you take fentanyl, you kind of comatose and then you're not there, you don't continue to struggle. So it's going to be interesting what the medical experts are going to say, but that 2019 video is going to show a habit and routine of Mr. Floyd, and that's what the defense wants the jury to consider.
Okay, Lee, I want to take you back to this morning. Yesterday, the last witness we heard from, and then this morning, the first witness was continuing, and that was Donald Williams, and he is the man with the mixed martial arts experience for our viewers at home. At times during questioning, he seemed visibly maybe annoyed, is the right word, with the defense's questions. Do those sort of nonverbal and tonal cues affect a jury in either a positive or negative way?
Either or. I can tell you sometimes when I'm in the courtroom and I'm cross-examining a witness that is adverse to my side, and if they're being combative, I do what Mr. Nelson says, like, sir, I know you don't appreciate these questions, but these are the rules, and you got to follow the rules of court, and I want you to follow the rules. So the jury picks that up as somebody who is overly biased to the state, and that's coming out in his testimony. So Eric Nelson certainly did a good job in kind of riling him up, and of course connecting the theme that Mr. Williams was one of the agitators, putting the officers at risk, and this is why they were kind of distracted to what was going on with George Floyd. We'll see how effective that is, because I think Jerry Blackwell again did a good job of kind of diffusing that in some of his questions, and Mr. Frank as well. Again, the jury is going to look at Mr. Williams, and they're going to kind of balance his credibility. Overall, in my opinion, I thought he did very, very good of really pushing back and kind of holding on to his guns. There were even at times where he looked at the judge and he says, "How do you want me to answer? Because this is my impression. This is my thoughts." And while it kind of looked like he was combative, he did look at the judge at one time and he said, "Your Honor, I appreciate you." And that kind of diffuses the fact that any one of us in that witness seat, it's a tough job for the witnesses as well.
One thing I also noticed with Mr. Williams, when you talk about looking to the judge and kind of giving him the approval there, Mr. Williams also looked at the state, and I don't mean to interpret anything here, but in my observation, it looked like he was kind of looking at the state and almost smiling like, am I doing a good job, or how am I answering? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's interesting because if I can maybe do another prediction, is that slowly the state is going to address this cultural anthropology issue in a sense, kind of like this pink elephant in the courtroom, and also in the United States with racial intolerance, and with the witnesses who have majority has been African American. They have not been unabashed to say this affects us in a way that may not affect some of the people in the jury or other people if you not have been African American. And I think the state is going to slowly start raising that tone into the picture. And now Nelson has to combat that. He has to say, well, how do I address this issue? And I think he started to allude to that with the political issue. Let's set all the politics aside, but that's unavoidable. Now, when Mr. Williams was looking at the state, going back, I think as African American, I think he certainly has some investment in the outcome of this, and the witnesses were very candid about that in their testimony. But also one thing that Mr. Williams did, of course, we couldn't see it with the minors. Not only did he look at the judge, he was looking at the attorneys, but he turned and gave testimony to the jurors. And so it kind of looked like the conversation was not with the attorney, but with the jurors. And sometimes that's very impactful. Most importantly, it keeps the jurors' attention on the person who's talking.
Along those lines of the cultural anthropology and race that you've talked about, let's talk about it in terms of the jury. You look at the jury and you say it's mixed. There are multiracial women. There are 4 Black men. And so when you look at the race makeup here, do you look at it and go, we need to be focused on the race? Or do you say, actually, you can't judge a book by its cover, and you don't know what a person of a certain race is going to judge?
Yeah, you really don't know what a person of a certain race is going to judge. There are certainly distinctions between a person who is African descent who was born here versus a foreigner coming from other cultural values and experiences. Also, you can't forget that the Caucasian female may have had a partner who was a person of color and experienced. Many of the jurors even testified that while we did not feel any discrimination based on police stops, we certainly have friends that we've either seen or have heard that this exists. And that's why that question, and now we're seeing how important that question was, do you think that discrimination exists with police officers with people of color? And the ones who said either strongly agree, somewhat agree, or agree, this testimony with regard to, I think, Ms. Frazier, who said, I saw my dad, I saw my brother, those questions are going to be resonating with the jurors.
Lee, you're clearly watching this through different eyes than the majority of us. We are novices when it comes to watching a criminal trial like this play out in front of us in real time. What are some of the things you can advise us on as we're watching this? What should we be keeping in mind?
So as the trial goes on, start being mindful of the rules. I think the judge, and he is in a very, very tough situation because he has to make these objections at the moment. I mean, there's no do-overs after the evidence is put in. I think today was kind of a mild one because of the individual's age, but tomorrow, especially when the experts come in, start being mindful of kind of the rules of evidence, how attorneys are getting the evidence in through their questions, the fact that some of the medical testimony is going to be rigorously objected to because it can really impact the causation. So look for that. I would also look for Eric Nelson really being more aggressive, especially with the medical testimony of the state's witnesses. He's not going to be nice there at all. And he is going to, as the state, really pinpoint them to certain conclusions with regard to causation. So that's when it's going to be a little bit more of a law and order-esque type communication with the witnesses.
I don't want to get too far ahead of the game here. We're just starting out, but and we're just keeping an eye here. I'm just watching the courtroom to make sure. And it looks like we might be heading back to court. All right, thanks, Lee. We'll check back in. Let's go back to court.
If you could.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will be calling as our next witness Genevieve Hansen. Ms. Hansen was one of the bystanders on the scene. During that, she recorded a video on her phone, and following the incident, she also made a 911 call. And for various purposes, the defense is stipulating that we would admit the video as Exhibit 24 and the 911 call recording as Exhibit 25, and that we would publish those to the jury before Ms. Hansen starts her testimony. As part of that, not only stipulating to the admissibility, but any type of confrontation issue that the defendant would have about publishing during the witness's testimony, if that's even a problem, given that we're playing them before the witness testifies and she'd be available for that questioning.
Yeah, I don't see a confrontation issue. Mr. Nelson, are you fine with that arrangement?
So stipulated, Your Honor.
All right. Then those exhibits, 24 and 25, are received, and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, then, we will play Exhibit 24.
Check his nerve. What do you think that is? You call what he doing okay? Get back. You call what he doing okay? You call what you doing? You call what he doing okay? Are you really a firefighter?
Yes, I am from Minneapolis.
Okay, then get on the sidewalk.
Show me his post.
Check his post.
Check it right fucking now.
Get back on the sidewalk. The man ain't moved yet, bro.
The man
You
ain't
find me on the
moved yet,
street.
bro.
He's not moving. Minneapolis.
Bro, you're a bum, bro. You're a bum, bro. You're
Check his pulse
definitely a
right now.
bum,
Tell me
bro.
what it is. Tell me what his pulse is right now.
Check
I swear
the
to God.
pulse. Bro, he has not moved not one time, bro. But you know, bro, go back in the store, bro. You don't understand, bro. Okay, that's cool. Go back in the store, bro. Go back in the store, bro. He's not fucking moving.
I see that.
Bro,
I'm trying to help y'all out.
Bro, you don't need to help me out, bro. I know your parents. I know everybody that runs the store. You don't need to help me the fuck out, bro. He's not fucking moving right now, bro.
I just saw them, huh?
Bro, he was just moving when I walked up here.
Yeah, I know. Then he
Bro,
Do you have a pulse?
I've been watching it the whole time.
I'm busy trying to deal with you guys.
Okay, do they have a pulse?
He doesn't have it, bro. He's not fucking moving.
Tell them to check one.
Bro,
I swear to God.
bro, what is you, 1087, bro? You're a bum, bro, or 987, bro? You're a bum. First thing you want to grab is your mace because you scared, bro. Scared of fucking minorities. You fucking bum.
What are you doing?
Bro, 3 minutes, bro. He's not fucking moving.
He's dying.
Bro, see that he's not.
Bro, he's not even fucking moving. Get off of his fucking neck, bro.
Like,
Get off
for
of
real,
his
you're
neck.
still on him. For
Bro,
what?
look at that, bro. Are you serious?
Nobody, like,
Bro, I barely touched me like that, dude. I swear I saw.
What's wrong? Why y'all still on him? He's not doing nothing to
He's
y'all.
just gonna let him keep his hand on his neck, bro? You're a bitch, bro. Tyler, you gonna let him keep that like that? You gonna let him kill that man in front of you, bro? Huh?
Like what?
Bro, he's not even
Y'all
fucking
know
moving
that's not
right
like.
now, bro. He's not even fucking moving. Bro,
You're not gonna help us, though?
Right. He's like,
bro, 987, you're a bum,
doing
bro.
nothing wrong. Y'all.
You gonna just sit there with your knee on his neck, bro? You a real man for that, bro. He ain't handcuffed, bro.
Listen, I'm a first responder from Minneapolis. The fact that you guys aren't checking his pulse and doing compressions if he needs that, you guys are on another level. Okay. Yeah, and I have your name tag, bitch.
That's not very professional.
I don't fucking care. I'm not on call.
Freedom of speech.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me, bro. Don't touch me. Don't touch me, bro. Don't touch me, bro. I'll fuck you up, bro. Don't ever touch me, bro.
I ain't saying what happened, I think.
Like, you bogus, bro. He damn near dead, bro. He's fucking dead, bro. So you don't touch me, bro.
You're wrong now, bro. I ain't said a word the whole time I've been saying.
Bro, that's bogus, Ty. You know that, bro. You know that, Ty. Ty, you know that's bogus,
What's that badge
bro.
number?
You know that's bogus, Ty. Ty, you know that's bogus, right, bro? Bro, you know he's bogus.
And then, Your Honor, we would publish to the jury Exhibit 25.
3235, May 25, 2020.
911, what is the address of the emergency? Hello. I am on the block of 38 in Chicago, and I literally watched police officers not take a pulse and not do anything to save a man. And I am a first responder myself. And I literally have it on video camera. I just happened to be on a walk. So this dude, they fucking killed him. So do you want to speak to the supervisor? I'm reporting this. I'm fucking reporting this right now. I'm willing to talk for ages about this. So if we need to talk to a supervisor right now, or if somebody needs to get into contact with me later on. Let me get you over to the supervisor, okay? Hang on 1 second.
2033, 28, May 25, 2020.
Thank you, Your Honor. Then we would call Genevieve Hansen to the stand.
chair.
Say it again.
Just to stand behind the chair.
Okay.
No, come on. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Sir.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
And I think to be able to hear you more clearly, if you are comfortable in doing so, I'd ask that you remove your mask.
Okay.
And let's begin by you giving your full name, spelling each of your names, please.
My name is Genevieve Hansen, Genevieve. Last name Hansen, Hansen.
Thank you. Mr. Friend.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hansen, what's your current occupation? What do you do?
I'm a firefighter for Minneapolis.
That
City.
explains the uniform you're wearing today?
Correct, sir.
And how long have you been a firefighter for the city of Minneapolis?
Just about 2 years now.
And so, not a question I often like to ask women, but how old are you?
27.
Okay. There's a reason we asked that. The jury will figure that out later.
Okay.
So for about 2 years now, you've been a firefighter. And can you describe for the jurors, what you had to do to become a firefighter for the city of Minneapolis?
There's a hiring process, and once you're hired, we go through an EMT training. I am certified for the state and a national license. And then you go forward with firefighter licenses. That's a 4-month academy.
And so tell us, even before starting as a firefighter, did you have to learn some first aid type?
Yeah, it wasn't necessary to get on the job, but I had gone through an EMT program already, so I've gone through the course twice.
So when did you first do the EMT program?
I think it was sometime in 2017.
And so what was that program? How long was that?
It's called Pathways Academy, and it was a summer. It was just the majority of the summer. I went to a fire station and did my course.
And so do you remember how long that was? Was that 4 months, did you say?
Maybe about that. It wasn't every day, so it depends on which one you do.
And so what kinds of things did you do during your work at Pathways Academy?
We did a lot. The Pathways Academy is longer than your typical EMT training because it really wants to give a chance to people to pass it. It's quite a difficult test. So we did a lot of hands-on training and book work.
And so the book work, what kinds of books, what are you learning in that?
Probably more than you do need to know about the anatomy and different bones and the way your heart works, and then down to basic life-saving things that we need to know for my job, or if you wanted to move forward with paramedics. I could go on.
So you have some classroom?
Correct.
And do you remember how long the classroom instruction was?
A day.
Okay.
I think it was like an 8-hour day or something.
And then you have some more hands-on training?
That was throughout the day. And we had homework. We did homework all night, every night for the whole time.
So how long was the Pathways Academy program altogether?
I think it was probably about 3 months or so. I can check, but.
So then after you have a day of classroom, what do you spend the rest of the time doing?
Studying.
What's that?
Studying.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so for then, there's some.
We did quite a few ride-alongs as well with. I did a couple of ride-alongs with paramedics and with fire.
So is this Pathways Academy affiliated with the fire department?
I believe it's through the city of Minneapolis, just for trying to reach out to city youth within the city.
So is this a way of helping you get a job as a firefighter?
Yes.
Okay. And so then during that time, you're doing some ride-alongs, you're actually working with the fire department?
I actually had a cardiac arrest, our first call on my first ride along. It's quite the sight.
And that was before you were even hired as a firefighter?
Before I was hired as a firefighter, before I was an EMT.
And so then, after Pathways Academy, did you have to take a test of some kind?
Yes, that's when I got my national registry test finished.
And describe for you, excuse me, if you would, describe for the jury what that test is like. How long is it?
Yeah, you go through a hands-on portion and a written portion, just to demonstrate that you're prepared for any life-saving measures you need to take, or splinting, or kind of covers all of that. And then the test is really scenario-based, like what are the first things you need to look at? What are the most important things that you need to address to have the best outcome for the patient?
So is it written, or is it?
Both.
Okay.
Both.
Both.
You mean the written part, or it's fill in the blank.
And then, right, so
yeah.
It's some like written part, but is there also like showing how to do certain procedures?
Right, that's what I was explaining before. It's the hands-on portion.
Right, hands-on, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say both, it's a written test kind of, and as well as hands-on?
Separate days, yep.
And so you took that test at the end of the Pathways Academy program?
Yep, and at the end of, or in the middle of my academy for the fire department.
Okay. And so, did you pass?
Yes.
And so then you obtain a certification?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
And what is the certification for? What does that mean you are?
I can, there's a range of things that I can do for, our role a lot of times is to assist the medics, or we get there before the medics, and so we can, start any basic wound bandaging, or up to, starting compressions for full working CPR right away.
Does it also involve assessing a patient to determine what is needed?
Correct, that's the first thing we would do.
Okay. And then, so you're certified as an EMT, and I guess just for the record, what does EMT stand for?
Emergency medical technician.
And you got a national certification for that?
Yep, and a state.
And is that separate testing, or how does that work to get national and state?
I believe it is separate testing, and then you have, we have continuous hours of education that for both.
And so, since your certification, you've had to continue taking classes to maintain the certification?
Yep, the fire department does continuing education all year round.
Okay. So then you, when you finished Pathways Academy, had you already been hired by the fire department, or did that come after?
That came after, about a year after I started the process.
And then once you got hired, is that when you obtained the state certification then?
I think I had both all along. The Pathways is why I have both.
Okay. So as part of this certification, you are able to do what we think of as CPR.
Right.
And that's, well, explain for the jurors what CPR is when we use that term.
So if we find no pulse, I would ask for medical, calling 911. I'd want an AED on scene, and I would start compressions. If I had my med bag, I would also be giving breaths. But if I didn't, just a rate of 100 compressions a minute.
And so CPR is the process of trying to resuscitate somebody, if I'm...
we're looking to regain a heart rhythm.
And heart rhythm is another way of saying a pulse, essentially.
Correct.
Okay. you can tell I have not been through the training you have, right? And so I just want to make sure, that, you know more about this than we do, so that's why I'm trying to just fill in these terms.
Yeah.
Okay, and, incidentally, before Pathways Academy, had you received some training in like CPR before that even?
Yeah, I did Red Cross babysitting.
Work as a lifeguard ever?
Yes, I was lifeguard. Yeah.
Okay. So you got to know that kind of stuff then, too?
Yeah, yep.
And that was...
I did that quite a few times in my youth.
We need to wait till he's done with the questions so that we don't have people talking over each other.
I'm sorry, say it again?
Let's make sure we don't talk over each other.
Oh, sorry, I didn't notice.
It makes it really hard to have a good record, so.
Got it.
All right.
Yeah, the court reporter has to take down everything we're saying, so we got to each wait to answer,
yeah.
Or wait for the question to be done. And I'll try to be better about that too. So, so when you start working for the fire department, explain, if you would, for the jury, when you go in for your shift, who are your coworkers? Not who they are, but like how many people are at a fire station during a shift, and how are they divided up?
Yeah, it depends on if you're at a single house or a double house, meaning is there just an engine there, or is there an engine and a ladder? And on the engine we have 3 to 4, and on the truck we ride 4. So maybe 8 in a house, and if there's a chief there or not, we're all EMTs.
And so, as a firefighter, you mentioned earlier, I think, receiving separate training on fighting fires, right? I mean, that makes sense, right?
Very different jobs.
Yeah. And so in your 2 years as a firefighter, have you gone to fires?
Yeah, quite a few for somebody with as much time on as I have.
And have you, had to enter buildings that are on fire?
Yes, sir.
And provide, I guess, rescue for people who are in a building that's on fire?
Yes, I have pulled victims out of buildings.
And when you do that as a unit of 4 or however many other firefighters are there, you all work together on those types of calls?
Correct.
When you're, in your work as a firefighter, the title obviously makes us all think that you fight fires. But you do a lot more than that, correct? You have to say yes or no.
Yeah.
Thing to remember is the court reporter has to take it all down. So
oh, right. Sorry. Yes, we don't often get a fire. I would say, I've heard quite a few people give like a 90% medical for the calls, and that also depends on which station and which part of the city you're serving.
So, whatever the specific number is, it's the great majority of your cases are medical, not fire.
Right.
And in those medical calls that you've been on since you started working as a firefighter in Minneapolis, have there been times when you have had to provide resuscitation to someone who was pulseless?
Many times.
Have there been times when you have been on a call and you have had to assess a patient's condition and what they might need?
Many times. Majority of the time, we arrive before the paramedics, just based on how many fire stations there are in the city, and that's why we respond to medical calls, so we can assist them and or be there if they can't be immediately.
So incidentally, we've talked about, working at the fire station, your shift. Is it a regular 9-to-5 job? How are your shifts done?
My shifts are 48 hours. So there's also the option of working 24 hours at a time. But I'm at the fire station for 48 hours. And calls in the middle of the night.
And then you get a weekend or something? Or
I have 4 days off then after that.
So when you're, in your experience, how many times per shift would you say you have a medical call involving an unconscious or pulseless person?
It really depends on which station you're at. I'm at a particularly busy station, so it could be anywhere from, you know, for pulseless, I'm in an area where there's a lot of overdosing, so anywhere from 1 to 5 times in a 24-hour period.
So dealing with a person who does not have a pulse is fairly common.
Yeah, correct.
I want to draw your attention to May 25th of 2020. So at that point, you had been working as a firefighter for a little over a year?
Mm-hmm.
Is that, yes?
Yes, sir.
And were you in the area of Cup Foods at 38th and Chicago?
Yes, sir.
And were you working that day?
No.
And, you know, without telling us where you live in that area?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm in walking distance of that area.
Okay. And so on that date, in the early evening, just what were you out doing that you found yourself in that area?
I was just going for a walk. I believe I worked the day before, so a lot of times you're just kind of tired, and I just wanted to sort of have a peaceful day. So I went on a walk, and I sat in a little community garden on 38th for a while, and just thought it would be getting kind of dark soon, so I decided to take Chicago home rather than go through neighborhood streets.
Do you remember, were you on foot or in your car?
I was on foot.
And so you approached Cup Foods on Chicago?
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
And as you were approaching that area, did something catch your attention?
Mm-hmm. It's not uncommon to see, lights and think that, oh, my coworkers are there. So from a distance, I figured, it could have been anything. But I figured that a fire was there, so I started walking in that direction. And as I got closer, there was a woman across the street screaming that they were killing him. So that's when I was alerted that the situation wasn't a basic medical call.
So at some point, did you walk to the area where this woman was?
Yes, I actually asked her what was going on.
And then from there, did you notice some police cars in the area?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
And did you then walk over to that area where the police cars were?
I walked.
Police car.
Yeah, I walked kind of in a big circle around the scene just to sort of start to have an idea what was actually going on. And
so you approached this police car where the incident was taking place?
Yeah, I came from behind the officers.
And I'm going to show you Exhibit 1 on the screen.
Okay.
It should come up on the screen right in front of you.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, this has been admitted already. Do you see the photograph of Exhibit 1 in front of you?
Yes.
And do you recognize this as the intersection of 38th and Chicago?
Yes.
And you'll notice in front of you, there should be a little stylus like this.
Okay.
And you can actually draw on the screen with that.
Okay.
And I'd ask you just to kind of draw on there for the jury, your approach to this area and where you went until you went over by the squad car.
Okay. So the garden was on this side of the street. I'm not sure if I walked across or straight. but the woman that I first asked what was going on was just about here. So I made my way around, and I believe I came all the way around this way, and I was kind of watching what was going on here, and then I made my way around.
And then just for the benefit of the record, you're drawing that you were going westbound on 38th and then crossed over to the Dragon Walk side of 38th. That's where you crossed Chicago, then crossed 38th to near the Speedway store, and from there crossed over to the Cup Food side of Chicago.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Your Honor, can you erase it all in one fell swoop? And then, so when you crossed from the Speedway side of the store, well, let me do it this way. No, I'll back up. Why did you bother to walk then from the Speedway side of the store over to the Cup Food side of the store?
Because I was concerned to see a handcuffed man who was not moving with officers with their whole body weight on his back, and a crowd that was stressed out.
And so we have, thanks, you can take that. We have previously admitted Exhibit 11. And this is a video taken from a camera across the street. And I'm going to show you a shortened version of Exhibit 11.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Is that yes?
Yes.
All right. And for the record, we are starting this at 8:25:20 approximately. So do you see that video on the screen?
Yes.
All right. And does this look like, you know, the area that we were talking about where you went and approached this
Yes.
scene that you described? All right. Now I'm going to pause it right here.
Yes.
And looking at this, do you see this person I'm circling here?
That's myself.
Okay. And if everybody was seeing you approach from down here, correct? You came this way. Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
All right. So you came from the bottom of the screen to this area, and you seem to be holding something in your hand. Do you recall what you were holding?
I didn't have anything but my phone, I believe. Or my keys.
And so what I'd like to do is let this run to show where you were during this incident, all right? So just keeping an eye on where you are,
Okay.
And how you remained at the scene, all right?
Okay.
Okay. Now, if we can pause it right here, and just for the record, it's at 8:26:29. We saw the camera moved a little bit, correct?
Mhm. Yes.
And so for a moment there, you were just off screen, correct?
Correct.
And up until that point, you had essentially remained on the sidewalk, correct?
Correct.
And so at that point, you stepped off the curb. How far from the curb did you go while you were off the screen?
I don't remember.
Okay. You didn't leave the area.
No.
And at that moment, you go back up onto the sidewalk. Do you remember why you went back up onto the sidewalk?
Because the officer controlling the scene was requesting that we stay on the sidewalk, demanding we stay on the sidewalk.
And if you could just take the stylus and circle the officer that you're saying demanded you stay on the sidewalk. And for the record, Your Honor, the witness is drawing a circle around Officer Tao. And so when he asked you to go back up on the sidewalk, you did?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, you started a video recording with your phone, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so we've already dealt with that, but at some point here, you actually start recording, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you can continue. And Ms. Hanson, did you, well, I'm sorry, I'm going to hold off on another question for now. I'm going to ask that the video be paused here for the record at 8:30:25:26 to be more precise. The video has shown that the ambulance has left with Mr. Floyd and you're still standing there on the sidewalk, correct?
Correct.
So during that time period, after you first arrived, went up on the sidewalk, there was just that one time that you left the sidewalk and went out into the street, correct?
Correct.
All right. When you first walked up and you told the jury about coming around and crossing Chicago and approaching, when you first walked up, did you observe the officers that were on top of the individual on the ground?
Yes.
Did you know any of those officers or recognize any of them?
Once I was all the way around, I recognized their Chauvin's face.
Okay. And where did you recognize it from?
It was a call probably the day before, or I believe it was the shift I had just worked.
But did you know him at all?
No, sir.
Did you talk to him on that previous call? Or?
No, sir. I just noticed him because I had observed him on that previous call.
Did you know his name at that point in time?
No, sir.
All right. So what did you see about the officers there in relation to the body on the ground?
I noticed leaning, the officers were leaning over his body it appeared to be the majority of their weight on Mr. Floyd.
And so how many officers did you see over Mr. Floyd?
In my memory, for whatever reason, I remember seeing 4 on his body, and we know now that that was 3.
So when you first walked up, you came around from that side, but then you had to go around to the other side onto the curb, other side of the squad car, correct?
Correct.
All right. And when you saw that positioning of those officers, did that concern you?
Absolutely.
Why?
He wasn't moving and he was cuffed, and that's 3 grown men is a lot. Of putting all their weight on somebody is too much.
And did you notice where this officer you now know to be Mr. Chauvin, where he was putting his weight on Mr. Floyd?
His neck.
And incidentally, did you know the person laying on the ground, prone on the ground, who was handcuffed?
No, sir.
Okay. You subsequently learned his identity?
Correct.
All right. And that individual on the ground under the officers, could you tell if he was moving at all?
He was not moving. His face was, the first thing that concerned me is his face was like smushed into the ground. Appearing swollen to me.
And, at that point, are you acting a little bit as Genevieve Hansen, EMT?
I identified myself right away because I noticed that he needed medical attention. It didn't take me long to realize that he had an altered level of consciousness, and in our training, that is when the first sign that somebody needs medical attention. So my attention moved from Mr. Floyd to how can I gain access to this patient and give him medical attention or direct the officers. And I didn't pay much attention to George Floyd after that.
So when you first got there and you saw Mr. Floyd on the ground, you mentioned about seeing his face, correct?
Correct.
And incidentally, I think in a subsequent interview you had talked about Mr. Floyd's face facing towards the speedway, correct?
Correct.
And
which is just what my memory did, but we know that's not right.
And now as you sit here today, do you remember seeing his face when you were around to the squad car side of him?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so in terms of, his face when you're first there, or even the rest of him, What is it that you saw that made you concerned about his medical needs?
I was really concerned about, I thought his face looked puffy and swollen, which would happen if you are putting a grown man's weight on someone's neck. I noticed some fluid coming from what looked like George Floyd's body, and in a lot of cases we see a patient release their bladder when they die. I can't tell you exactly where the fluid was coming from, but that's where my mind went. He wasn't moving. He was being restrained, but he wasn't moving.
When you first arrived, was he vocalizing at all? Was he speaking at all?
I don't remember.
And earlier you used the term altered consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes?
Yes.
And what do you mean by that? What did you see in terms of his consciousness?
Well, we, when we're assessing on a level of consciousness on a call, we'll often first try to just talk to the patient and see if they respond. And if we don't get a response, we'll often kind of tap them on the shoulder or apply sort of painful stimuli. And often I would do a sternal rub or, press their fingernail very hard. And if they respond to that, we know that, we can assess their level of consciousness based on that. When somebody's laying on your, or leaning into your neck, that's painful stimuli.
So
I could tell that from the sidewalk.
Tell what?
That he had an altered level of consciousness to the point that he wasn't responding to painful stimuli.
You mentioned that Mr. Chauvin had a knee on Mr. Floyd's neck.
Correct.
Did you see where his other leg was?
I don't remember anymore, but I think I may have said something about it in previous.
Did you think it was on Mr. Floyd's back?
I don't know.
Okay. And in that moment, when you first arrived and observed what you could about Mr. Floyd, what did you think you needed to do?
I think I had already assessed that he had an altered level of consciousness. What I needed to know is whether or not he had a pulse anymore.
And, I may back you up just a little bit here, but did you try and assess, how much weight Mr. Chauvin was putting on George Floyd?
I mean, I didn't try to. I recognized that it was an issue right away because he seemed very comfortable. With
who's he?
Officer Chauvin.
Okay.
Seemed very comfortable with the majority of his weight balanced on top of Mr. Floyd's neck. In my memory, he had his hand in his pocket. He looked so comfortable.
And if his hand wasn't actually in his pocket, would that change anything that you assessed at the time?
I suppose not. He was comfortable in the position that he was in.
So if his hand, instead of being in his pocket, was simply resting on his thigh, would that change any of your assessment?
He wasn't distributing the weight on the car, on the pavement.
When you first approached, you said you identified yourself as a firefighter.
Correct.
To whom did you identify yourself?
To Officer Tao, controlling the scene. I spoke loudly enough that I would think that the other three officers would have been able to hear me throughout the event.
We know you weren't, well, let me ask you this way. How did Officer Tao respond?
He said something along the lines of, if you really are a Minneapolis firefighter, you would know better than to get involved.
What did you think of that?
First, I was worried that he wasn't going to believe me and not let me help. And I also, that's not right. I mean, that's exactly what I should have done. There was no medical assistance on scene, and I got there and I could have given medical assistance. That's exactly what I should have done.
So based on your training and experience and what you had seen, what did you want to do for this person on the ground?
Had they let me into the scene, I already had decided what his level of consciousness was, so I would have requested additional help. I would have wanted someone to call 911 for the paramedics and fire to come. I would have asked someone to run to the gas station and look for an AED. And I would have checked his airway. I would have been worried about a spinal cord injury because he had so much weight on his neck. I would have opened his airway to check if there were any obstructions. And I would have checked for a pulse. And when I didn't find a pulse, if that was the case, I would have started compressions. And I didn't have my bed bag, so I would have continued compressions. We don't give mouth to mouth anymore. So I would have continued compressions at a rate of 100 a minute until help arrived.
And by compressions, what do you mean?
I would have put my hands stacked my hands and pressed his chest.
Chest compressions.
Chest compressions,
yep.
Correct, yeah.
And what's the point of doing chest compressions?
Pumping the blood for somebody that's not doing that themselves, trying to get a pulse back.
And were you able to do that, any of those steps?
No, sir.
Why weren't you able to do any of that?
Because the officers didn't let me in to the scene. I also offered, in my memory, I offered to walk them through it, or told them, if he doesn't have a pulse, you need to start compressions, and that wasn't done either.
And so are these things that you wanted to do?
It's what I would have done for anybody.
When you couldn't do that, how did that make you feel?
Totally distressed.
Were you frustrated?
Yes.
Ms. Hanson, as I told you, we can take our time, so feel free to just take a minute. And if you need a drink of water, go ahead.
Okay.
While you were there, were there other people around you on the sidewalk?
Yes.
And were they saying things to the officers as well?
Yes.
And do you remember what kinds of things they were saying?
No, I was pretty focused on trying to get the officers to let me help.
And how were you doing that, trying to get the officers to focus on you and get help?
I think in my memory, I tried different tactics of calm and reasoning. I tried to be assertive. I pled and was desperate.
Did you also at some point start raising your voice?
Yes, sir.
And maybe used some foul language even?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Because I was desperate to help, and I wasn't getting what I needed to do and gaining access.
And at some point, the voices of the other people around you? Did you feel that sort of interfered with getting the officer's attention?
Yes.
So as you're doing that, were you able to pay more attention or need more attention to Mr. Floyd and his condition?
I wasn't really able to. I knew he needed help, so at that point it was just getting in there.
When you asked the officers to take his pulse, did you ever see them doing that?
No.
When you were over on the sidewalk at Officer Tao's direction, were you able to see the other two officers on Mr. Floyd?
From my memory, just kind of their heads.
So if at some point they may have checked a pulse, you may not have seen that either.
Correct.
All right. During this time, did you make any observations or notations notes about Mr. Floyd's characteristics of his breathing? That was a terrible question. You want me to start over?
Yes.
Okay. During the incident, when you were there, did you make some observations of sort of the characteristics of Mr. Floyd's breathing that concerned you?
I don't remember anymore.
Okay. What is meant by the term agonal breathing or agonal breaths?
Agonal gasps we see in patients that are dying or pretty much dead. It's just kind of the body's. Forgive me, I don't quite know, but it's a sign of death.
And have you seen that in other calls when you've been working?
Yes.
And did you see something similar in Mr. Floyd?
I don't remember anymore, but I don't know.
Okay. So during that time period, he did not regain consciousness that you saw.
No.
And you stayed with him, or I'm sorry, you were there the entire time until he was loaded into the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And at some point you made, well, I guess the question is this. You didn't pay close attention to Mr. Floyd at some point because you knew he was unconscious.
Needing medical attention, there was no question.
All right. And based on that, you focused more on trying to get the officers to allow you to help.
Correct.
And at some point, did you start video recording your interaction?
Yes.
And with your phone, I assume?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
It was, I'm not sure why I chose to do it. It's an instinct.
And so you did record it?
Yes, sir.
And based on that, well, I guess I'll just ask it this way. At some point after the incident, you were interviewed by law enforcement officers.
The BCAs? Or?
Correct, yes.
Yes, sir.
And you made that video available to them, correct?
Correct.
And why did you think it was important to record that?
Because memories of witnesses are never going to be as good as a video.
And so you wanted to have it to preserve.
It wasn't conscious, but I'm sure that's why anybody takes a video.
Yeah. And sorry, just bear with me a second while I try to read my own handwriting. after recording that video, you stopped recording at some point, correct?
I don't remember.
Well, obviously you did stop at some point, right?
Well, yeah.
And eventually the ambulance took Mr. Floyd away.
Right.
And then earlier I said we'd come back to that moment in the previous video in Exhibit 11 when the ambulance left and you were still standing on the sidewalk there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And we saw you just standing there. What's going through your mind as you're standing there?
I'm not sure. I think I probably was in disbelief.
And kind of in shock?
Yes.
And what, and at some point then, did you also make a 911 call?
Yes.
And it had to be sort of, I think distressing was the word you had used before. Did you have, when you're there and you're trying to help and couldn't, did you have a feeling of helplessness?
Absolutely.
Were you upset about that?
Yes.
Did you feel that, whatever the end result, you could have tried to help?
Sustained.
Well, why did you feel helpless?
Because there was a man being killed, and I would have, had I had access to a call similar to that, I would have been able to provide medical attention to the best of my abilities, and this human was denied that right.
We saw you standing there on the sidewalk, just sort of standing still.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And from there, did you stay in the area for a little while?
Yes.
And at some point, you made a 911 call.
Yes.
Why at that point did you call 911?
I think it all settled in that I wish I would have done that immediately, because it was ridiculous that fire station 17 was as close as it was, and that they hadn't been there. I should have called 911 immediately, but I didn't. And when things calmed down, I realized that I wanted them to know what was going on. I wanted to basically report it.
And so you made that call, correct?
Correct.
And a little bit more than a minute long. At some point, they wanted to transfer you to a supervisor, correct?
Correct. I asked for that.
And but then the call ends.
Okay.
Do you remember why the call ended at that point?
I don't know exactly, but there was kind of a lot going on. I was still worried about the witnesses on scene, particularly because they were people of color and black men. I was worried about their safety, and there were officers still on scene. But also, fire came, and it may have been that I ended the call because my coworkers were there and I could tell them what was going on.
So tell us about that. So at some point when you're there at the scene still, did a fire truck come?
Yes.
And they're coming to respond to the call, correct?
They're coming to respond to the call, and they went into Cub Foods to actually look for a victim, which is unique for that, there to be that much miscommunication.
So let me ask you just a little different question. So when they came, those firefighters, did you know them?
I knew 2 of them.
And how many total came?
4. A driver, 2 firefighters, and a captain.
And so the 2 that you knew, how did you know them?
Crossing paths at work.
So they knew who you were?
Yes.
So you knew that members of the fire department knew you were on scene as well?
Yes.
But off duty, of course.
Yes.
And so you had a conversation with them while they were there at Cub Foods?
Yes.
And you also had some conversations with other people who had stuck around afterwards?
Yes, and the driver and the other firefighter that weren't in the ambulance came back, and I also spoke to them.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson.
You have a minute? I have 1 minute to go print something.
You may. Everybody can just stay on a stretch in place if you'd like. Please.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanson.
Hi.
Just have some follow-up questions for you. Yeah. Thank you for being here with us today. You testified that you've been a firefighter now for 2 years approximately?
Correct.
And I see you're wearing your uniform today?
Correct.
And that would be like your dress uniform or your Class A uniform?
Correct.
And that's common to wear when you testify in court?
Correct.
Fair to say that you were not wearing your Class A or any uniform on May 25th, 2020?
Correct, I was off duty.
Right, okay. Being a firefighter is a stressful job?
Correct.
You testified about your experience as an EMT. We didn't talk much about your firefighter training.
Okay.
So you said you went through a 4-month academy, correct?
Correct.
And in that academy, I assume you learn like the basics of fire, right?
Correct.
Like different types of backdrafts and whatever.
Building construction, right.
Right. How to approach a fire, how to, where to aim the hose, I guess.
Yes, but fire is fire.
Right. So it's but sometimes you probably got to come from the top down or from the bottom up, right?
Different always.
Right. And you learn about like going into a burning building, right?
Right.
Being safe, being cautious.
Right.
It's again, part of what you have to learn is how to deal with the stress of being a firefighter.
Right.
Do you either in the academy or in your continuing training, do you have trainings that focus on how to deal with the physical reaction to stress?
We do go over that in our trainings throughout the continuing ed. Also, I think you're suited or not for the job.
Sure. takes a certain type of person to do the job,
Right.
right? But breathing becomes important, right?
Right.
You put on an oxygen tank, a mask.
Yep.
You've got to know how to breathe properly.
Controlling your breathing, right.
And sometimes you may go into a situation, it's not totally on fire and you may not have your mask on, you're running upstairs to save someone's life. Again, controlling your breathing, right? And you learn about, have you ever heard the term tunnel vision as a part of fire training?
Not necessarily as a part of fire training, but I know what tunnel vision is.
So when you're stressed, you kind of focus on a particular thing.
Right.
Right? And it kind of changes your peripheral vision and you become hyper-focused, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're familiar with that and you may have experienced that in the context of your firefighting.
Yes.
And obviously, and unfortunately, I'm assuming that sometimes you're not able to save everyone, right?
Correct.
And that there's a level of trauma that comes with that, right?
Sometimes.
Right. Depending on the circumstances.
Correct.
You also testified that you have both a national and state certification as an EMT, right?
Correct.
That stands for Emergency Medical Technician.
Correct.
And that's basic first responder stuff, right? Medical training for first responders.
I believe that there's more basic. I mean, I think the police officers are not emergency medical technicians.
Right. But then it's not as high as like a paramedic.
Correct.
Right? So a paramedic has even more training than an EMT.
Yes.
Right. And obviously, maybe the CPR you learned to become a lifeguard was less intensive than what it took to become an EMT, right?
I took it much more seriously because I was practicing it and using it, but it's the same.
Yeah. But in your EMT training, you also learn like tourniquets and splinting and
like I mentioned before.
Yep, all of these sort of assessment and emergency first responsive care.
Yep.
Okay. And you testified that because you've only been a firefighter for 2 years, you've been in several burning buildings.
Correct.
Now, have you ever been in a burning building or outside? Let's say you're outside. Let me ask you a hypothetical question. You're outside of a burning building and you're spraying the hose on the fire, right? Has anyone ever tried to come up to you and say you're doing it wrong?
No.
Do you think that, has anyone ever stopped to film you when you're fighting a fire?
Yes.
Okay. So you see someone, you're fighting the fire, and someone starts to film you. Does that, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Let's try not to interrupt each other.
It's not conscious, but.
Yeah,
I know, it's not a normal conversation, so we get it.
Okay.
We all started talking at one time.
Okay.
So it's unusual, but I'm sorry, and I'll try to slow down too, right? So you're fighting a fire, right? And you may notice a citizen filming what you're doing.
Correct.
And that would not necessarily interfere with your ability to fight a fire,
No.
right? Have you ever had a citizen start to yell at you while you're fighting a fire?
No.
Do you think it would make your job fighting the fire harder if someone started yelling at you and telling you that you were doing it wrong?
I'm very confident in the training that I've been given, so I would not be concerned about somebody that was not trained to the extent I have been, and I would continue to fight the fire the way I would.
Right. But do you think it would be distracting?
No.
What if there were 12 people yelling at you and telling you that you were doing it wrong?
I think a burning structure in a city where there are buildings and homes and people living on either side is much more concerning than 20 people trying to tell me to do something different.
Right. But you wouldn't be distracted by that at all?
No.
What if they started calling you names?
Like I said, I know my job and I I would be confident in doing my job, and there's nothing anybody could say that would distract me.
Okay. So what if they started to physically threaten you?
I'll repeat myself because I'm confident in my job and what I do and what needs to be done and my training, so I would continue to do that.
What is staging? What does it mean when a fire department stages at an incident?
It's always different, but we can stage to wait for someone to assess what's exactly going on and how we need to tackle that particular call.
Okay. So let's assume there's a call and the police are on scene at the call, right? And they
Sorry to interrupt. Are you talking about a medical call? We stage for different things.
Sure. Let's leave it as a medical call.
Okay.
And there's some trouble at the scene. Do you just come right into that emergency call, or does fire stage until police clear the scene?
We stage and wait for police to give code 4.
Right. Code 4 means all clear.
Safe, yep.
Right. So in a situation where there is trouble and the police are dealing with that trouble and they know they need a medical personnel to come into the scene,
yeah.
Medical won't come into the scene until it is called code 4, right?
Correct.
All right. And you said in your experience you've been on numerous calls throughout the 2 years you've been a firefighter, right?
Correct.
And what would you agree that a fair number of those may have been calls that started out as call where the police responded first?
Correct.
So it's usually the police that are there first, they do some assessment, and they will call for medical.
Correct.
Have you ever been called to a scene where the police didn't call you? Meaning the police were present and they weren't the ones that called you?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It's a little confusing. Police go to a scene, right? And whatever's happening at the scene, and they just don't ever call for medical, even though there's a medical situation.
Well, I wouldn't know because that means I wasn't called to it.
Precisely, right? So if you go to a scene, it's because you're responding to a call, right?
Correct.
And the reason that you're there is because the police call you.
If the police are on scene first.
Right, if the police are on the scene first. And so in a situation where you see someone having a medical emergency, right, wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that the police had already called for medics?
It would also be reasonable to assume that if the patient was cuffed
I'm going to ask you, I'm going to say objection non-responsive.
The answer will be certain. Wait for the question and then answer the question that is asked.
It's a yes or no question, ma'am. Is it reasonable to assume that if a patient is that they have called for EMS?
Your question is unclear because you don't know my job, so
okay.
Can't answer.
Sure. So let's take this scene, right? May 25th, 2020. You walk upon a scene, you see someone having a medical emergency, right? You did not call 911 to get the medics there, right?
Right.
Would it have been reasonable to assume that medics had already been called based on what you saw when you first arrived?
Yes.
And in fact, paramedics did respond, right? You saw the ambulance come up.
Yes, that's not their normal response time.
Okay. And so you noticed there was some abnormal response time for medics.
Right, and I also noticed that that is precisely the kind of call that fire would respond to, and Station 17 is just a couple blocks away.
Okay. So do officers on scene decide, do we call for medic or fire?
I don't believe so. I believe that's dispatch. They call for medical.
So if
attention.
Police call dispatch and they say EMS, we need EMS code 3, it's dispatch who decides, do we send medics or fire?
Well, it would be fire with medics, not just fire ever. I don't know the answer to that.
Fair enough. But ultimately, medics did arrive, right?
Yeah, eventually.
And you have no frame of reference of when police called paramedics, do you?
No, but I know how long it takes for medics to get to calls typically, and I know how long it takes to drive 3 blocks in an emergency fire vehicle.
But that presumes that the fire vehicle was not on another call, right?
It would have been a different station the nearest 2 other stations would have been able to respond to that call in 3 minutes.
Right. So if you first walked on scene at 8:26:29, that was what we just saw.
Okay.
8:26:29.
Okay.
And paramedics had been called at 8:21. That's an abnormal response time based on your experience.
What time did you say I arrived?
8:26:29.
And the medics arrived at what time?
The medics were called at 8:21. Code 3.
I don't believe that.
But again, you'd have no frame of reference, right? I mean, you've not seen any police reports, you've not looked at the CADs, you've not heard the 911 calls, you didn't listen to dispatch that night, did you?
That night? No, not that night.
Okay.
But that's totally abnormal.
All right.
And fire would have been added to that call because we go to calls like that all the time.
Right. And so it was abnormal, it would be completely and totally abnormal in your experience for it to take that long to get to the scene.
Absolutely.
All right. And are you familiar with the term load and go?
Yes.
And I believe you had a conversation with the BCA agents shortly after this incident, and you described what you observed as far as the paramedics doing was what's called a load and go, right?
Correct.
And that is essentially, as I understand it, paramedics arrive, something is amiss at the scene,
Mm-hmm.
so we put them into the ambulance and we move the ambulance to another
A safe location to
Right.
address the needs.
And that's what you observed here, right?
Correct.
And it's because there were quite a few people and those people were all fairly upset, right?
Correct.
And so in your mind, as a paramedic with the experience that you
EMT.
have, oh, I'm sorry, as an EMT, I apologize, but as an EMT, you've done load and goes before?
We've done load and goes, yeah.
Right. And so the reason that the medics did not commence, at least as far as you understood, commence resuscitative efforts for Mr. Floyd was because they were doing a load and go, get him away.
Correct.
I want to object to that. It's no personal knowledge of this witness.
Overruled.
That's what you told the agents, right?
I don't remember exactly what I told the agents, but it looked like a load and go to me.
Okay. Now, in terms of your, again, personal experience, or excuse me, on that day, the paramedics drove off, and then at some other point, a couple minutes later, is when the fire truck arrives, right?
Right, and that's how I knew there was something wrong when requesting medical assistance.
Okay, because the fire department showed up at Cup Foods, and the ambulance had already left and gone to another location.
No, more because the fire, whether it's 17s or a different station, would have been able to respond to that call much sooner than medics were.
All right. So, you kind of formed that opinion on that day that there were some miscommunications between medics and fire and police.
Right, which, I mean, not to the fault of medics or fire. It's, we get a call and we go.
Okay.
So it was police and dispatch that miscommunication would have come in.
Okay. And again, that 5 or 6 minute delay is just unheard of in your experience.
Yes. Not by medics, but by fire specifically.
Are you trained as an EMT in the use of Narcan?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain what Narcan generally is?
It's an opioid reversal medication. We give it intranasally, but a lot of people on the street have a injectable form.
Kind of like an EpiPen almost, right?
Yeah, kind of.
You testified that the firehouse that you work at, you deal with a lot of overdose calls.
Correct.
And so you've had a lot of experience dealing with people who are overdosing.
Correct.
From opiates or from other controlled substances.
Correct.
And you have seen or dealt with many people who come out of an opiate overdose because of Narcan.
Correct. If I didn't have Narcan though, we still give if we'll monitor a pulse and give compressions as necessary. I've never not had Narcan, but I would be able to give medical attention to somebody that had overdosed on an opioid and lost their pulse.
Okay, so let me ask you, is it fire department policy when you are going to a call of an overdose that police are also dispatched to that call?
I believe so, yeah.
And that is because when people are revived from that, they often become combative, right?
Not often.
I'm sorry?
Not often.
But it happens.
I've seen it happen.
Now I'm going to just kind of talk to you a little bit about your testimony about May 25th of 2020. You were out for a walk because it was your day off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry. You're out for a walk and you're walking you're walking westbound on 38th Street and you see the lights and you said it's not uncommon to see lights there?
In my neighborhood, not on that corner, but in my neighborhood.
Okay.
Or in the city.
Right. Okay. And as you walked what would be the southeast corner of 38th in Chicago, you heard a woman yelling that they're killing him, right?
Right.
And so you did this kind of circle loop to visualize and see what was going on, right? And at the point that you came on scene, Mr. Floyd was already on the ground, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Floyd, you saw what your memory told you was 4 police officers on him, right?
Correct.
But you now know that it was 3, right?
Correct.
And I think you made some reference about why you videotaped because our memories are fallible,
Correct.
right? And again, a stressful situation can impact your memory, right?
Absolutely. That's why we're lucky it was videotaped.
Right. It's also fair to say that once you kind of came, you first talked to Officer Tao, and you said that you identified yourself as a Minneapolis firefighter, right?
Correct.
And Officer Tao asked you to step onto the curb, and you did that,
Correct.
right? And you would agree that when you first arrived on scene, your own personal, I'm just talking about you personally, your own personal demeanor was much more calm.
Correct.
And as you were there between 8:26 and 8:30, so in about those 4 minutes, you would agree that your own demeanor got louder and more frustrated and upset.
Frustrated, I'm not sure is the word I would use.
Angry?
More desperate.
And you called the officers a bitch, right?
Yeah, I got quite angry after Mr. Floyd was loaded into the ambulance, and there was no point in trying to reason with them anymore because they had just killed somebody.
So in terms of the time that you were there, you have no idea what those officers were doing on the side of the car, right?
Say it again. The officers that I couldn't see from my vantage point, is that what you're asking?
Right. You
Right,
don't know what they were doing.
I couldn't see the two junior officers, except for maybe like their shoulders up.
And so it's fair to say you don't know what they were doing.
Correct.
You don't know what they were talking about.
The two of them, no.
And there was, again, you described a fairly large crowd, 10, 12 people that were all in that general area. And several people were yelling, right?
Right.
And some people were yelling louder than others, right?
Right.
And a lot of people were saying things like, get off of him, right?
Right.
And a lot of people, you yourself, were saying, I want to know what his pulse is.
Yeah.
Right? And some people were swearing.
Absolutely.
And would you describe other people's demeanors as upset or angry?
I don't know if you've seen anybody be killed, but it's upsetting.
The answer is
Yes, I was just going to object, Your Honor.
as argumentative, and you can proceed.
I'm going to just ask you to answer my questions as I ask them to you, okay? You also talked about how when you first approached, you saw the complete and total body weight of all three officers on Mr. Floyd.
I never said all three officers. Their body weight was on him. The two in the back, their full body weight was seeming to be on him, but that's not something that would kill.
All right. But you testified that their
yes.
body weight.
Yes,
my
their
question
body
is,
weight, yes.
was on.
Just answer his questions if you would.
So just to be clear, for the record is clear, you testified.
Yes.
Let me finish my question.
Finish your question.
You testified that when you first arrived, you observed the weight of all three officers on Mr. Floyd. Yes or no?
Yes.
But again, once you were ushered or commanded or directed, whatever term you want to use, to the curb, you again, as far as the other two officers, you were not watching who had their weight, where, or when.
Correct. I could not see the other two officers. I could see them, and they were not talking much. Okay. I could see their faces.
A lot of people were yelling.
Right.
And again, you were not paying attention to what they were saying.
Just here and there.
So do you remember what the officers were talking about?
Oh, the officers? No, I have no idea. They weren't talking.
All right. You also testified that as you were observing Mr. Chauvin on George Floyd, that you formed the opinion that Mr. Chauvin's hand was in his pocket.
Correct.
And you described him as comfortable.
Correct.
You also testified that you observed what you thought to be fluid coming from Mr. Floyd's body and you assigned that, or you believed that to be urine?
I considered that it was, and took that as a sign.
Do you recall telling the agents that it was his urine?
I don't recall.
And you said that you testified that your focus became really sort of zoomed in on trying to get the attention of the officers, right?
Not the attention so much as trying to reason with them and gain access to get medical attention.
And you testified that you believe that the other voices, the voices of other people, interfered with you getting their attention.
I was worried about it, but I know that Tao could hear me talking because he was responding to me directly.
Now, in terms of your the statement that you gave, you were interviewed by Agents Lund, Matthew Lund, and Agent James Ryerson. Do you recall those names?
No.
Do you dispute me if I'm
No.
telling? Okay. And would you dispute me if I told you that that interview took place on May 28th of 2020?
No.
And before coming into court, did you have an opportunity to review your statement at all?
I had the opportunity to, but I didn't.
Okay. You never read the transcript of your statement or anything?
I chose not to.
I just want to ask you a few questions. You said that Officer Tao at some point said, if you're really a firefighter, you should know better.
Correct.
Have you been to other scenes where people are trying to interfere with police officers doing their jobs?
No, not really. Not that I can recall.
Do you remember telling the agents that you believed that Officer Chauvin had his hands in his pocket?
Vaguely remember saying that.
Do you recall telling the agents that you were pretty certain the fluid was coming from Mr. Floyd's body, and that's what made you think he was dead?
I'm sure I said that. Pretty sure.
Do you recall describing the crowd as a heavy crowd?
No, I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to review the transcript of your statement?
I don't want to.
Okay. Would you dispute me if I told you that you told the agents it was a heavy crowd?
No, I guess not.
Do you recall after paramedics took Mr. Floyd and then you had a conversation with the firefighters that arrived, how you described the physical appearance of Mr. Floyd?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling them that he...
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Again, this is an improper form of cross-examination.
I don't want argument. What's your grounds?
Improper form of cross-examination.
Sustained. You may impeach if you wish.
All right. I know you don't want to look at your transcript, but may I approach the witness? Ms. Hanson, I'm going to show counsel it's page 8285, page 11 of 28. I'm just going to ask you to read the underlined portions in your head.
Yeah.
Does that refresh your recollection of this conversation?
Yeah.
Did you describe Mr. Floyd as a small, slim man?
Overruled.
Yeah, it appeared to, with 3 grown men on top of somebody, it appeared that he was small and frail.
Okay.
But I know that's not to be
there's
true,
no question.
obviously. I was finishing my answer.
Members of the jury, we're going to quit for the day. Please go back into the courtroom. Counsel remain. Witness remain. Be seated. We are outside the hearing of the jury. Ms. Hanson, I'm advising you, do not argue with counsel, and specifically, do not argue with the court.
Is the cameras off? Are the cameras off?
No, they are not. We are on the record.
Okay.
You will not argue with the court. You will not argue with counsel.
Mm-hmm.
They have the right to ask questions. Your job is to answer them.
I was finishing my answer.
I will determine when your answer is done.
Okay, well.
And so, do not argue with the court. Do not argue with counsel. Answer the questions. Do not volunteer information that is not requested. The attorneys for the state have redirect. They can ask you questions if they think that certain things were left out.
Okay.
It is counsel's prerogative to ask you leading questions and for you to answer those and not volunteer additional information.
Okay.
Are we clear on this?
We're clear.
Thank you. Come back tomorrow at 9:30.
All right. Good night.
Do we have the person with the cell phone? Could we arrange to have that person come down? Somebody from the state to have access to that person? If you could have that person come in. We'll chat in chambers after. But do we have this person?
I think somebody went to find the person. I escorted a different individual, so if you'd like me to double check on that and come right back, I sure can.
Why don't we go back into chambers while we're waiting until that
Yes,
person
Your Honor.
is present. Once they're present, they can be escorted up to the podium.
All right, we're watching the trial of Derick Chauvin, day 2. We're in sort of a strange period right now where we're trying to figure out why they're taking this quick break. We know that the witness who was just on the stand, Genevieve Hansen, was told by the judge that she could go home for the day and that she could come back tomorrow morning. He hasn't, though, gavelled out, and there was some chit-chat about a cell phone, and so we're not exactly privy to exactly what's going on, but we don't believe they've gavelled out for the day, so we're going to just hang on this. Lee Hutton is joining us now. Lee, while we have a moment here, let's go over Genevieve Hansen's testimony. I mean, what do you say after hearing something like that?
Well, I think she did a reasonably good job. I mean, first of all, she comes to court in her uniform, that she represents the same entity of the defendant who's on trial. So it's kind of her version of the story and their version of the story, which internally is a conflict, and that's hard to ignore. Other things that she is doing now, and I think the judge is trying to control his courtroom. He is trying to say, you need to listen to the questions and just stick to the parameters of the questions, whether you like it or not. And this is when, again, Eric Nelson, and because he has an older adult, somebody who has a significant amount of persuasion over the jury because of her position, that Eric Nelson is being very aggressive with his questionings, and he's trying to impeach her.
Mm-hmm. Let's break down the state's questioning and the defense's questioning, starting with the state. Clearly, she has to be, I would think, one of the most significant witnesses, if not the most, so far in the trial. EMT who was there at the scene, so the credibility, you would think, would be high for her. Was there anything in her testimony that stuck out to you as really strong for the state?
Yeah, I think what was strong is that she comes from a vantage point different from the young kids that testified, but a vantage point of an EMT. She was even able to educate myself and the viewers that of kind of what her job is. How does one get calls? And if somebody does get a call to come on the scene, she says,
I hate to interrupt you, but we are back in the courtroom, so we want to tune back in. We'll check back with you in just a minute.
And is this your phone?
Yes.
Okay, it's my understanding that the deputy seized it because you were taking pictures on the 18th floor?
Yeah, I was in the elevator bank. Didn't know I couldn't take a picture. I apologize. I apologized to him then. I'm sorry, didn't know.
What's your connection to this case?
I'm here with Miss Frazier and her attorneys and her mother.
I'm sorry?
I'm here with Darnella Frazier and her attorneys and her mother.
Okay, are you a family member or?
No, spokesman, family media representative. I've been keeping the press off of her.
Okay, so you're a media representative?
Yeah.
Are you?
A PR person. I've been managing the media for Darnella Frazier.
I understood. Keeping
them at bay, not allowing her to do interviews, just keeping her out of the public sphere.
Understood. What was the purpose of taking photographs in a secured area?
So the Attorney General was talking to her, and I just took a picture to memorialize it for her so she can look back on it one day. That's all. Not for public consumption, for sure.
If you're a media representative, it's very important you understand that courthouses have very strict rules about cameras.
Right. I'm sorry, yeah. I know better than to disobey a judge's order.
I'll chalk this up to that you were not aware of the order.
I wasn't aware.
I think you should, in the future, remember that all courthouses have very strict rules against cameras. The rules that allow cameras in this trial for broadcast were very restrictive, very detailed, because we do not allow cameras to be taken, even on less than high profile trial.
Yeah.
Cameras are not allowed up in the government center tower. They are definitely not allowed on a secured floor like this. I am actually asking that you must delete the picture.
Oh, I offered to do that.
And recall any places you have posted it.
Oh, no, I haven't posted it.
So why don't you come out up here and I'll give you your phone back.
Okay.
Please advise anybody who else might be thinking of doing this not to do it.
No, I will.
It's a lesson learned. We'll leave it at that. Come on up and I'll give you this back. Oh, I understood. I'll take the apology and I'll attribute it to good faith mistake. All right, thank you. We're adjourned until tomorrow.
Okay, so now we have a little bit more clarity as to what was going on there. Let's bring Lee Hutton back in. Lee's just sort of a misunderstanding, it seems, between someone who is bringing their camera up onto the 18th floor, which we now all know is not permitted. Let's get back to Genevieve Hansen, this most previous, the latest witness that was being questioned. We talked about the state, and I don't know if you want to finish your thought as to, just how strong her testimony was for them.
Yes, her testimony was very, very strong with regard to her perspective as a professional. So not a lay witness, but as a professional. And what she stated is that she said she saw and observed signs of George Floyd slowly going into unconsciousness. She raised the concern. She even talks about how she identified herself as a Minneapolis employee that was an EMT, and I can lend help. And the resistance she got was from Officer Tao, who said, "Get back. Do not interfere." And she said she was very upset with that. The other thing that she mentioned, which was kind of outside the professional, she said after the scene and they left with George Floyd, she said there was other black men around and she was worried for their safety, that the officers would in turn take their aggressions away from Floyd and again to other individuals. And so I thought that was testimony that she got in. Up until the last part where she seemed a little bit a return aggression to the defense attorney, I think that poses some issues with credibility. And so we have to wait and see if that's going to be cleaned up tomorrow.
Yeah, we watched the judge really sort of put her back in line after he felt that she was getting pretty as you say, she was a little bit combative with the defense attorney. How did Eric Nelson do in trying to dismantle her testimony?
I thought he did a good job. So I will say Eric Nelson definitely said, look, you don't have all the information. You didn't see this when you came in. He also asked questions to impeach. He said, you're a professional and you remember a lot, but certainly your testimony today is inconsistent to the testimony you gave to the investigators. And then where it got very contentious, he says, well, let me show you your testimony. And she kind of said, well, I don't want to see it. And he said, no, you have to, which is a subtle reminder to the jury that I'm trying to do a job. And look at this professional, this so-called professional is preventing me from doing that. And I thought Eric Nelson handled at least his attorney mannerisms very well. And it was able to kind of draw out some bias that this particular witness would give to the state in a negative fashion to the defense.
One of the things that happened today is we heard over and over a couple of 911 calls that were made from these witnesses who were on the phone, and they were describing in detail what they were seeing, many of them saying the words, "We're watching police kill this man." Yet they're not allowed to say any of that in court when asked. Why is that?
So that's a great question, Amy. It really is. And in our discussion, I said, start looking at the rules of evidence that's going to come in. And this is going to be very important. And so rule of evidence, Rule 803 is the hearsay rule. And so you've heard it on Law and Order and other TV shows where you do an objection and they say objection hearsay. So a hearsay is an out-of-court statement being offered for the proof of the matter thereof. However, there's exceptions to the hearsay. So for example, I as a witness cannot say this is what I heard from somebody else, as opposed to that particular person testifying within itself. Now, what is interesting in the hearsay exceptions, which is 24 of them, they say that if you are in the moment, so it's a declarant or a statement in the heat of the moment, then that can meet the exceptions. And so the video is what it is at the time. It was their impressions right then and there, the way they felt it, their excited